Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Ah, you beasts! Yang Dongqing, who was overwhelmed, was so angry that his eyes were about to burst. He looked at the villagers who kept biting him all over his body, opened his mouth without hesitation, and bit a villager's throat with his metallic teeth. At this critical moment of life and death, Sumo finally succeeded. Big brother. The pointer is pointed at 12, where are mom and dad? Tingting's eyes were empty and lifeless, and she was obviously completely in a hypnotic state. Sumu put away his pocket watch and slowly stood up. Behind him were countless broken limbs and debris, a broken earth, and a broken sky. He smiled gently, stretched out his hand in this doomsday scene, and rubbed Tingting's little head. Tingting, close your eyes and listen carefully. Mom and Dad are calling you. Tingting closed her eyes obediently. Tingting, Mom and Dad are here to pick you up. The doting male voice and the gentle female voice sounded one after another, followed by the old voice of the grandmother. Tingting, you must be hungry. Come home with us. Grandma will make dumplings for you. Sister, come and play with me. Several voices poured into Tingting's ears. Her little body trembled slightly. Even with her eyes closed, she couldn't hold back her crystal tears. Tingting, open your eyes quickly. They are here to take you home. Sumu's gentle voice sounded. Tingting opened her eyes and turned around with her little body trembling. In that void, Dad, Mom, Grandma, and Sister all stood there quietly. They were waving to Tingting with gentle and loving smiles on their faces. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Sister. Tingting was already crying. Tingting misses you so much. This little person threw herself into the arms of her family without hesitation. At this moment, Tingting was happy. She finally found her family. Sumu stood quietly in the same place. In his vision, he only saw Tingting crying alone. In fact, even the sound just now was imitated by him using the ventriloquism he learned from his dream. He didn't know whether he succeeded or failed. He did successfully hypnotize Tingting, but the nightmare seemed to never turn into a sweet dream. Tingting, go home with Mom and Dad. The strange man and woman stroked Tingting's hair lovingly. Tingting nodded vigorously, and a smile appeared on her innocent face again, like a flower blooming in spring, pure and gorgeous. She followed her family, step by step, towards nothingness, and slowly, her little body began to blur and illusory, as if she was also going to merge into nothingness. But at this moment, Tingting suddenly stopped. Mom and Dad, Grandma and Sister, wait for Tingting. After saying that, the little person turned around and ran back. She ran straight to Sumu and smiled sweetly. Thank you, big brother. Thank you for helping me find them. You're welcome. Go home quickly, Tingting. Sumu smiled gently. Yeah. Tingting nodded vigorously, and then a little hesitation appeared on her face. She leaned over to Sumu and whispered, Big brother, let me tell you a secret. In fact, Tingting lied before. Tingting secretly hid a dumpling. As she spoke, she stretched out her dirty little hand and took out a wrinkled and rotten dumpling from her pocket. Tingting knew that Big Brother hadn't eaten either, so she wanted to leave this dumpling for Big Brother. Tingting's voice became smaller and smaller, like a child who was guilty of doing something wrong. Big brother, is Tingting a bad child who lies? Sumu took the dumpling, leaned down, and gently wiped away the tears on Tingting's face. He spoke slowly, with a gentle and firm tone, as if he was repeating some facts. Tingting is the best child in the world. Really? Tingting looked up, with a flash of surprise in her big eyes. Sumu smiled gently and touched Tingting's little head. Of course it's true, because Big Brother never lies. Great! Tingting is the best child in the world. Go home. Don't let Mom and Dad wait anxiously. Well, Big Brother, goodbye. Tingting, goodbye. Tingting left, Su-mu watched her walk farther and farther away. Her figure became more and more illusory. But even so, Ting-Ting still waved hard, with a happy smile on her face that was about to disappear. In a trance, Su-mu seemed to see a few blurred shadows around Ting-Ting, and they looked exactly the same as in the family photo. Boom! The world completely collapsed, and everything was swallowed by darkness. Viper Gang Headquarters. Su-mu opened his eyes, looked around, and found himself still lying on the soft bed, as if everything before was a dream. But there was indeed a smell of blood. Ah! Yang Dongqing suddenly roared and jumped up from the ground. When he saw the surrounding environment clearly, his eyes flashed with confusion. Back! Leader, are you not injured? Zhao Chaoyao, covered in blood, limped to the bed. Su-mu slowly got up and looked around, and found that only Yang Dongqing and Zhao Chaoyao were left in the room. At this time, a man in a white coat ran over in a panic. Leader, you're finally back. You have disappeared for 3 days. Bring the previous video. Su-mu ordered. The man in the white coat quickly brought the video over. Su-mu looked at it carefully and saw the scene after everyone fell asleep. About 2 minutes after falling asleep, everyone seemed to be wiped out by something and disappeared out of thin air. This also shows that the Nightmare Apostle entered the nightmare world not with his soul, but with his body. In fact, Su-mu had known this for a long time. If it was really his soul, he would never be so weak. With his soul strength, he would definitely be the strongest among them. Okay, everyone go down. Su-mu, Yang Dongqing, who was seriously injured, hesitated to speak. I said, everyone go down. Su-mu drove everyone away and lay alone on the bed, looking at the ceiling calmly. Yes, he was going to die. Is it a failure after all? He murmured to himself, without any fear of death in his eyes, only endless emptiness and boredom. He originally thought that he could become a transcendent by entering the nightmare world, but he didn't expect that fate would play tricks on him. Even if he successfully solved this nightmare, he still had no hope of transcendence. His body had reached its limit, and he was extremely certain that if he slept any longer, his body would burst due to the overflowing mental energy when he woke up. So boring. Su-mu sighed. If he had never seen the wonders of the nightmare world, it might be okay to die like this, just like a person who lives in darkness and has long been accustomed to darkness, if he has never seen light. Now the door to the new world has just opened, but he's going to die. This boring life. Su-mu turned over and took out a wrinkled dumpling from his pocket. The skin of the dumpling had long been shriveled and exuded a sour smell. It was Ting-Ting who secretly hid it when Yi Fanyu robbed Ting-Ting's dumplings. He put the dumpling in his mouth, chewed it gently, and then swallowed it. It's delicious. Su-mu slowly closed his eyes, fell asleep, and quietly waited for death to come. But the next second, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the dark eyes exuded a terrifying light, which even the brown glasses could not cover. Aha! Uncontrollable laughter burst out from Su-mu's mouth. He was as happy as a child with a new toy. I like such surprises. He raised his palm and watched the changes on it. The slender white palm was emitting white light. He has been walking with a snakewood cane, so his right hand rubs against the cane every day. In addition, his skin is naturally thin, so it is inevitable that some light calluses are left on his palm. But now, those calluses are disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the white palm has become more and more warm, giving people a feeling of crystal jade. He suddenly got up from the bed. His body was indescribably light, and a gentle and pure power was bursting out of his body, like a spring rain that moistens everything silently, nourishing the dry earth. He came to the mirror and found that even his appearance had changed quietly. In the past, his cheeks were thin, his skin was pale, and his lips were bloodless, which inevitably gave people a sense of harshness and coldness. But now his cheeks are slightly fuller, his skin is no longer as pale as a dead person, but a healthy, clean white like white jade, and his lips are rosy. Su-mu smiled at the mirror, like a gentle and jade-like gentleman, making it difficult for people to feel bad. The first feeling he had about his new skin was clean, dust-free and dirt-free, just like on a bathhouse to scrub the bath, but he couldn't rub off the mud. At the same time, his mental power began to shrink, not shrinking, but purifying. There is a magical power that removes all the impurities in the mental power, reducing its total amount, but greatly improving its purity. Suddenly, Sumu looked up at the sky. His sight seemed to have crossed endless dimensions, and he finally saw a net, an invisible and intangible net, but it was everywhere. Every node on it was shining with a star, like the starry sky of the universe, mysterious and magnificent. When he saw the net, he naturally knew its name, Bronze Law, and just above the Bronze Law, there was a white jade star in a node, which cast white light and fell on Sumu. For a time, an invisible connection was established between the two. Sumu finally knew the reason for his own change. He became a transcendent and gained transcendent power, and his transcendent power was called Innocent Heart. A gift from Ting Ting. Sumu smiled silently. This pure and simple little girl selflessly shared her power. Perhaps only such a person can have the purest, innocent heart. He carefully sensed the power brought by Immortal Heart, as if he was born with it. The moment he got Immortal Heart, he clearly knew its function. Immortal Heart transforms the owner's body into an immaculate body, slightly enhances physical fitness and mental strength, greatly improves the purity of the body and mind, and has a strong immunity to all filth. The filth here refers to toxins, curses, abnormal states, negative emotions, etc. Strictly speaking, Immortal Heart is not a very powerful ability, and it does not even have active abilities. It is all passive. It may be loved by some women who love beauty. It does not have the powerful lethality of Five-Finger Flame Bomb, nor the super strong defense of Heart of Iron, but it does not matter. The important thing is he survived. Immortal Heart enhanced Sumu's physical fitness and purified the total amount of mental strength, which is equivalent to extending his life in 2 ways. According to his estimation, he can live at least another year. Is this what it feels like to be alive? Not bad. Sumu lay back on the bed with a peaceful expression on his face, a smile, and slowly fell asleep. He hadn't had a good sleep for a long time, because every time he slept, he was consuming his life and was one step closer to death. This time, he could have a good sleep. Chief, welcome to the Imperial Capital. We are about to stay in the presidential suite of the Manlin Carson Hotel. We are sorry to ask you to make do with it. Your private manor has not been completed yet. Is my poor supervision. Please punish me. A middle-aged butler in a tuxedo and with his hair combed meticulously said respectfully. Sumu nodded and walked into the most luxurious hotel in the Imperial Capital under the guidance of the butler. Your room is on the 118th floor, which is currently the highest suite in the Imperial Capital. The hotel just asked me to tell you that your presence is a glorious moment in the history of their hotel. Well, I know, leave now. Sumu entered the room, lay alone on the luxurious big bed, and then closed his eyes and prepared to go to sleep. It was a magical experience, falling asleep in a dream. The main thing is that he can't help it. As long as he falls asleep, he will appear in the dream, and he is tired of playing in the dream again. He just wants to have a good rest, so he can only sleep in the dream. No words all night. The next morning, Sumu woke up from the dream, stretched comfortably, and just when he was about to get up, his face changed slightly. Full again, he was surprised to find that his originally concentrated mental power was refilled and strengthened by 1% after sleeping. If his total mental power was 100 before, it became 50 after concentration. He thought that it would increase by 1% of 50 after sleeping, but he didn't expect that the concentrated 50 was filled up, and the replenishment was high-purity mental power, and finally it increased by 1% according to 100. This means that compressing mental power is useless. Fortunately, the physical fitness enhancement brought by Innocent Heart took effect, so that Sumu was not on the verge of death again. However, he previously estimated that he could live for a year, but now he can only re-estimate that he can live for about a month. Sumu laughed in silence. Fate is really fickle and interesting. He got off the bed and didn't wash up because he didn't need to wash up at all. He was spotless, and washing up would be a waste of water. He planned to meet his subordinates and start the next plan. As soon as he took a step, he suddenly felt dizzy. His mental power was surging inexplicably. Even the eyes behind the brown glasses became azure blue, crystal clear like sapphires reflecting the sun. Sumu was surprised to find that just now, there was another bronze law in his body. But the strange thing was that he didn't connect to the big network of bronze law at all, as if he already had it, and it was only because his mental power reached a certain limit that it was naturally generated. Sumu, who knew very little about the supernatural, didn't know what happened, nor did he know where this extra bronze law came from. The only thing he knew was that this bronze law was called all things in the universe. The turmoil of his mental power lasted for a moment before it slowly subsided. After calming down, Sumo began to sort out his thoughts. The first thing he could be sure of was that all things in the universe was acquired after he slept. It seemed to be an ability independent of the Bronze Law, because it was not on the Bronze Law network at all. This was outrageous. As far as he knew, all the abilities of the supernatural came from the Bronze Law. How could there be an ability independent of the Bronze Law? Could it be? Sumu had some vague guesses about his dream, or was this mysterious dream itself a completely independent law? This law was only related to the spirit. There was too little known information, so he could only speculate these. After thinking for a while, forget it, let's just live first. This unexpected surprise feels good. Sumu smiled. He would not worry about trivial things. The secret of the dream might be solved after he becomes stronger. Now all he can do is accept it calmly. Moreover, he is also very satisfied with the ability of all things in the world. Jasmine, you sing so beautifully. In a coffee shop, Yang Dongqing looked at Jasmine beside him lovingly. At this time, Jasmine had just finished the performance, and she had not had time to change her performance clothes. It was a light blue long skirt, and the slim cut perfectly outlined her graceful curves. The skirt fell like a waterfall, and the upper body adopted a shoulder-bearing design. The white shoulders and charming collarbones made Yang Dongqing unconsciously peek at her with his peripheral vision. Jasmine took a sip of coffee, and her beautiful big eyes sparkled with luster, which was a vision of the future. She felt like she was dreaming, as if she had gotten rid of the quagmire of life overnight, stood out from it, and turned into a shining pearl. She realized her dream and also gained love. Really? Don't lie to me. This is my first time to perform on stage. I was too nervous and sang several words wrong. Jasmine stuck out her tongue playfully, and there was a circle of coffee foam on her delicate lips, which looked particularly playful. Yang Dongqing swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and he had an urge to lick it. Of course it's true. Even if you sang it wrong, it sounds good. Jasmine smiled happily. Thank you, Yang Dongqing. Since I met you, my destiny has begun to change. To be precise, it was after meeting Sumu, but Jasmine couldn't say another man's name in front of her boyfriend. Don't say that, Jasmine, it should be, Sir, your coffee. A waiter came over and put the coffee in front of Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing frowned slightly and looked at the waiter. I didn't order coffee. The waiter smiled and pointed to the corner of the coffee shop. The lady over there ordered it for you. Yang Dongqing turned his head and was stunned. He saw a woman sitting quietly in the corner of the coffee shop. She was like a quietly blooming orchid, quiet and elegant, but exuding silent charm. She was wearing a simple white silk shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing a slender white neck, delicate collarbones looming. The cuffs of the shirt were slightly rolled up, and on her slender wrist was an exquisite women's watch with a simple and low-key style. She was wearing a pair of black, straight, wide-leg pants. It was difficult to judge the leg shape, but the only thing that was certain was that the legs were very long, longer than Jasmine's. The most eye-catching thing was the long flaxen hair. Under the caress of the sun, it exuded a warm and soft luster, and the hair ends were slightly curled, adding a bit of intellectual beauty. For some reason, when Yang Dongqing saw the woman for the first time, he thought of Su Mu in his mind. The elegant and gentle feeling was very similar. At this time, the woman seemed to have noticed something, and she tilted her head slightly, revealing a delicate profile, with a smile on the corner of her lips, and gently raised the white coffee cup in her hand, making a simple gesture. "Don't drink it." Jasmine pouted, like a kitten protecting its food, and said to Yang Dongqing resentfully. Yang Dongqing smiled awkwardly and retracted his gaze. "I don't know her. Please help me return this cup of coffee." The waiter looked embarrassed. "Sir, I only deliver coffee. If you want to return it, please tell the lady yourself." "Oh, by the way, the lady seems to have written something on the napkin." After that, the waiter withdrew. Jasmine picked up the napkin and said angrily, "I want to see what she wrote." Yang Dongqing became more and more embarrassed. He didn't expect that he was so popular with girls. As a result, after Jasmine opened the napkin, but she couldn't help but be stunned, with a little panic on her face. Jasmine, Yang Dongqing realized that something was wrong, took the napkin and saw that there were only 4 words on it. Nightmare Apostle. His face suddenly changed, and he stared at the intellectual beauty in the corner. The other person's delicate face was wearing an elegant and subtle smile, as if greeting a new friend. "Jasmine, you wait here. I'll go over and take a look." Yang Dongqing got up and walked towards the woman directly. Jasmine was a little nervous. She had been in contact with Yang Dongqing for a while and had already known what the Nightmare Apostle meant. She couldn't help but worry a little, but she was a sensible woman and would not cause trouble for her man. So she did not stop it, but just held the phone tightly, opened the address book, and clicked on Su Mu's phone. If the situation is not good, she will call Su Mu as soon as possible. In her opinion, only Su Mu can help Yang Dongqing. Although Su Mu is cold-blooded and ruthless, Yang Dongqing promised to work for him for 3 years. I think Su Mu doesn't want to lose a subordinate in vain. "Who are you?" Yang Dongqing sat in front of the woman and asked coldly. When he saw the woman's face, he realized that he had underestimated her beauty. Her face was more beautiful than her side profile. Even the stars on TV were not as good as her. The woman put down the coffee in her hand. She gently pinned one side of her hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate white earlobe, and smiled. "Mr. Yang, please forgive my presumptuousness. This is my business card." She handed out a business card. Yang Dongqing took the business card and saw that it read, "Chairman of Bronze Coffin Company, Limited, Murong Mengli." Seeing the 4 words Murong Mengli, his pupils suddenly contracted and he said in horror, "Are you a noble?" Murong Mengli seemed to be accustomed to this kind of expression, and there was no change in her expression. She just smiled and nodded politely. Yang Dongqing couldn't help but take a breath. At this moment, he finally knew why he thought of Su Mu when he saw Murong Mengli. This damn aristocratic temperament is really the same. This was the first time he had seen an aristocrat, and the main reason he was sure that he was an aristocrat was because of his name. The aristocrats all had double surnames. He didn't know about other countries, but he had heard about the nobles of the Red Flame Empire. According to legend, the nobles at first did not want to have the same surname as the commoners, thinking that this was an insult to their status as nobles, so they changed their names to double surnames to distinguish themselves from the commoners. In the Red Flame Empire, only the nobles had double surnames. Why would the nobles come to the lower city? Murong Mengli smiled. Of course it's to run a company. Yang Dongqing's eyes became more and more alert. He didn't have a good impression of the nobles. These nobles had a bad reputation throughout the Qian Empire. They were arrogant and extravagant, above the law, indifferent to the common people, and pretentious. They were the parasites of the empire. Of course, this was all spread privately by the common people. They hated the nobles, and, at the same time, they hated themselves even more for not being nobles. I don't remember any intersection between me and the nobles. What's your purpose? Mr. Yang, I can see from your eyes that you hate the nobles. I won't claim to be different from them. The reason I came to you is to invite you to join my company, Bronze Coffin. Don't rush to refuse. I know you have just become a nightmare apostle and are full of vigilance about everything, but in fact, it is very common for nobles to set up companies and invite nightmare apostles to join. Most nightmare apostles choose to join the company. Why? Yang Dongqing frowned. Mutual benefit. Murong Mungli gently stirred the coffee with a spoon, and the spoon and the porcelain cup made a crisp sound. Mr. Yang, I don't need to say much about the danger of nightmare apostles. No one is sure how long they can live after traveling through the nightmare world again and again. So most nightmare apostles will accumulate enough wealth while they are still alive and leave it to their family and friends. This is the meaning of the company's existence. Although the nightmare world is dangerous, crises always coexist with opportunities. In addition to nightmare monsters, there are also treasures, extraordinary materials, etc. These things are what the company needs. Yang Dongqing sneered. You mean we nightmare apostles sell you the things we exchanged our lives for? Murong Mengli didn't care about Yang Dongqing's hostility. She always behaved very politely, just like a female president talking about business normally. You have to sell it, don't you? Do you think other than the nobles, who else in this world can afford a sufficient price? Mr. Yang, I understand your concerns. Please rest assured that I never do forced sales. After all, these things are exchanged for the lives of nightmare apostles. I only want things you don't need. For example, if your bronze law is iron ambition, the applicable treasures and extraordinary materials can only be power-based. If you get a spiritual treasure or material that you don't need, you can sell it to the company. Of course, joining the company is not just this benefit. There are also corresponding employee benefits. In addition to the monthly basic salary, there will be intelligence sharing, employee mutual assistance, rental of treasures, and other benefits. Murong Mengli's conditions are very good, but Yang Dongqing heard one thing. You investigate me? Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, and a hint of metal color appeared between the fist peaks. Boy, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't show your fangs in front of the strong. A faint male voice sounded behind Yang Dongqing, and he was instantly shocked because he didn't notice when there was an extra person behind him, just as he was about to react. Snap! A big hand with distinct joints was placed on his shoulder. At that moment, Yang Dongqing felt as if a mountain was pressing on his shoulder. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't shake it at all. He turned his head in disbelief and saw a man wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses standing there with an indifferent face. The so-called steel body was like a toy in this big hand, and it would break with a slight pinch. Hanyu, Murong Mengli frowned slightly, as if a little dissatisfied. The man in sunglasses named Hanyu shrugged and let go of his hand. Boss, I just warned him. Don't do it without my order in the future. Murong Mengli's voice was not loud, but it was filled with unquestionable calmness. Hanyu nodded casually. You are the boss. You have the final say. He walked aside casually, sat down, and said nothing mo. Yang Dongqing looked at Hanyu with some fear, and a huge wave of shock had already been set off in his heart. He could not imagine that his power, after becoming stronger, would be so vulnerable. Sorry, Mr. Yang. I am not strict with my subordinates. Please forgive me. Murong Mengli showed a trace of apology, and she continued. In fact, I did not deliberately investigate you, but for the growth of the company, I have been sending people to continue to search for the traces of the nightmare apostle among the people. The main thing is that you once carried out a robbery and robbed 50,000 yuan. The victim reported the case and said that he fired a gun when fighting with the gangster, but the gangster was unharmed. It happened that I had some friendship with the director of the 13th District Security Bureau, and I learned about this matter, so there was a follow-up investigation. By the way, I also helped suppress your robbery. Although you have gained supernatural powers, your methods are still too crude. Yang Dongqing, he was embarrassed when his robbery was exposed. He never expected that Murong Mengli had helped him secretly. Murong Mengli continued, Mr. Yang, I actually have another reason to find you. What is the reason? Yang Dongqing let go of his hostility a little. After all, he was being favored. Because you are kind. Murong Mengli smiled. Many ordinary people often commit inhumane crimes after becoming supernaturals, but you are different. The target of your robbery is the black-hearted boss who often deducts workers' wages, and you did not kill anyone. Although I do not advocate doing this, your moral standards are relatively high in comparison. Yang Dongqing smiled awkwardly, as if he was a little embarrassed. I don't want the company's employees to be bad people who do all kinds of evil, even if they are very capable. Having said so much, what do you think, Mr. Yang? Joining the bronze coffin will benefit you in every way. We know more about the nightmare world and the extraordinary people than you do alone. What you need to do is to sell the treasures or extraordinary materials that you don't need to the company first. Of course, the company will not let you suffer a loss in terms of price. Morong Mengli invited sincerely. In her opinion, Yang Dongqing had no reason to refuse. However, Yang Dongqing was silent for a moment and finally shook his head. I'm sorry, Miss Morong. Although your conditions are very tempting, I refuse. Morong Mengli's eyes flashed with surprise. She was not angry or disappointed when she was rejected. She just asked with interest, "Can I know the reason?" Yang Dongqing hesitated. In his mind, he kept thinking of Su Mu rejecting Yi Fanyu and waving goodbye to Tingting. It was this seemingly selfish, cold-blooded gang leader who stood up to help him at the critical moment and even saved his life. Mr. Su, I can't make sense with him. You are a smart man. As long as we follow my plan, we can definitely return to reality. At that time, Su Mu smiled as usual. I refuse. It was also this time that Yang Dongqing changed his mind about Su Mu. Yang Dongqing dispersed the picture in his mind, took a deep breath, and said, "Because I promised someone to work for him for 3 years." Morong Mengli was a little surprised. Is that man also a nobleman? Yang Dongqing shook his head. No, he is a gentleman with a degree of madness. Morong Mengli smiled slightly. I admire a man with grace. I wonder if Mr. Yang can introduce him to me? A strange look appeared on Yang Dongqing's face. I think you may have misunderstood. The madness I mentioned is the madness of a madman. Morong Mengli was stunned. The headquarters of the Viper Gang. Sumu hung up the call with Jasmine. An unidentified woman came to Yang Dongqing, and her temperament was not like that of an ordinary person. Interesting. The corners of his mouth curled up. Apart from his identity as a superhuman, Yang Dongqing was just a poor student with almost zero social connections. It was obvious that such a woman came to her. He never forgot what Yang Dongqing said at the beginning. It was said by a person in the upper city when Yang Dongqing first experienced the nightmare world. The superhumans in the real world are a group of cowards who get something for nothing. They all grew up by sucking the blood of nightmare apostles. Now, it seems that vampires have come to the door. Hey, you, get ready. There will be guests coming in a while. Yes, leader, Zhao Chaoyao said respectfully. About an hour later, a low-key and luxurious black car stopped in front of the headquarters of the Viper Gang. The driver was Hanyu. He looked around the Viper Gang headquarters and showed disdain. Gang? A supernatural person is actually employed by a gang. Yang Dongqing looked a little ugly. He heard the other party's disdain, but he didn't say anything. Obviously, he was shocked by the man's strength just now. At this time, Morong Mengli's calm voice sounded. Hanyu, I know you were sent by my father to help me, but this does not mean that you can belittle my guests at will. Hanyu looked at the other party's beautiful face and said perfunctorily, Okay, boss. Soon, everyone got off the car. 2 Viper Gang brothers came forward. Welcome guests, the leader is waiting for you. Yang Dongqing was stunned. He didn't expect Su Mu to know in advance. He didn't know that it was Jasmine who reported the news, and he had already asked Jasmine to go back in advance. Led by the Viper Gang brothers, the 3 came to a hall deep in the headquarters. The hall was brightly lit. Above the dome, which was more than 10 meters high, hung a dazzling giant crystal chandelier, with tens of thousands of crystals reflecting brilliant light. The floor was paved with precious marble, which was warm and smooth. The texture of each stone was unique. The walls were also decorated with exquisite murals with delicate brushstrokes and bright colors. In the center of the hall, a group of luxurious sofas were placed in a staggered manner, and in the middle was a wooden coffee table with complicated patterns carved on the surface. As soon as Morong Mengli entered the hall, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of appreciation. She didn't appreciate the luxury. She had seen the most luxurious places. She appreciated the other party's taste. Whether from the spatial layout or the decorative details, the whole hall exudes a delicate artistic atmosphere, as if it were a solidified art hall, and all the matching was just right. Except for the abrupt Ouroboros wall behind the sofa. Hanyu curled his lips with a disdainful expression. Another poor imitation of the nobles. Please sit down first. The leader will be here soon. Zhao Chaoyao led them to the sofa, brewed tea, and left. After sitting down, Murong Mengli asked, Mr. Yang, is Mr. Su you mentioned also a transcendent? Yang Dongqing thought about Su Mu's magical performance and felt that he was not an ordinary person. Although he didn't know what his bronze law was, he still said affirmatively. Murong Mengli's eyes flashed slightly, and it was obvious that she was also interested in Su Mu. Not long after, the door on one side of the hall was opened. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man in a black suit, brown glasses, and a snake-patterned wooden cane slowly walking in. His appearance seemed to make the air around him stained with a layer of elegance. He was slender and upright, and every step he took was steady and calm. His high nose bridge and slightly upturned mouth corners outlined a confident and charming smile, which made people feel like spring breeze. A strange look flashed in Murong Mengli's beautiful eyes. She was rarely moved by other people's appearance, but today she made an exception. Looking at the gentleman walking over, only 4 words came to her mind. A gentleman like Jade. It's not that the other person's appearance is flawless, but the other person's temperament. That jade-like clean and gentle temperament is really hard to ignore. In addition to temperament, what caught her attention most was the skin. It was hard for her to imagine that a man's skin could be so good that there was no flaw at all. A touch of jealousy flashed in Han Yu's eyes. He thought he looked good, but compared with the visitor, he seemed to be on a different level. A man's handsomeness is not in his appearance, but in the confident temperament exuded from his bones. The visitor was naturally Su Mu. He had a spring breeze on his face and nodded politely to the guests. Yang Dongqing was stunned. He didn't understand why Su Mu became handsome again after not seeing him for a day. He looked at her carefully and found that her appearance had not changed. Booty feel more handsome, but I can't tell where I am handsome. Let me introduce myself. I am Su Mu. I'm very happy to meet you all. Murong Mengli retracted her gaze and calmly replied, Hello, Mr. Su. I am Murong Mengli. Su Mu smiled and nodded, and did not change because of the other party's noble identity. This made Murong Mengli have an illusion that she was back in the upper city and was talking to a real noble. After the greetings and introductions, Murong Mengli stated her purpose. Originally, I just wanted to invite Mr. Yang to join my company, but now I have changed my mind after meeting Mr. Su. Oh, I would like to hear more about it. Su Mu took a sip of tea and looked at Murong Mengli gently. This was probably the most beautiful woman he had seen in reality. Even in dreams, such a woman is qualified to enter his harem. I want to invite you and Mr. Yang to join the bronze coffin together. Murong Mengli said sincerely. She did not have the arrogance of a noble, but only a sincere invitation. Su Mu smiled and did not directly reject Murong Mengli. Instead, he asked, Miss Murong, can you give me a reason to join? Excuse me, Mr. Su is not short of money, and he is also a superhuman and has the basic conditions to set up a company. However, in terms of the system of the Red Flame Empire, it is difficult to complete the relevant procedures without the connections of the nobles, and the official management of private superhuman companies is very strict. As far as I know, all the superhuman companies on the market, big and small, have aristocratic backgrounds to a greater or lesser extent. Although I don't think the identity of the nobles is worth showing off, it does get a certain degree of preferential treatment and convenience in the Red Flame Empire. Moreover, the bronze coffin was established not long ago, and the 2 of you are considered veterans if you join now, so you don't have to worry about welfare benefits. Miss Murong, I can feel your sincere invitation, but Su Mu changed the subject. I have a better suggestion. What's the proposal? Invest in shares. Invest in shares? Murong Mengli's face showed surprise. She didn't expect Su Mu to want to invest in shares. Not bad, but I'm not short of money. Su Mu shook his head. I'm not talking about investing in shares with money, but investing in shares with intelligence. Miss Murong, Your company is just starting out, and the intelligence should be relatively weak. Otherwise, it would not be possible to find Yang Dongqing now. I'm not talented, but I'm very good at intelligence work. To be honest, if I want, there are no secrets in the entire 13th district. Ha ha ha. Han Yu suddenly couldn't help laughing. Murong Mengli glanced at him, but he seemed not to see it, and continued to laugh to himself. Sorry, I really can't help it. The main reason is that I really can't help it when I see the country bumpkins in the lower city bragging seriously. As soon as these words came out, Murong Mengli's face changed, and Su Mu's face was hooked with an interested smile, and the eyes behind the pair of brown glasses were looming. This master and servant don't seem to get along. Boy, you're just in control of a small gang. How dare you be so arrogant? You think there are no secrets in the entire 13th district? You want to invest? Do you think you can invest in a company of an imperial noble with the intelligence network of a small gang? Han Yu, apologize to Mr. Su. Murong Mengli's tone became unusually stern. Apologize? Boss, you are an ordinary person. You don't understand the extraordinary. I've seen many young men who have just obtained extraordinary power. The sudden power makes them lose their minds, and they think they are so powerful, but they don't know that they're just standing at the bottom of the extraordinary. The head of the Murong family sent me to assist you, so I naturally have the obligation to ensure that you are not deceived. Murong Mengli's face became more and more ugly. She took a deep breath. Mr. Su, I'm sorry to embarrass you. Su Mu waved his hand casually, smiled, and said, Miss Murong, you are too kind. I'm not so narrow-minded that I get angry when a dog on the roadside barks at me. Han Yu's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked straight at Su Mu, with murderous intent in his eyes. Boy, if you have the guts, say it again. Faced with Han Yu's threat, Su Mu didn't even look at him, but said to Murong Mengli, Miss Murong, do you need me to teach your subordinates a lesson for you? For some reason, the man's calm smile in front of her made her inexplicably convinced. Looking for death, Han Yu was furious. As a retainer of the imperial nobles, he was also a powerful transcendent. He came from the upper city and naturally looked down on the people in the lower city. But he didn't expect that today he would be despised by the country bumpkin he despised. Swish! He jumped up instantly, and his speed was so fast that it was shocking. A pair of fists came almost instantly and aimed at Su Mu's head. Stop! Su Mu! Murong Mengli and Yang Dongqing shouted at the same time, but it was too late. Han Yu's fist hit Su Mu's head hard, but Su Mu seemed to have no reaction at all, still sitting on the sofa motionless. Just when Han Yu thought he had succeeded, something unexpected happened to everyone. The expected head-bursting sound did not sound, and Han Yu's fist passed through Su Mu's body as if it passed through the air. The next moment, Su Mu's figure was shattered like a dream bubble. What? Han Yu was shocked. At this time, black-clothed people like a tide poured out from the doors on all sides of the hall, and in just a moment, they surrounded everyone. Everyone had a blank expression, like a coal machine. Facing the siege, Han Yu was not panicked, but his face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes kept scanning, trying to find Su Mu's trace. To him, the siege of these ordinary people did not pose any threat at all. What really made him feel weird was Su Mu's means. Dong dong dong. The sound of the snake-patterned wooden cane hitting the ground rang out, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Su Mu walking out of the black-clothed people with a smile. Miss Murong, I'm afraid today's matter can't be settled peacefully, but for your sake, as long as Mr. Han Yu is willing to apologize, I can consider forgiving his offense. Su Mu smiled. Before Murong Mengli spoke, Han Yu sneered. Naive, do you think you can do anything to me with these ordinary people? Su Mu's smile became even more intense, and he said word by word, Who said they are ordinary people? Dong. The snake-patterned wooden cane tapped the ground lightly, like some kind of signal, and a strange scene appeared. Roar! Hundreds of men in black roared violently at the same time. The sound seemed to come from the abyss of hell, full of endless pain and violence. Along with the creepy roar, their bodies began to undergo strange changes. Pieces of black scales grew out from under their skin at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly spreading all over their bodies, closely arranged to form indestructible scales. At the joints, sharp bone spurs broke through the skin and stretched out hideously, like the claws of a demon. Their bodies became taller and more twisted, with bulging muscles and hideous lines. The contours of their faces were also covered with black scales, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes that exuded a murderous aura. The terrifying atmosphere filled the whole place. They were like shu-ras crawling out of hell, as if they would start a bloody massacre at any time. This sudden and terrifying change made Murong Mengli and Yang Dongqing's faces change slightly, not to mention Han Yu, who was targeted. At this time, Han Yu was stared at by countless pairs of scarlet eyes, and he felt creepy. What kind of monster is this? The noble retainer, who thought he was well-informed, was also frightened. He had never encountered such a strange thing, and even suspected that he had fallen into a nightmare world. Mr. Han, I wonder, can they make you apologize? Su Mu, who was surrounded by monsters, asked politely with an unchanged smile on his face. Han Yu's face suddenly became very ugly. He glanced nervously and silently estimated whether he could defeat so many monsters. The key was that he had no idea about the strength of these monsters. But from the momentum and the terrifying black scales, these monsters seemed to be terribly strong. Su Mu saw that Han Yu did not answer, and continued, "It seems that I am not prepared enough. In this case, Papa." He clapped his hands and saw countless secret compartments appear on the walls of the hall. As the secret compartments opened, machine guns slowly stretched out from the wall, and the black muzzles emitted a terrifying glow under the light. Not only that, the marble floor at the edge of the hall was also turned over, revealing the secret compartments inside, in which were placed time bombs. The shell of the bomb is made of cold metal with a frightening cold light. The main body of the bomb is cylindrical, with a small electronic display screen embedded on the top. The red numbers on it are like a devil's countdown. Around the display screen, there are densely packed lines and interfaces. Seeing this scene, Han Yu's face was covered with cold sweat. He suddenly regretted offending this country bumpkin from the lower city. This person looks gentle and humble, but in fact he is clearly an extremely dangerous person, whose good person buried so many bombs in his own home. Originally, he was still thinking about whether he could break through the siege, capture the thief first, and directly capture Su Mu, but when he saw the bomb, his heart was completely cold, and he didn't dare to act rashly for fear that he would accidentally touch the bomb in the process of shooting. Once these hundreds of bombs were detonated, the entire Viper gang headquarters would be razed to the ground. Even though he thought he was strong, he was not confident enough to withstand so many bombs. Yang Dongqing broke out in a cold sweat when he saw this scene. He had never thought that Su Mu actually had so many hidden tricks. He didn't deserve to lose. Even if he won at that time, he might not be able to walk out of the Viper gang alive. Murong Mengli was the only one who could remain calm. Although the pupils of this noble lady contracted, she still maintained the most basic decency. She finally understood why Yang Dongqing had such an evaluation of Su Mu, a gentleman with a degree of madness. This is indeed crazy enough. What do you think, Mr. Han? Su Mu asked politely, as if a gentleman was showing his collection to a guest. A drop of cold sweat slid down Han Yu's face. His muscles were tense, and his eyes kept flashing. Don't bluff there. I don't believe you dare to detonate the bomb. There's an imperial noble sitting here. Once the crime of killing an imperial noble is confirmed, the entire Qian Empire will not tolerate you. Su Mu smiled slightly. You are wrong. Miss Moron will not die. She is carrying some kind of defensive treasure. I will not die either because this is just my clone. My men will not die either. The scales on their bodies have enough defense. Only you will die. Murong Mengli's face changed slightly. She didn't expect that Su Mu could see that she had a defensive treasure. Hearing this, Han Yu's face froze. He pointed at Yang Dongqing and asked, "What about him? He is also your subordinate." "It's okay. He will die if he dies." Yang Dongqing, although he has long been accustomed to Sumu's 37-degree mouth, often saying such cold words. He feels very angry every time he hears it. Mr. Han, now it's your turn to choose, apologize or die. Han Yu's face became uglier and uglier. His pride did not allow him to apologize to the people in the lower city, but he did not want to die. At this time, Murong Mengli spoke. Han Yu, apologize. Her tone was cold and unquestionable. I was wrong. Han Yu finally lowered his noble head and kept comforting himself in his heart that he obeyed Murong Mengli's orders, and there was no need for him to fight to the death with the country bumpkins in the lower city. Sumu shook his head. Not enough. Han Yu's face was angry. What else do you want? Do you want me to kneel down? Good suggestion. Han Yu's chest rose and fell violently, and his eyes were almost on fire. This extreme humiliation was brewing in his chest. Ding! Sumu took out the remote control from his pocket and pressed the button. The next moment, the bright red numbers on the time bomb display screen began to flash wildly. At the same time, the scale-armored monster quietly blocked all the exits. Fuck! Yang Dongqing panicked and stood up and ran out. I told you he was a lunatic, but you still didn't believe me. Get out of the way and let me go first. I'm one of us. The scale-armored monster didn't make things difficult for Yang Dongqing and made a gap for him to leave. Han Yu's heart was pounding. No, I can't die here. I still have a bright future. I don't have to fight to the death with the country bumpkins in the lower city. He kept comforting himself, but he didn't know that the arrogance in his heart had already been broken by the fear of death. Plop! He knelt heavily on the ground. Mr. Su, I was wrong. Ding! Sumu pressed the remote control again, and the time bomb stopped flashing. Then, all the secret compartments in the hall were closed, and the scale-armored monsters also faded like a tide. Sumu returned to the sofa and drank tea with Murong Mengli, as if nothing had ever happened. Miss Murong, try this and Shan black tea. I wonder if it suits your taste. Murong Mengli gently tucked one side of her hair behind her ear, and elegantly she took a sip of the tea and savored it carefully. Smooth and soft, with a long aftertaste, good tea. At this point, she paused and added, I like it very much. Sumu smiled slightly and understood Murong Mengli's subtext. Miss Murong is indeed very tasteful. From this point of view, it would be a blessing to be able to cooperate with Miss Murong. The elegant man and woman talked and laughed, and no one paid attention to Han Yu, who was kneeling on the ground like a stray dog. Han Yu clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were full of spiderweb-like bloodshot, but he didn't dare to stand up, because Sumu didn't let him stand up. For such an enemy who always smiles, he didn't dare to gamble at all. Perhaps once he stood up, he would continue to be targeted and suffer more humiliation. The weird clone method, the subordinates like nightmare monsters, and the bombs all over the hall, no matter which one, made Han Yu extremely afraid. Mr. Su, I admire your methods. I can't seem to find a reason to refuse you to buy shares. Murong Mengli smiled, and this time the smile seemed less polite, more like a smile between friends. Happy cooperation. Sumu smiled and stretched out his hand. Happy cooperation. Murong Mengli smiled and stretched out her hand. Those hands were like carefully carved works of art, slender and slender. Each finger was straight, and even like green onions, the joints of the fingers were small and exquisite, and the skin was as white and delicate as mutton fat white jade. The two hands shook politely, and that was it. Then, Murong Mengli left the address and the pass to the upper city and left with Han Yu. Sumu sat alone on the sofa and drank tea, holding the business card between his two fingers. Bronze coffin. Interesting. With his eyesight, it was not difficult to see that Han Yu and Murong Mengli were completely in harmony. Han Yu seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally against Murong Mengli and did not want a bronze coffin to grow. However, due to his fear of his noble status, he did not dare to show it too obviously. It seems that the imperial nobles are not as supreme as imagined. In the Qian Empire, the privileges of the nobles are almost above the law. It is even harmless for the nobles to execute a few civilians at will. However, Han Yu repeatedly disobeyed Murong Mengli's orders, which is somewhat intriguing. Just as Sumu was thinking, dong dong dong, Yang Dongqing came back trotting again. Why didn't it explode? He came to the sofa, picked up the teacup, and drank it all. I always thought that with your madness, it would definitely explode. Student Yang Dongqing, it seems that you have a deep misunderstanding of me. I have always advocated resolving disputes by peaceful means. Okay, I have no misunderstanding of you. Yang Dongqing curled his lips. Whose peace-loving person would fill his home with bombs? By the way, why do the people of the Viper Gang suddenly become monsters just now? How many abilities do you have? Sumu smiled, but did not explain. Only he knew the real reason. In fact, there were no monsters, machine guns, or bombs. Everything was all things. All things means many and numerous, and all things refers to all kinds of things and scenes in the universe. Together, they're all phenomena and forms in the universe. It means everything. This is the ability of all things. In human terms, it is an illusion that controls vision. All things. It can control vision and consume mental power to create all kinds of scenes in the world. So, the little brother of the Viper Gang turned into a monster just now, and the bombs and so on were all fake, all illusions. As for why he knew that Murong only had a defensive treasure, it was very simple, because he tried to hypnotize her before, but his mental power was blocked by some invisible barrier. The next night, Shanqing District. Sumu and Yang Dongqing finally arrived at the outskirts of Shanqing District. District 13 was far away from Shanqing District, and it took them several hours to get there. The two stood under the huge city wall, watching the endless stream of people at the city gate. The tall and majestic city wall, like a sleeping dragon, coiled around the edge of the city, as clear as the boundary between Chu and Han, isolating the upper and lower city districts from the world. At the huge city gate, a team of soldiers with live ammunition were checking the pedestrians coming and going. Here, people from the lower city district could not enter without a pass. Sumu and Yang Dongqing followed the crowd, and when they came to the soldiers, he calmly took out the pass left by Murong Mengli. When the soldiers saw the seal representing the nobility on the pass, they were shocked and stood at attention to salute. Sumu smiled and nodded at him, and then entered the upper city district. The moment he entered the upper city district, he seemed to have come to another world in a trance. What caught my eye were towering skyscrapers standing like a steel jungle, with colorful yet cold light reflected on the glass curtain walls, and countless neon signs flashing wantonly, cutting the dark night sky into countless broken blocks of color. The huge display screen was playing exaggerated advertisements, and the pedestrians were dressed in bright and fashionable clothes. The light from the neon street lights on both sides of the road was like an ocean flooding every street. The red, blue, and purple lights intertwined to form a dreamlike color vortex. Luxurious and exaggerated. This was Sumu's first impression of the upper city district, but he had long been accustomed to such scenes in his dreams. He even created a fairyland in his dreams, which was far from comparable to the upper city district. Compared with his calmness, Yang Dongqing was like a bumpkin entering the city. He was in a state of stunnedness, looking at every landscape without blinking. He had heard that the upper city district was prosperous, but he didn't expect it to be so prosperous. This reminded him of the gray sky of District 13, where factories were everywhere, gangs were rampant, and even the streets were dilapidated. Suddenly, he clenched his fists because he knew that the reason why the upper city district was so prosperous was because it sucked the blood of the lower city district. As a person from the lower city district, he could feel the injustice most directly. The two of them walked on the streets of the upper city district, and soon Yang Dongqing noticed something wrong. That is, most of the pedestrians on the roadside would focus their eyes on himself and Sumu. Passers-by looked at Sumu with amazement and awe, as if they were looking at aristocrats. But when they looked at him, they were surprised and even contemptuous. Yang Dongqing turned his head to look at Sumu and found that he was wearing a well-cut, expensive black suit, holding a gold-inlaid snakewood cane, and his steps were leisurely and calm, and every move revealed the elegance of aristocrats. Looking back at myself, I was wearing a yellowed white t-shirt, ripped jeans, and a pair of bulky sneakers. With his feet turned outward, he looked out of place in the upper city. Damn it! Yang Dongqing made up his mind to buy a new set of clothes in the upper city before going back. The eyes of passers-by made him unhappy, but he couldn't get angry, so he could only walk with his head down. Suddenly, he found a disheveled and very sloppy beggar begging at the corner of a street. The upper city is not so good. Isn't there a beggar? Yang Dongqing pretended to be disdainful and curled his lips. Sumu glanced at him with a smile, obviously seeing through his mind, but didn't say anything. Yang Dongqing was a little annoyed by Sumu's eyes, but he was not good at speaking, so he had to turn around and walk towards the beggar, taking out a dollar change from his pocket. The people in the upper city are so rich, but they are still so indifferent, he muttered, pointing the finger at the quality of the people in the upper city, and planned to give alms to the beggar. When he walked up to the beggar, he threw a dollar into his bowl and turned to leave. The beggar was stunned and suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Yang Dongqing turned around and said coldly, "You're welcome." The beggar looked him up and down, with a trace of contempt in his eyes. "From the lower city?" Yang Dongqing frowned. "What's wrong?" The beggar took a dollar from his bowl and threw it over with a look of disdain. "Go away. People from the lower city are not qualified to give me alms. No matter how bad I am, even if I beg in the upper city, I don't need your alms. Who are you looking down on?" Yang Dongqing was furious. He had never suffered such a great humiliation when he was despised by the beggar. Damn, beggars in the upper city are nobler than people in the lower city. Just when he was about to argue with the beggar, a snake-grained wooden cane blocked his way. Sumu walked over slowly and said to the beggar, "I asked him to give alms." The beggar was the best at judging people. When he saw Sumu for the first time, his face suddenly changed, and his expression became extremely flattering. He kept kowtowing and thanking him. "Thank you for the reward, sir. Thank you for the reward, sir." Yang Dongqing was almost furious when he saw him being so arrogant and respectful. "Let's go. Don't make trouble," Sumu said lightly, and then took Yang Dongqing away. The two of them stopped a taxi and came to an office building according to the address given by Murong. This office building is relatively small and located in a remote location. There's a sign of Bronze Coffin Company, Limited hanging at the door. The two entered the company and were soon greeted by an etiquette lady. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" "Looking for your chairman." Sumu smiled. The etiquette lady became more respectful when she heard it. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Su and Mr. Yang?" "Yes. The chairman is on the top floor. Please follow me." As the elevator started, the two soon met Murong in the chairman's office on the top floor, but this time there was no Hanyu by her side. "Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, I've been waiting for a long time." Murong got up from the office chair and greeted them. "See you again, Miss Murong." Sumu greeted politely. Yang Dongqing also whispered beside him, "Hello." "Hello." He seemed a little uncomfortable. He had just arrived in Shanqing District and met the chairman in a large company. This scene was his first experience. Especially this chairman was extremely beautiful. Today, Murong was wearing a white women's suit with an exquisite silk scarf tied around her collar. She was simple and elegant. She had light makeup on her delicate face and a faint blush on her fair skin. Her long flaxen hair was casually draped over her shoulders, adding a bit of charm and maturity. Yang Dongqing only saw the beauty, but Sumu saw other differences. Murong was not very old, in her early 20s. She was obviously dressing herself up to make herself more mature and stable, and to enhance her prestige. As a noble, she didn't need to do this, because her status as a noble was enough to support everything. Coupled with Han Yu's attitude before, he guessed that Murong, a noble, might not have a high status in the family. After a few people exchanged greetings, Murong got to the point. She took out a document and handed it to Sumu. "Mr. Su, this is the shareholding agreement. Please take a look." Sumu flipped through it. He had learned the imperial law in his dream, so he didn't need a lawyer to read the contract. After confirming that there was no problem with the contract, he signed it readily. "Mr. Su, you are a smart person. I guess you have guessed that my status in the family is not high through Han Yu's attitude yesterday, Muro Mungli said calmly. Facing her partners, she did not use the tiger skin of the nobility to seek benefits for herself, but chose to get straight to the point. Sumu nodded. I admire Miss Murong's honesty. I think being honest is the basis of cooperation. Murong Mungli's eyes were firm and confident. Besides, I don't think success can only rely on family. Indeed, Sumu had to admit that this woman was very smart, because Han Yu's matter had exposed her low status. This woman did not choose to cover up, but took the initiative to be honest. This would certainly lose some of the noble sense of authority, but at least it could make people feel sincere. Thank you for your understanding. Then I will briefly talk about the current priority of the Bronze Coffin Company, finding the Golden Eye. Golden Eye? Yang Dongqing was a little unfamiliar with this term. Golden Eye is the main material for making gold-level extraordinary potions. To be honest, the original intention of the Bronze Coffin was to find the Golden Eye. In fact, this is no longer a secret in the extraordinary circle of Star City. The two of you from the Lower City District may not know much about it. My father, the head of the Murong family, has been looking for the Golden Eye for many years. He not only issued a reward, but also encouraged his children to create a company and recruit nightmare apostles to find it. Yang Dongqing was stunned. Does it mean that the Golden Eye only exists in the nightmare world? Murong Mungli nodded. That's right. In fact, not only the Golden Eye, but many extraordinary materials exist in the nightmare world. This is also the original intention of the establishment of the Extraordinary Company. It is for collect extraordinary materials through nightmare apostles. What's the use of collecting extraordinary materials? To make extraordinary potions. Murong Mungli said faintly. Mr. Yang, do you know where those extraordinary people who are not nightmare apostles come from? Yang Dongqing is not a fool. He immediately reacted to such an obvious hint. Could it be using extraordinary potions? Yes, in fact, at the beginning, there were no extraordinary people in the real world, only nightmare apostles. Those with extraordinary talents among these nightmare apostles can connect to the Bronze Law and awaken extraordinary powers. These people are called the Chosen Ones. Yang Dongqing raised his eyebrows slightly. It may be that the words Chosen Ones touched his G-spot. Later, the Chosen Ones continued to explore the nightmare world and discovered extraordinary materials. These materials were specially formulated and refined to make extraordinary potions. Ordinary people in the real world could become extraordinary people by drinking extraordinary potions. This is the origin of extraordinary people in the real world. It turns out that the nightmare apostles created the extraordinary people in reality. Yang Dongqing suddenly realized. That's right. Murong Mungli nodded. People in the real world cannot connect to the Bronze Law on their own. According to some high-level extraordinary people, there should be some barriers in the real world that block humans. If you want to connect, you can only rely on external forces, such as extraordinary potions, to break the barriers. And to obtain the materials needed for extraordinary potions, you can only rely on nightmare apostles. Of course, sometimes nightmare monsters will invade reality, and you can also take the opportunity to collect extraordinary materials from nightmare monsters. But this efficiency is definitely not as good as nightmare apostles. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the nobles, nightmare apostles are precious resources that can help them obtain extraordinary materials. Yang Dongqing's face looked a little ugly. No wonder the nightmare apostle in the upper city said that. People like nightmare apostles are easy to encounter danger in any world. He could almost imagine that some unscrupulous nobles kidnapped the family of nightmare apostles for profit, and then threatened the nightmare apostles to help them obtain extraordinary materials until they died in the nightmare world. Although the first extraordinary people were nightmare apostles, due to the special nature of nightmare apostles, it is difficult for them to live long. As far as I know, no nightmare apostle can completely get rid of the nightmare world. The extraordinary people in the real world do not have this threat, so in the end, the real extraordinary people became more and more powerful, while the nightmare apostles have been ups and downs. Murong Mengli paused and continued. I can understand the concerns of the two nightmare apostles, but please rest assured that the things you are worried about will not happen in the bronze coffin. In fact, after years of development, the cooperation between the extraordinary people in the real world and the nightmare apostles has formed a stable model. In the beginning, it was indeed quite chaotic, and the extraordinary people in the real world often threatened the nightmare apostles. But people misjudged the danger of the nightmare apostles. A person who could die in a nightmare world at any time can be far more ruthless when facing threats. People could be compared. There was even a terrorist attack in which the nightmare apostle used suicide attacks to kill the imperial nobles. Therefore, the two sides gradually turned into a cooperative relationship and then derived the extraordinary company. Sumu smiled without comment. He knew human nature very well. In the eyes of the nobles, the nightmare apostle was an employee who could die at any time but had extremely high value. Maybe after paying the nightmare apostle's salary today, he would die in a nightmare world tomorrow. Then the nobles would definitely think, if I only make a verbal promise and then wait for the nightmare apostle to die, wouldn't this save a lot of money? More black-hearted nobles can directly use the nightmare apostle's family as a threat, and they don't have to spend a penny. What can you do if your nightmare apostle is crazy? After all, this world speaks with strength. For example, would a transcendent like Hanyu be afraid of Yang Dongqing's threat? Ms. Murong, I just became a transcendent not long ago. I want to know where my strength ranks among the transcendents, or the level division among the transcendents. Yang Dongqing asked the question that he was most concerned about. The last time he faced Hanyu's powerless resistance, he was shrouded in a haze. If all the transcendents in the real world are like this, then he will have to consider keeping a low profile in the future. Murong Mengli nodded. Mr. Yang, you should only have the bronze law, iron ambition, at present, right? Yang Dongqing was stunned. I really only have iron ambition. Miss Murong, for what you said, can I have multiple bronze laws? Yes, the abilities of transcendence are not single. Mr. Yang, have you ever thought about why the bronze law is called bronze? Yang Dongqing seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes widened unconsciously. Is there a silver law above? Golden law. Murong Mengli put a few strands of hair behind her ears and smiled lightly. Mr. Yang is really quick to understand. There are three kinds of laws in this world, namely bronze, silver, and gold. Possessing one bronze law is considered to be officially entering the ranks of extraordinary people, and the rank is bronze level 1. And possessing two bronze laws is bronze level 2. Yang Dongqing opened his mouth involuntarily. If there are 10 bronze laws, wouldn't it be bronze level 10? Puff. Murong Mengli smiled, like a flower blooming in spring, gorgeous and charming. Only at this time, she seemed to have less disguise of a strong woman and more of a girl's innocence. Not so many. The highest is only bronze level 3. After level 3, it's silver. When you reach silver level 3, you are naturally a gold powerhouse. My father is a silver level 3 transcendent. He has been stuck at this level for a long time and has collected a lot of transcendent materials. Now he only needs the golden eye to advance to gold. Huh. Yang Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought that he was a million miles away from the transcendence in the real world. It turns out that each level has only 3 levels. Then Hanyu is level 2. Yang Dongqing's expression changed. Silver? Murong Mengli shook her head. Bronze level 2. What? Yang Dongqing's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Hanyu to be only 1 level higher than him. When they met that day, the other party suppressed him with just one hand and couldn't move. Hanyu's 2 abilities are Giant Power Punch and Endless Recovery. The former provides him with unimaginable power, while the latter gives him a recovery ability that is hundreds or thousands of times greater than that of ordinary people. It can be said that as long as he is not shattered to pieces, he is difficult to kill. A sense of defeat surged in Yang Dongqing's heart. He found that the other party's 2 abilities were not weaker than his Heart of Steel and even better in some aspects. Before he became a superhuman, he had always been inferior and withdrawn. Later, the superhuman power gave him unparalleled confidence. But now, after contacting the superhuman world, he suddenly found that he was still at the bottom, and his self-confidence was severely frustrated for a while. Muro Mengli seemed to see that Yang Dongqing was in a low mood and comforted him. "Mr. Yang, don't be discouraged. You are the chosen one, and you have the innate advantages that ordinary superhumans cannot match." "What advantages?" Yang Dongqing looked expectant. "The talent of the chosen one is unparalleled. Under normal circumstances, after an ordinary person swallows the extraordinary potion and becomes a bronze-level extraordinary person, through continuous training and fighting, it takes about a year to develop his own ability to the peak. At this time, he can swallow the second bottle of extraordinary potion and advance to bronze level 2. The chosen one does not need to swallow extraordinary potions, and it only takes 3 months to advance from bronze level 1 to bronze level 2. Some talented chosen ones even take less time. This is not the biggest advantage of the chosen one. The biggest advantage is that all advancements do not require extraordinary potions. You only need to connect to the bronze law in the nightmare world to advance. Of course, if you swallow extraordinary potions, it will definitely save more time." Yang Dongqing raised his eyebrows and regained his confidence a little. "What are the manifestations of developing your own abilities to the peak? Only the extraordinary people themselves can experience this. It's like breaking a certain boundary. Suddenly, they are more adept at using their abilities, and their strength has skyrocketed." As soon as these words came out, Yang Dongqing's mouth was more difficult to suppress than AK. He was now extremely sure that he was a genius among thousands, because in the last nightmare world, his heart of iron was strengthened, and it was obviously developed to the peak, and he would soon be able to advance to bronze too. Sumu saw all the psychological changes of Yang Dongqing, and couldn't help shaking his head slightly. He was still too young, and everything was written on his face. Muro Mengli suddenly turned his head to look at Sumu and asked, "I wonder if Mr. Su can tell me your level? If it's inconvenient." "Inconvenient." Sumu smiled politely, mainly because he didn't know what bronze he was, 1 or 2. Heart of Immaculateness, plus all things in the universe, seemed to be 2, but he hadn't developed either of these 2 abilities to the peak, which was completely inconsistent. She was stunned for a moment, and then returned to normal. "Mr. Su is really quick-witted. I was abrupt. I don't know how much Mr. Su knows about the extraordinary, but there's a piece of advice I still want to say." "I'm all ears," Muro Mengli said solemnly. "Only after possessing 3 different bronze laws can you advance to silver. But if these 3 bronze laws are not systematic or even conflict with each other, you will never be able to advance to silver. Take Mr. Yang as an example. Heart of Iron is a relatively common bronze law, and the subsequent advancement path has long been clear. That is, giant bomb plus endless recovery. There is no order of priority for the 3. As long as they are gathered together, there is a chance to be promoted to the silver law, servant of power. But if Mr. Yang swallows other extraordinary potions in the middle, such as 5-finger flame bomb, it will lead to the inability to advance to silver forever because the path is wrong." Yang Dongqing suddenly showed a strange look on his face. At a young age, he was full of enthusiasm, and his thoughts were always easily associated in that direction. Heart of Iron plus giant bomb plus endless recovery equals servant of power. Isn't this the 3-piece set of a real man? Hard, huge, and durable. How do I advance to gold later? Yang Dongqing asked impatiently. Unexpectedly, Muro Mengli shook her head. Every extraordinary path is a secret, and the golden law is a secret among secrets. Although I am a noble, I'm still an ordinary person, and I don't know about the subsequent advancement. Most extraordinary paths are in the hands of the top nobles. At present, the only public one is the Silver Law Servant of Power path, because the nobles think this path is the most ordinary, and they need some extraordinary people among ordinary people to help them deal with the endless nightmare invasion incidents. Yang Dongqing's self-confidence, which had finally risen, wilted again. What is the most ordinary? To put it bluntly, isn't it the weakest? Fuck. At this time, Murong Mengli stood up and took out 2 paper documents from a safe and handed them to Su Mu and Yang Dongqing respectively. There's a lot of information about the extraordinary people. I will not go into details one by one. Most of the information is here. You can read it by yourself. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. It's getting late now. I have arranged a guest room for you in the company. A staff will take you there later. In the guest room of Bronze Coffin Company, Limited, Su Mu sat alone on the bed and looked through the extraordinary information. There are the origins of the extraordinary people, the origins of the nightmare world, the classification of extraordinary levels, the introduction of extraordinary potions, and the rankings of bronze laws and silver laws. He had learned about the origins and classifications of the extraordinary people from Murong Mengli, so he simply flipped through a few pages and skipped them. What he really cared about was the origin of a nightmare world. How could he not pay attention to a thrilling amusement park? But after turning it over, he found that there was only one page, which wrote a lot of time nodes, recorded some historical events, and many speculations about the origin of the nightmare world. There were completely different opinions, and there was no accurate statement. The only thing we know is that the nightmare world has existed since ancient times, and the exact time is unknown. Later, it threatened human life and safety until the emergence of golden masters among humans, which changed the decline. The descendants of these golden masters are also called nobles. The origin of the nobles is the golden masters. In other words, the nobles of the current empire are all descendants of golden masters. Su Mu muttered to himself, not feeling strange about this. The golden masters standing at the top of the extraordinary are also human beings. Since they have saved the world and control power and authority, they will definitely favor their descendants, so the nobles appeared. Su Mu flipped through a few more pages, and finally his eyes stopped on the ranking of laws. It records the ranking of the laws currently known to humans, only bronze laws and silver laws. The golden law is obviously hidden. He guessed that these rankings must be incomplete. The nobles were only willing to release one path to transcendence. It is conceivable how strictly they kept the knowledge of transcendence confidential. If all the rankings of the laws were released, it was inevitable that some smart people would find the path to transcendence from them, which would be detrimental to maintaining the rule of the nobles. As he expected, there were many gaps in the rankings on the data. He first browsed through the whole data, but not only did he not find all things in the universe, he did not even find Heart of Immaculateness. Instead, he saw Yang Dongqing's Heart of Iron, Sequence 9, Endless Recovery, Sequence 8, Giant Power Fist, Sequence 10. It seems very high, all in the top 10, but it is actually in the last place because the ranking is arranged in reverse order, and the larger the sequence number, the higher the ranking. This is also normal. After all, humans discover more laws little by little. If a strong law is found and it is ranked first, then tomorrow there will be a stronger one, which will cause the ranking to change all the time, so it is ranked in reverse order. The data indicates that the ranking is not just the ranking is based on the strength of the ability alone, as well as the rarity, ability value, influence range, etc. Su Mu's eyes moved down and looked directly at the strongest known bronze sequence. Bronze Law Sequence 241, Predict the Future, able to predict future events related to oneself to a certain extent. Theoretically, it can kill the ability of a gold master. Seeing the notes in brackets, Su Mu smiled slightly. He naturally understood the meaning of this sentence. Predicting the future seems to have no combat power, but in fact, if it is properly operated, it can play a role far beyond any bronze law. For example, a prophet with the ability of predict the future predicts that he will be killed by a gold master in 10 years, but now this gold master is still an ordinary person. Then he only needs to kill this ordinary person to resolve the crisis, which is equivalent to killing a gold master. His eyes continued to move down and found that it was all blank until Sequence 233 had text. Bronze Law Sequence 233, Death Rebirth. Time travel within one's own range can reverse the timeline of one's own death and return to before death. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. It was the time system again. Although it still had no direct combat power, its rarity and value were definitely far beyond ordinary combat abilities. I just didn't know if it could be activated continuously. If it could, it would definitely be truly immortal. Bronze Law Sequence 211, Infinite Flash. It can perform continuous spatial displacement. He looked through it carefully and found that the top rankings were basically time and space system abilities, which were indeed powerful. Then, he opened the Silver Law rankings. Silver Law Sequence 121, Flower blooms in a moment. At the cost of life, change your own timeline and put yourself in a state of time acceleration. Time system again. However, this time is different from the previous one, and it obviously has terrifying combat power. Although the introduction is simple, as long as you think carefully, you can understand the horror of flower blooms in a moment. If you accelerate your own time to 100 times, isn't it equivalent to 100 times faster speed? This is no longer a matter of speed, but any action will become faster. For example, the action of eating, drinking, going to the toilet, and taking a bath previously took an hour, but after time acceleration, it may be completed in 1 second. If the user's own speed is very fast, it is simply invincible, and it can even achieve an effect similar to relative stillness of time. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but wonder, such a powerful ability is only silver? How terrifying is the gold strawman? The sound of paper flipping rang out, and his eyes also came to the last page, Extraordinary Taboo. 1. It is forbidden to disclose all information about the nightmare world to ordinary people. Violators will be hunted down by the Empire. Note, nightmares have the ability to spread through cognition. That is, the more people who know about nightmare information, the easier it is for nightmares to invade reality. Similarly, ordinary people who know about the existence of the nightmare world are more likely to enter the nightmare world than those who do not know it. This one is easy to understand. After all, it is difficult for people to dream about something they have never come into contact with. Once there is relevant information about the nightmare world in their minds, the possibility of dreaming increases. 2. The law is contained in the spirit, and the upper limit is 3. Exceeding the upper limit will cause extraordinary conflicts and cause mental breakdown. 3. The wrong extraordinary path will lead to the inability to advance, and forced advancement will cause mental breakdown. Mental breakdown? For some reason, Sumu always has an urge to try when he sees this word. He even wondered if he could curb the infinite growth of mental power in this way. This world is getting more and more interesting. He closed the information, and there was a deep smile behind his brown glasses. It's worth my effort to survive. Then he took off his brown glasses and put them on the bedside table, and took off his coat to go to sleep. There was a sound of a door opening in the next room, and the heavy footsteps were Yang Dongqing. Dong dong dong. Yang Dongqing went downstairs quietly, probably to experience the bright lights and nightlife in the upper city. Sumu ignored him and fell asleep peacefully. Tick, tick, tick. Time passed by minute, and the only sound in the room was the turning of the clock hands hanging on the wall. The moonlight shone through the curtains, casting a hazy luster on Sumu. He lay on the bed, and his shadow was reflected on the cold ground. Suddenly, his shadow moved. The shadow's arms slowly stretched out and continued to extend, turning into 2 big hands like dead branches. Gradually, the shadow kept surging and finally stood up from the ground, turning into a tall human-shaped black shadow, whose head almost touched the ceiling. Swish! At the head of the black shadow, a pair of scarlet eyes opened, and the cold eyes stared straight at Sumu, who was sleeping on the bed. The scene was so horrifying that no one could accept that after falling asleep, the shadow suddenly stood up and turned into a tall monster looking at him by the bed. Good friend, we meet again. Sumu opened his eyes at some point, and his deep eyes exuded a blue light, as if reflecting the sky in them, and looked magnificent under the moonlight. He looked at the black shadow with a smile on his face and greeted him in a familiar way. The black shadow was indifferent and still stared at him. Sumu was thinking about a problem before. The Black Shadow was obviously not the monster in Tingting's nightmare, but was just parasitic on Tingting. However, when destroying the nightmare, the Black Shadow did not stop it like the villagers and let the nightmare break. This does not fit the Black Shadow's behavior pattern, and now the case has finally been solved. It turned out that the Black Shadow had been hiding in his own shadow and followed him to the real world. This was normal. After all, he was the only one who survived the Black Shadow. Tingting disappeared, and the Black Shadow would naturally choose him. Hungry? Sumu asked suddenly. He just felt the mental fluctuations coming from the Black Shadow, like a pet asking for food from its owner. He smiled slightly. No wonder I can't help but come out now. It turns out that I'm hungry. I'm just curious about what you eat. People. The Black Shadow sent mental fluctuations again, and Sumu suddenly realized, you feed on human spirits? Ha ha! Then you follow me correctly. The Black Shadow dragged all the villagers of Zhaojia village into the darkness. Turning them into the monster became like a zombie. It was obvious that he didn't eat people, but only spirits. And Sumu happened to have the most spirits. Then, a stream of extremely pure spirits flowed into the Black Shadow, and the Black Shadow chewed silently. Feeling the continuous consumption of spirits, Sumu's eyes became brighter and brighter. After he became a superhuman, he was worried about how to consume the overflowing spirits every day. Unexpectedly, a pillow was immediately delivered after he fell asleep. Hypnotizing ordinary people like Zhao Chaoyao can no longer consume too much spirits. As a nightmare monster that could devour a village, the strength of the Black Shadow is naturally needless to say. Sumu kept infusing spirits to see where the Black Shadow's limit was. As a result, the Black Shadow stopped eating after half of it. Are you full now? My friend, your appetite is not good either. He sighed and shook his head, blaming him for not fighting. Now that I think about it, the Black Shadow should not have eaten up the spirits of hundreds of people in Zhaojia village at once, but nibbled away bit by bit. Forget it. It's better than nothing. At least it consumes more mental energy than hypnotizing the Viper Gang. After eating and drinking, the Black Shadow melted like water, turned into a shadow again, and disappeared. Everything seemed like an illusion. However, Sumu found that the connection between himself and the Black Shadow was closer. It might be because of eating his mental energy. Not only that, he always felt that the Black Shadow seemed to grow a little taller just now. Since you choose to follow me, I will give you a name. Let me think about it. He touched his chin and thought carefully about the characteristics of the Black Shadow. The biggest feature is black. In this case, let's give it a name without black, but let people know the name of black at first sight. Let's call you Booby. The next day, Sumu took office as the head of the intelligence department of Bronze Coffin Company, in charge of the intelligence department. He also met the official employees of Bronze Coffin, a total of 10 people except himself and Yang Dongqing. It is worth mentioning that although these 10 people are nightmare apostles, they are also ordinary people. The third floor underground of Bronze Coffin is a spacious underground base. Above is the office building of Bronze Coffin to accommodate ordinary employees who handle daily affairs, and the underground is the core where the nightmare apostles gather. Minister Su, these 10 are all the nightmare apostles of Bronze Coffin at present. There were some before, but they have been lost in the nightmare world. Morong Mengli introduced. Everyone, Mr. Sumu is the new head of the intelligence department of Bronze Coffin, and he is also a powerful, extraordinary person. Mr. Yang Dongqing next to him is also an extraordinary person. Sumu leaned on the snakewood cane and calmly looked at the 10 nightmare apostles in front of him. 7 men and 3 women, all wearing different clothes, some bright and beautiful, some ordinary. The only thing in common is probably the uneasiness and panic between their brows. This is the normal reaction of a normal person experiencing a nightmare world. The 10 people introduced their names one by one, and when they introduced themselves, their eyes could not help but look at Sumu, obviously curious about this airborne extraordinary minister. Then, Morong Mengli said the purpose of summoning everyone. This time, I summoned everyone here not only to introduce Minister Su and Mr. Yang, but also to do something important. I decided to form a team to explore the abandoned city area in 2 days. As soon as these words came out, everyone was a little agitated. Some frowned, and some looked terrified. Abandoned city area? Su Mu's eyes moved slightly, and the information about the abandoned city area flashed in his mind. He controlled the Viper Gang, and his information network was naturally far beyond that of ordinary people, including information about the abandoned city area. Xingqing is divided into 20 districts. 1 to 10 are the upper districts, 11 to 20 are the lower districts. In fact, a long time ago, Xingqing was not 20 districts, but 21. It is rumored that more than 10 years ago, due to the outbreak of a plague, almost all the people in the entire 21st district died. In order to prevent the spread of the plague, the Empire ordered the blockade of the 21st district. Over time, the 21st district disappeared from people's sight and became a wasteland. The wasteland is full of plague. Isn't exploring this ghost place like sending us to death? A woman with heavy makeup on her face said with a slightly excited look. Yes, what is there to explore in that ghost place? We joined the bronze coffin to find a way to deal with the nightmare world, not to die in vain. Everyone echoed, obviously not optimistic about Murong Mengli's decision. Sumu also noticed that Murong Mengli did not seem to have high prestige among these people. Soon he thought of Hanyu. When he invited himself and Yang Dongqing before, Hanyu obviously deliberately interfered. These people might have been secretly instigated by Hanyu. Facing the doubts of the crowd, the noble lady did not show any anger on her face and still said calmly, "The plague is the Empire's statement to the outside world. The real situation is that the nightmare invasion caused the 21st district to become a ruin. The nightmare that caused the riot was killed by the Empire's high-level officials, but because it was polluted by nightmares and became unsuitable for human habitation, it gradually became deserted. In fact, it is not completely deserted there. There are still scavengers, fugitives, or people hiding from their enemies. That's also very dangerous. Who knows if there are any remaining nightmare monsters in it?" A sturdy man with tattoos shouted. When mentioning nightmare monsters, everyone's faces turned pale involuntarily, and they obviously remembered the terrifying memories of the past. 1 million. Murong Mengli raised a slender white finger. This word seemed to have some kind of magical power, and the scene fell into silence in an instant. Everyone who participates in this exploration mission will receive 1 million. If there are casualties, the company will provide double compensation to your family. Everyone had different expressions. Some had a flash of heat in their eyes, while others showed hesitation. Money has always moved people's hearts. When they became nightmare apostles, they knew they would not live long, so they might as well make more money, either to spend it on wine and women or to leave it to their families. This is also one of the purposes of joining the company. Su Mu sighed slightly. The nobles are rich. 1 million per person. These 10 people are 10 million, not counting the appearance fees of himself and Yang Dongqing, the two extraordinary people. Although he controls a venomous snake gang, the actual available funds are only about 10 million. They can exceed 10 million for issuing a mission. Even Yang Dongqing was moved by this number. Today, Yang Dongqing has already changed into a fashionable new outfit, a loose graffiti print t-shirt. He wore a black leather jacket, white ripped leggings, his knees exposed, and a pair of white high-top sneakers with fluorescent green laces, which looked particularly eye-catching. He bought this outfit last night, spending 1/10 of his savings. Then he used the remaining 9/10 to buy Jasmine a backpack-revealing hip skirt. When he heard 1 million, he was short of money and his heart was beating wildly. How many clothes can he buy for Jasmine with this? However, he, who came from the downtown area, obviously underestimated the greed of human nature. The man with the flowered arms suddenly said, "I know the abandoned city area. The people there are all ruthless characters who kill without blinking an eye. There are also many remaining nightmare monsters. The danger is no less than that of the nightmare world. Wanting us to explore is equivalent to sending ourselves to death." Murong Mengli frowned slightly. I am not forcing you. This mission is entirely voluntary. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. The man with the flowered arms shook his head. It's not that I won't go. I have to pay more. Yes, pay more. I've already felt the call of the nightmare world next time. I may enter the nightmare world at any time. I need enough money to buy treasures. I have to pay more. The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, and a bald head. He was the most emotional among the people present, and the fear between his eyebrows was lingering. How much do you want? Murong Mungli said coldly. 2 million. Pay first and work later. I want 3 million. The man with tattooed arms said with a big mouth. I have been to the abandoned city area. I am more experienced than them, so the price is higher. Some people were unwilling. We are all nightmare apostles. Why is your price high? Otherwise, everyone will pay 3 million. Seeing that the scene was getting more and more out of control, Murong Mungli couldn't help but feel a headache. The status of a noble could not suppress these dying people. Anyway, they were going to die and didn't care about anything. Bang! The sound of a wooden stick hitting the floor was heard. The sound was not loud, but it was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, causing ripples. The chaotic scene became strangely quiet, and the 10 nightmare apostles looked at Su Mu involuntarily. Su Mu placed his hands on the snake-grained wooden cane, and his brown glasses slowly swept over the crowd, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. My colleagues, you disappoint me. There was a hint of disappointment in his calm tone, like a respected teacher reprimanding a naughty student. Everyone couldn't help but feel guilty, and suddenly felt that they had failed Minister Su's expectations. The company doesn't mind that you are a group of dying people, and it also provides you with jobs. Now, in order to increase your chances of survival next time you enter the nightmare world, it has sent you to the abandoned city area to train. Such a good opportunity is something that others can't buy with money. But what about you? Not only do you not cherish it, but you also ask for money and property. Do you think this is right? After these words came out, Murong Mungli's beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen. She thought Su Mu was going to use his status as a transcendent to oppress everyone. But she didn't expect him to say such a thing. Isn't this going to cause public outrage? But what shocked her even more was still behind. She saw that the nightmare apostles who had been shouting prices before all lowered their heads in shame at this moment. A young girl even sobbed. Minister Su, I was wrong. Murong Mungli. Minister Su, you are right. I'm such a piece of shit. The company gave me a job and gave me the opportunity to gain experience. How can I let the company spend money? I am willing to pay 50,000 yuan. No, 100,000 yuan. Subsidize the company. The man with tattoos said ashamedly. Facing the guilty eyes of the crowd, Su Mu shook his head with a heavy face. The company doesn't want your money, as long as you can appreciate the good intentions of the company. Everyone was even more ashamed when they heard that the company didn't even want money. Murong Mungli's expression management also failed. Her rosy little mouth opened slightly, and her eyes widened unconsciously. Although she was less cold than a female president at this time, she was more real and moving. She looked at the people who were so ashamed that they were about to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and even thought absurdly, these people would not suddenly wake up and slap themselves in the face when they were sleeping at night. Then he said, I really deserve to die. Okay, go down and reflect on yourself. Su Mu gave an order, and everyone who was ashamed left. Then he walked towards Murong Mungli. Murong Mungli's eyes revealed a complex emotion. Just as he was about to thank her, he heard a low and magnetic voice in his ear. Remember to transfer all their money to me. Murong Mungli, Minister Su, you are right. I'm such a piece of shit. The company gave me a job and gave me the opportunity to gain experience. How can I let the company spend money? I am willing to pay 50,000 yuan. No, 100,000 yuan. Subsidize the company. The man with tattoos said ashamedly. Facing the guilty eyes of the crowd, Su Mu shook his head with a heavy face. The company doesn't want your money, as long as you can appreciate the good intentions of the company. Everyone was even more ashamed when they heard that the company didn't even want money. Murong Mungli's expression management also failed. Her rosy little mouth opened slightly, and her eyes widened unconsciously. Although she was less cold than a female president at this time, she was more real and moving. She looked at the people who were so ashamed that they were about to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and even thought absurdly these people would not suddenly wake up and slap themselves in the face when they were sleeping at night. Then he said, "I really deserve to die. Okay, go down and reflect on yourself." Sumu gave an order, and everyone who was ashamed left. Then he walked towards Murong Mungli. Murong Mungli's eyes revealed a complex emotion. Just as he was about to thank her, he heard a low and magnetic voice in his ear. "Remember to transfer all their money to me." Murong Mungli. She froze in place. The word "thank you" stuck on her lips, and she couldn't say it for a while. Sumu ignored the dazed Murong Mungli, but wandered around this extraordinary base. After all, it was his future workplace, and he must be familiar with it in advance. Not long after, his eyes were attracted by a closed square. The walls inside were all silver white and looked very hard. There were also some steel dummies and fitness equipment. There were many marks on the walls and the dummies, including fist marks and sword marks. This is the training room, a training place for extraordinary people. Murong Mungli's voice sounded behind Sumu. Sumu turned around and saw that the noble lady had returned to her previous calm and steady appearance. He pointed to the marks on the mannequin. "Who left these marks?" "Hanyu sometimes comes here to exercise." Sumu raised his eyebrows. "Hanyu uses a sword?" Murong Mungli looked at the sword marks on the mannequin, and a blank look flashed in her eyes. "Maybe." Sumu nodded thoughtfully and did not continue to ask. "By the way, Minister Su, do you have time to have a simple meal at noon? And Mr. Yang, you two are new to Shanqing District, so I must do my part as a host." Murong Mungli invited politely. Yang Dongqing showed hesitation. He missed Jasmine. Young people are just in love, and it is a hot time. In 2 days, they will leave for the abandoned city and have to separate from Jasmine again. The most important thing is that he still wants to see Jasmine wearing that backpack-revealing hip skirt. If Mr. Yang has something important to do, he can go and deal with it first. There will be many opportunities in the future. Murong Mungli saw Yang Dongqing's hesitation. Yang Dongqing nodded. "I do have something very important to deal with. You guys go and eat." In the end, only Sumu and Murong Mungli went to eat. In a private room of a high-end restaurant. "Miss Murong seems to have something to say to me," Sumu asked while cutting the best M9 steak in an elegant manner. "What is Mr. Su like on weekdays?" Murong Mungli smiled, but this time the smile was less distant. "Smoking and drinking." Murong Mungli paused slightly and smiled. "I thought a gentleman like Mr. Su might have some unusual hobbies." Sumu smiled slightly, pushed the cut steak in front of Murong Mungli, and then took the other party's untouched steak. "Then let me put it another way. I like the cigarette box, the sea in the clouds, and the wine glass." Murong Mungli, who was eating steak, couldn't help but smile, but she still chewed the steak politely, wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue, and said, "Mr. Su is really different." She raised the red wine glass to indicate, "But that's not what I'm asking." Ding! The two of them clinked their glasses gently and drank the red wine in the glass. "I'm asking whether Mr. Su likes money more or treasures." "What does Miss Murong mean?" Sumu's eyes moved slightly, and he vaguely guessed the other party's thoughts. "Mr. Su, we are already partners. Calling me Miss Murong is too unfamiliar, and in some occasions, this surname will directly expose my noble identity. You can call me Mungli directly." Murong Mungli's red lips were slightly raised, obviously without the slightest charm and seduction, but it was enough to make any man's heart beat faster. "Okay, Miss Mungli, you can also call me by my name directly." Murong Mungli pursed her lips slightly. The wine she had drunk before was still taking effect, causing a blush to appear on her fair and attractive face. She looked at Sumu inexplicably. "Okay, Su. Sumu raised his eyebrows. He didn't like women without a sense of boundaries. But Murong Mungli didn't seem to notice it. Su, you haven't answered my question yet. Do you like money or treasures?" "I don't like either." "Then what do you like, Su?" Murong Mungli clinked glasses again. The two drank the wine in the glass. Su frowned slightly and looked at the ruddy woman in front of him. He found that the other's eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist with a hazy feeling. The sticky eyes that were about to be drawn reminded him of a word, Xiantian Chaoyun Saint Body. He had a strengthened connection with this physique in his dream. You have such a poor alcohol tolerance? Otherwise, why would a noble lady who is always dignified and steady call herself Susu? Seeing Sumu staring at her, Murong Mungli's face seemed to be even redder, not knowing whether it was an illusion or not. You don't like? Yes, I like extraordinary potions, preferably extraordinary potions like Iron Ambition that can enhance physical fitness. Murong Mungli, extraordinary potions are very popular and difficult to buy. I originally planned to use the treasure to pay for this operation. If you insist, Susu, I can send someone to find out the news of extraordinary potions. Thank you. Although Sumu is also interested in the treasure, he knows that the most suitable for him is the extraordinary potion because he only has 1 month to live. Getting the extraordinary potion that strengthens the body and obtains abilities similar to Yang Dongqing can better prolong his life. Susu, I think your bronze law should be related to the spirit. I'm afraid that the physical extraordinary potion is not suitable for you. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Sumu. Her slender fingers gently brushed a few strands of hair on her forehead and pinned them behind her ears. The corners of her mouth raised a faint arc, and the simple action was full of endless charm. Excuse me, Miss Mengli, your beauty trick is a bit clumsy. Murong Mengli's hand that was lifting her hair froze. For a moment, it was not right to put it down, nor to continue. The eyes hidden behind the brown glasses seemed to have some kind of insight into people's hearts. Looking at the stiff Murong Mengli, he said lightly, "It seems that Miss Mengli's predicament is greater than I thought. Otherwise, I really can't find a reason to explain your behavior." At this time, Murong Mengli had withdrawn her hand, and the smile on her face slowly faded. Perhaps unwillingly and stubbornly, she asked, "Am I really not feminine?" "No. Miss Mengli is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in reality. I'm not your type. I like young women with a girlish feeling and young girls with a young woman's feeling. You happen to be the latter. Then you. However, I prefer extraordinary potions to women," Sumu said bluntly. Murong Mengli was stunned for a long time. She looked at Sumu with a serious face and couldn't help laughing. This time, the smile seemed to have removed all defenses with a kind of innocence unique to girls. "Susu, you are really interesting. Thank you for the compliment." Murong Mengli put away her smile and said seriously, "You are a smart person. I can't control people like you, but I do need an ally like you. Now, I can only give you sincerity and promises if you are willing to continue listening. I'm all ears." Sumu smiled lightly. "I believe you can see that I have nothing except a noble title and a little money. Even the bronze coffin is a new creation. Under the instigation of Hanyu, the employees do not respect me as a noble." Sumu nodded and did not interrupt. "I am an illegitimate daughter." The expression on Murong Mengli's face became less and less, and she told her story like an outsider. "My mother was once a slave, bought by my father, and then I was born. In fact, I should not have been born because my identity would bring shame to the entire Murong family. But I happened to be born on my father's birthday, and my mother begged me, so I gave birth to me. After I became an adult, I did not get the support of the family like my brothers and sisters, and I did not have my own business. Instead, I was imprisoned in the manor and was not allowed to go out. The reason why I got support to establish the bronze coffin this time was because my father was dying. He was a silver, third-level extraordinary person. When he was young, he ate too many extraordinary people in order to be promoted. The potion used many taboo methods, which overdraft his lifespan. Now his only way to survive is to find the golden eye, refine it into a golden awakening potion, and then advance to gold. This has always been his dream, to become a golden strongman to reproduce the glory of his ancestors, and then return to the imperial capital and the center of power. In order to survive and dream, he has been dizzy and unwilling to let go of any hope. so that all his children can find the golden eye. I also got the opportunity at this time. Su Mu frowned slightly, not because of the other party's tragic life experience, but because he noticed something wrong. Where's Han Yu? He was sent by your father to help you. But why did he go against you everywhere? This seems to run counter to your father's purpose. Han Yu. Murong Mungli's smile was cold. Although he belongs to the Murong family, he has actually been bought by my fiancé. Fiancé? Yes, you may have heard of his name, Qian Ziheo, the richest man in Xingqing, a rich fatty. Although he is rich, he is not a nobleman, and he has always longed for the status of a nobleman. He often wanders in the aristocratic circle, hoping to marry a noble lady. But the nobles don't look down on nouveau riche like him, and it is impossible for a noble to marry him, except me. Murong Mungli's eyes revealed a trace of extreme disgust, and she seemed to hate Qian Ziheo very much. Qian Ziheo, who has been hit by obstacles everywhere, recognizes his status and knows that he is a synonym for stupidity and wealth in the eyes of the nobles. So he retreated to my father and spent a lot of money to make my father agree to this marriage. Su Mu nodded, expressing his understanding. An unwelcome, illegitimate daughter can still be sold at a high price. The head of the family must be willing. I roughly understand Miss Mengli, but why does Qian Ziheo bribe Han Yu to go against you? The hatred in Murong Mengli's eyes became stronger and stronger. Because my father promised that the children who find the golden eye will be established as the heirs of the family. If I become the heir of the family, I will naturally not marry Qian Ziheo. The family will not allow the future heir to marry a commoner, no matter how rich the other party is. In fact, among all the children, my strength is undoubtedly the weakest. I have neither awakened a talent in the golden bloodline nor have too many assets and manpower. Relatively speaking, I'm also the least likely to find the golden eye. But Qian Ziheo is a very cautious person. He is unwilling to take any risks. Even if there is a slight chance, he will strangle it in the cradle. Su Mu glanced at Murong Mengli, who was full of hatred. At this moment, he completely understood why the other party easily let him invest and even directly exposed himself. Because she had no choice. After 20 years of suppressed life, she finally saw hope and set up her own company, but was secretly blocked by her fiancé. She had been forced into a desperate situation. If she wanted to survive under the two mountains of family and fiancé, she could only seek external forces to break the situation. And he was the external force she found. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a strange look in his heart. Perhaps the scene that frightened Han Yu to kneel down before caused some misunderstanding to Murong Mengli, making the other party think that her power was very strong and capable of dealing with the imperial nobles and the richest man in Xingqing. This made Su Mu sigh. You are so accurate in judging people. Su, I have told you the truth, and I promise that as long as you are willing to help me, I can give you everything I have. If you can really find the golden eye, the Murong family will be your greatest help in the future. Murong Mengli looked straight into Su Mu's eyes, her eyes full of determination and sincerity. I don't know if Murong Mengli is in some kind of bad taste, and she hasn't changed her name until now. What if you can't find it? Murong Mengli smiled, but there was a little more coldness in that smile. Even if you can't find it, I won't let you pay in vain. All my assets and bronze coffins, including my own body, will be given to you. Maybe you think it's cheap for me to say such things, but I have never had a man. The reason I do this is more of revenge. If I can't find the golden eye, I can only marry Qian Ziheo according to the family's arrangement, but before that, I must find a man, and that man is you. She picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it again. For a moment, her face became even redder. Su Mu raised his eyebrows. He found that this woman was extremely persistent and had to send him away. He understood that she didn't want to get Qian Ziheo for nothing, but why did she set her sights on him? He considered his tone and said, Ms. Mengli, I always thought we were friends. Murong Mengli suddenly blinked, as if she was drunk. She held her cheek with her hand and looked straight at Su Mu. His handsome and flawless face was reflected in her pupils. She opened her red lips slightly. How can friendship be so inconvenient? What's wrong with good friends sleeping in the same bed? Haha, you are right. You know, because of my childhood experience, I actually really hate men, but now that I have seen you, I realize that I hate stinky men. You are different from them. Morone Munley's eyes became more and more blurred, and her delicate little nose wrinkled. You smell so good. You give me a feeling that your saliva can be eaten. Sumu silently pushed his brown glasses. Miss Mingli, you are drunk. Afterwards, Sumu sent Morone Munley back to the company, helped her take off her high heels, and covered her with a quilt like a gentleman. Although the other party said some dirty words, she was unusually quiet in her drunken state and had already fallen asleep, but her eyebrows were frowned from time to time, and there was a touch of helpless hatred between her eyebrows, which looked a bit pitiful. After Sumu left, Morone Munley on the bed quietly opened her eyes. She looked at the ceiling angrily and murmured, "Damn Su. This can't take you down." The scene of the meal and Sumu's reaction kept appearing in her mind. She felt ashamed and angry for no reason. She was so angry that her silver teeth itched. Finally, she bit the quilt and tore it like a spoiled puppy. Her life experience made it difficult for her to trust others. Although Sumu agreed to help her, she instinctively wanted to put another layer of strong chains between the two. What else can a woman rely on to tie a man? But obviously she failed. Sumu left and returned to District 13. In fact, he always knew that Morone Munley was pretending to sleep, but he didn't point it out and even agreed to the other party's request. He had his own plan. Before, he thought he could use his hypnotic ability to open a passage in the upper city and then look for extraordinary potions, but now he changed his mind. Morone Munley, an illegitimate daughter of a noble, has a defensive treasure that can resist hypnosis, not to mention other nobles, which means that he cannot control a noble in a short period of time, but extraordinary potions, treasures, etc. are basically controlled by nobles. So cooperation is the best choice, and a noble with no power is relatively easier to control. 3 days later, at the agreed time, Sumu called Yang Dongqing and set off together. This time he did not bring the little brothers of the Viper Gang, because he was already a transcendent, and ordinary people were less and less helpful to him. And there were many nightmare apostles to explore the abandoned city this time, so there was no shortage of people. When he saw Yang Dongqing again, he found that this passionate young man was drooping his head, his whole face was full of loss of soul, and his eyes were full of despair, and he felt like he was dumped. Break up. Yang Dongqing was wooden and didn't speak. Sumu didn't say anything else, and directly took Yang Dongqing to the upper city. On the way, the silence lasted for a long time, and Yang Dongqing asked, "Is there love in this world?" Sumu frowned slightly. He was not interested in being an emotional mediator, so he did not talk to him. He just felt a little sad about the impermanence of love. The man and woman who had been trying to commit suicide before now met they broke up after just a few days together. Although such cases are rare, they are not uncommon. Men and women fall in love recklessly on impulse. But when the passion cools down and they find that they are not suitable for each other during their ordinary days together. At this time, he even wondered whether he should help Yang Dongqing find another woman. Otherwise, it would be difficult to control. Yang Dongqing didn't know Sumu's thoughts and said to himself, "Jasmine cheated." Cheating? Sumu's eyes moved slightly. This was different from what he had thought before. Why did Jasmine cheat? He knew Jasmine, a woman who was stubborn, kind, and realistic. After catching Yang Dongqing, such a woman would not choose to cheat. Otherwise, where could she find another extraordinary boyfriend? He felt that there might be another hidden story. Why did Jasmine cheat? Who did she cheat with? Yang Dongqing raised his head and looked at Sumu, his eyes full of grief. This look made Sumu look a little strange, for fear that the other party would say you next. "I don't know. She won't tell me." "Then how do you know she cheated?" Yang Dongqing became emotional. "I saw a red mark on Jasmine's neck yesterday, and she was wearing expensive new clothes. She must have performed and sang everywhere these days and met rich people. I asked her where the red mark came from, and she hesitated for a long time and couldn't explain it. This bitch, I misjudged her. I love her so much, But he buried his head between his hands. Judging from his constantly twitching shoulders, he should have cried. Sumu felt something was wrong. This was not something Jasmine could do. There was no reason for her to cheat. Was she forced by someone? But he didn't say what he guessed. The most urgent thing now was to explore the abandoned city area instead of wasting time on Jasmine. Susu, Mr. Yang, you are here. In the bronze coffin, Murong Mengli returned to her usual cold appearance, and her every move perfectly matched the elegant and steady personality of the nobles, except for this unchanging title. Yang Dongqing, who was originally uncomfortable, heard the word Susu, and his eyes swept over the two of them, and then he felt even more uncomfortable. This feeling is very similar to when you break up and plan to talk to a friend, but you find out that your friend has just found a beautiful girlfriend. Double critical hit. It is uncomfortable to live a bad life, but it is even more uncomfortable to find that your friends are living quite well. What's wrong with Mr. Yang? Murong Mengli noticed that something was wrong with Yang Dongqing and asked. It's nothing, just a broken heart. Murong Mengli looked strange, but didn't say much. She went straight to the point and said, I didn't tell you the purpose of exploring the abandoned city before, mainly because I was afraid of leaking the news. Now that the action is imminent, I will tell you directly. Please read it. She took out a golden leaf from her bag. The texture on the leaf was clear and lifelike. It didn't look like it was handmade, but a naturally grown golden leaf. I bought this golden leaf from a scavenger in the abandoned city. I carefully compared it with the classics in my family. This should be a leaf that fell from the golden tree, and the golden eye is the fruit of the golden tree. So I guess there's a high probability that there is a clue to the golden eye in the abandoned city. Sumu nodded. He had already guessed Murong Mengli's purpose. If it wasn't for the golden eye, why would she have to explore the abandoned city? He took the golden leaf from Murong Mengli and found that it felt very strange. It looked like gold, but it felt like a leaf. Where are the nightmare apostles? Are they here? All 7 of them are here. No one backed down. Susu, your words must have hit their souls. They really reflected on themselves after they went back. Murong Mengli rarely joked. It was not unexpected for Sumu to see all the people here. His mental power was increasing day by day, especially after he got the Immaculate Heart and all things of the universe. It was a big increase. Hypnotizing 7 ordinary nightmare apostles was no problem. I'm very curious why you have to bring these 7 ordinary people. Even if they are nightmare apostles, their actual combat effectiveness is probably not as good as that of professionally trained mercenaries. Indeed, their combat effectiveness is very weak, but the purpose this time is not to fight, but to find clues. The biggest difference between nightmare apostles and ordinary people is that they have special induction to monsters and items in the nightmare world, a bit like a woman's intuition, which will make it easier for you to find them. Soon, under the leadership of Murong Mengli, they went to the underground base and met the 7 nightmare apostles before. While Murong Mengli was giving the task, Sumu pulled down his glasses, a blue light flashed in his eyes, and invisible spiritual power flowed into the 7 people, strengthening the hypnosis. Susu, this is the route map narrated by the scavenger. The area with a red circle on it is where the golden leaf was found, and it is also the primary goal of your exploration this time. Sumu put away the route map, and without delay, he took everyone out of Dawn, and 2 commercial vehicles went straight to the abandoned city area. When they arrived at the abandoned city area, they seemed to have come to another world. What caught their eyes was a gray haze, and under the haze were countless broken walls and ruins. One by one, human buildings became extremely dilapidated, and the reinforced concrete skeletons were crumbling. On the looming streets, broken glass shards and abandoned vehicles were everywhere, and the trees on both sides of the road grew wantonly, as if they had undergone some kind of mutation, growing crooked and covered with tumor-like protrusions. The vehicle continued to move forward, covered by fog, until the ruins on the street blocked the way, and then the vehicle slowly stopped. Everyone get off the car. Sumu gave an order, and all 5 nightmare apostles got off the car. What a heavy smog. It wasn't like this when I came here last year. The man with flower arms among the nightmare apostles fanned his arms vigorously, trying to blow away the dirty air. Sumu glanced at the crowd and found that one person was missing. He frowned and shouted, "Yang Dongqing." After a while, Yang Dongqing got off the car with a reluctant look on his face. It was obvious that he didn't want to do anything at this time after being heartbroken. "Let's go." Yang Dongqing lead the way. Sumu took out a white handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose. Although the pungent smog would not cause harm to his innocent body, the smell was indeed unpleasant. Everyone began to move forward in the smog. Out of fear of the abandoned city area, the 5 nightmare apostles were very nervous and couldn't help but clench their guns. Sumu carefully observed his surroundings. As a superhuman, he had good visibility. Even in the haze, he saw that the signs of the roadside shops had faded, the writing was blurred, there were traces of being pried open on the doors, and the windows were covered with thick dust and spider webs. The walls of some abandoned factories were also covered with moss and vines. This is a forgotten urban area, quiet and almost dead. There is something here. Yang Dongqing, who was leading the way in front, suddenly stopped. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a baby's body lying not far in front of Yang Dongqing. The baby was white and chubby and looked very cute, but there was a bloody hole on the little head, which was pierced by a bullet. The face of a female nightmare apostle suddenly turned pale. "It's too inhumane. Why shoot a baby?" "This is not a baby." Sumu pushed his brown glasses and led everyone to approach the baby. Everyone finally understood why Sumu said it was not a baby. The lower body of the white baby was 8 extremely black, fluffy spider legs. Sumu wiped the wound of the strange baby with a handkerchief, and the handkerchief was immediately stained with yellow-green blood. He looked at the dryness of the blood and said, "The strange baby died not long ago, probably within 1 or 2 days. It is possible that someone came here first." Then he was about to throw the handkerchief away, but at this moment he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and stared at a corner of the handkerchief. There was a word written on that corner. It was written in pen. G. Sumu frowned and stared at the word G on the handkerchief. He had no idea why there was an extra word G on his handkerchief. This handkerchief was always with him. Because he often had nosebleeds before, he would carry a handkerchief every day. But now the handkerchief he carried with him was written by someone without knowing when. How powerful would the person who wrote it be to be able to do such a thing? Wait, no. Sumu carefully looked at the note. Although it looked a little crooked and seemed to be written in a hurry, why was the handwriting so similar to his own? Or was it written with a fountain pen? A fountain pen? He touched his pocket and quickly took out a fountain pen. This was the fountain pen he always carried with him. It was specially made, with a sharp and tough tip, and it was a murder weapon. He wrote an identical note on the handkerchief with a fountain pen. After careful comparison, he found that the previous note was written with this fountain pen. Did I write this myself? Or did someone take my fountain pen and imitate my handwriting? If it was the latter, what was the purpose? Sumu fell in a deep thought. There are still many corpses of strange babies here. Yang Dongqing shouted in front. Sumu retracted his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. An interested smile appeared on his fair and handsome face. Interesting. No matter who wrote the words, he was already excited. It seems that this trip to the abandoned city will not be boring. The crowd continued to move forward. Although they continued to go deeper, there were more and more corpses of strange babies on the road. Most of them were shot in the head by guns, and some were directly blown up by some huge force. Woo woo woo. A burst of sobbing women suddenly floated from a distance. Is someone crying? Is it a scavenger? Yang Dongqing stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a woman in white clothes squatting on the ground, crying in the depths of the fog. The woman turned her back to the crowd, and her long black hair fell to the ground. Everyone's heart tightened. There was no fool among them. Naturally, they would not think that there would be a human woman crying in such a weird place. Sumu smiled and signaled Yang Dongqing to ask. Yang Dongqing nodded and approached the woman step by step. Are you okay? Woo woo woo. My child is gone. Have you seen my child? The woman heard someone's voice and quickly stood up and turned around. The imagined horror scene did not appear. The woman did have a human face. Not only was she not scary, but she was also extremely beautiful. Her tearful appearance looked pitiful. Is your child lost? Yang Dongqing was not confused by the other party's beauty, because he was in a state of heartbreak and was very hostile to women, especially beautiful women. The woman stared at Yang Dongqing, and her face suddenly revealed extreme hatred. It's you. You killed my child. Yang Dongqing's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I kill your child? It's you. It's you. And you. The woman screamed, staring at everyone with a resentful look. At some point, the human pupils began to deform, as if there was a force squeezing from both sides, turning the round pupils into vertical pupils. The next moment, a strange scene appeared. The woman stood there. Her body did not move, but her fair and slender neck kept stretching, suddenly extending 3 meters away, like a white phosphorus python, with a beauty head hanging on it, biting towards Yang Dongqing fiercely. Fuck you. Yang Dongqing, who was already angry, was slandered by the monster again and became more furious. He punched the beauty head with a pair of metallic fists. Bang! The huge force directly blasted the beauty head several meters away, but soon driven by the several-meter-long neck, the beauty head stopped the trend of flying backwards, and an inhuman roar broke out of its mouth. The dense sound of metal hitting the ground sounded, and densely packed monster babies walked out of the depths of the thick fog with spider legs. The cute little faces were full of ferocity, and the 8 legs worked together to rush towards the crowd quickly. Yang Dongqing's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect that there were so many monsters. He could escape with his iron body, but Su Mu and others behind him would surely die. All things in the world. I don't know when Su Mu had taken off his brown glasses. His eyes became blue, as if reflecting the sky. Suddenly, a group of thick fog appeared out of thin air around them, wrapping up the figures of everyone. The next second, several imaginary figures ran out of the thick fog and rushed into the distance at a rapid speed. The woman in white and the strange babies were directly led away by the illusion and chased into the distance. When the fog dispersed, the figures of Su Mu and others were revealed. Yang Dongqing looked at Su Mu with lingering fear. You can even hypnotize nightmare monsters? Su Mu smiled without saying anything. This is not hypnosis, but a visual illusion, an illusion constructed with mental power. The advantage of all things in the world is that it does not need to invade the enemy's mind, but directly constructs illusions in the outside world, which means that it is not limited like hypnosis. For example, Murong only has defensive treasures or other strong, spiritual for great extraordinary beings. Hypnosis has little effect on them, because it is difficult for mental power to invade, but all things in the forest is different as long as you have eyes. You can see it. In fact, all things in the forest is an ability with extremely high difficulty in operation, hundreds of times more difficult than Heart of Iron. Heart of Iron is to strengthen the body, and anyone who is not a vegetative person can use it. But all things in the forest requires extremely high illusion construction ability. The whole process is like painting with mental power. It is not that you can draw a good work just by giving you a pen and ink. You need a lot of practice to draw realistically and draw fast enough to form an illusion in an instant. It sounds difficult, but it is too simple for Su Mu, who has dreamed for hundreds of years. He has created countless things in his dreams, even the world, not to mention a mere illusion. In other words, even if there are other people who have the ability of all things in the forest, unless they practice for hundreds of years, they can't compare with Su Mu at all. The crowd continued to move forward. After experiencing this monster incident, they were obviously more nervous. Fortunately, their luck was pretty good. Apart from the strange baby and the snake girl just now, they did not encounter any other nightmare monsters and arrived at the area marked on the route map without any danger. This is a shabby 3-story shopping mall. Not too big. The walls have long been dilapidated, covered with moss and vines, and it has obviously been abandoned for a long time. This should be the place where the gold leaves were found. Let's go in. Sumu walked into the mall expectantly. He first used his mental power to sense it, but did not notice any monsters, so he said to everyone, "Separately look for clues. Young, Donching, and I will search the third floor in a group, and the four of you will be in groups of two, responsible for the first and second floors respectively, and meet up on the third floor afterwards." The four nightmare apostles nodded, and then divided into two groups to explore. Sumu and Yang Donching went to the third floor. The third floor seemed to be a place selling clothes. There were many white mannequins in the shops, but the clothes on these mannequins were gone long ago, as if they had been stripped naked. Yang Donching looked at the mannequins and swallowed nervously. "You think these mannequins won't suddenly come alive?" Sumu smiled faintly. "Wouldn't it be interesting to come alive? I really don't need to ask you." Yang Donching rolled his eyes and continued to move forward. Sumu followed behind and let Yang Donching lead the way, but the strange feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. He always felt as if he had forgotten something. What exactly did he forget? Fuck, what the hell is this? Yang Donching's sudden scream interrupted Sumu's thoughts, and he walked towards Yang Donching. He found that the other party stopped in front of a store and looked into the store nervously. When he moved his eyes to the store, he couldn't help but frown slightly. It was a door. An old wooden door, painted with red paint, seemed to be quite old, and the red paint had fallen off a lot, revealing the color of the original wood inside. This door doesn't look special. What's special is that it stands alone in the middle of the store. There is nothing behind it, and the door is open. Thick fog is rolling inside like a door to another world. There is nothing behind this door, but there is thick fog inside. Could it be the door to hell? Yang Donching's eyes revealed a fearful look, and he didn't dare to approach the door easily. Sumu naturally wouldn't risk his life. He directly called up the nightmare apostle downstairs. Soon, the flower-armed man and the bald middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses trotted up. "Did you find anything down there?" The two shook their heads, and the flower-armed man said, "The first floor I'm responsible for is empty. Not to mention the gold leaves. Even the shops selling gold and jewelry are empty, and there are still many traces of fighting inside. It is estimated that they were robbed by the scavengers in the past." Sumu nodded and was about to direct the flower-armed man to enter the door, but he suddenly paused. He turned to look at Yang Donching and asked, "How many people did we bring this time?" Yang Donching was a little confused and seemed to think that Sumu's question was stupid. "Just the two of them." "Two?" Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes behind the brown glasses were looming. He did bring two people in his memory, but why did it feel so inconsistent? There are only two employees in the entire Bronze Coffin Company? No, not two, but 7. A barely perceptible azure light flashed in Sumu's eyes. Yang Donching looked strange. "You don't have a fever, right? Where did the 7 people come from?" "Although there are no 7 people in my memory, I consumed 7 people's mental power before I left. I remember hypnotizing them before I left. Although I hypnotized 2 people in my memory, the mental power consumed cannot be faked," Sumu said firmly. He finally realized that something was wrong. His memory had been tampered with. Yang Donching's face also changed slightly. "You mean?" At this moment, no one noticed that the thick fog in the wooden door was constantly surging, and wisps of fog began to invade. "Did you find anything below?" Sumu asked. The two shook their heads, and the man with flower arms said, "The floor I am responsible for is empty, not to mention the gold leaves. Even the shops selling gold and jewelry are empty. It is estimated that they were robbed by the scavengers in the past." Sumu nodded and said to the man with flower arms, "Go inside and see the situation." He couldn't let Yang Donching take the risk. No one knew what was going on inside, and he didn't want to lose a general in vain. The man with flower arms showed hesitation, but under Sumu's gaze, he quickly regained his spirit and said obligingly, "Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Minister. I will definitely live up to the minister's expectations." Then he strode towards the wooden door full of thick fog, and his figure was gradually swallowed by the fog. "What the hell is this thing?" Yang Donching screamed, pointing at the door in the shop in disbelief. Sumu looked in the direction of the sound and frowned slightly. A door with thick fog? There is nothing behind this door. Could it be the way to hell? Yang Dongqing said fearfully. Go inside and take a look, Sumu said to the bald man beside him. The bald man was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest when he saw the bottomless fog. He stepped back repeatedly. No, 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 I'm scared. Sumu's eyes flashed, and the bald man suddenly changed. Thank you, Minister, for giving me the opportunity. Everything is for the Minister. Then, the bald man strode into the door, and his figure was swallowed by the thick fog. Fuck! What the hell is this? Yang Dongqing screamed, pointing at the door in the shop in disbelief. Sumu looked in the direction of the sound and frowned slightly. A door with no walls on all sides, but thick fog inside? There is nothing behind this door, but there is thick fog inside. Could it be the way to hell? To hell. Yang Dongqing said fearfully. Sumu instinctively wanted to send Yang Dongqing in to investigate the situation, but he was suddenly stunned because this did not conform to his behavioral logic. According to his logic, facing such a place where he did not know what dangers existed, the best solution should be to send ordinary people in first. Yang Dongqing was the only extraordinary person under his command. If he was killed in it, it would be a big loss. But there were only himself and Yang Dongqing here. This made him feel a little weird. Why did he only bring Yang Dongqing with him when he went out? Memory and logic conflicted at this moment. This is totally irrational because he seldom goes out by himself. Even after becoming a superhuman, he still has the habit of bringing his younger brothers with him. Superhumans are not invincible, and there is always strength in numbers. There are only 2 of us on this exploration mission of the Bronze Coffin. The Bronze Coffin is a shell company without any employees. Muro Mengli is so useless that she can't even recruit people. More and more logical loopholes appeared in Sumu's mind, but his memory told him that everything was reasonable, and this sense of disobedience became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, he asked, "How do we get to the abandoned city area?" Yang Dongqing was very puzzled, and looked at Sumu as if he was looking at an idiot. "Of course we drove here. How many cars did you drive?" 2. Yang Dongqing said without thinking, but after saying this, he was stunned. 2 cars? Why did the 2 of us drive 2 cars? He suddenly widened his eyes, obviously realizing something, and looked at Sumu fiercely. "You must be too busy and don't want to ride in the same car with me, so you drove 2 cars." Sumu, although he knew that Yang Dongqing's wooden head was not reliable, he didn't expect that the other party would be so abstract. Sumu took out the handkerchief from his pocket. The yellow-green blood on it had dried up long ago. However, he was not looking at the blood, but the word. Looking at the word, Sumu finally understood the meaning of the word. It was not finished. If it was finished, it should be 2 words, memory. He was basically sure that his and Yang Dongqing's memories had been tampered with. Both the 2 cars and the consumed mental power were evidence. And at this moment, he also knew who wrote the word. Have you ever thought that maybe this is not the first time we have come here? Yang Dongqing was stunned. No, you've been talking nonsense since just now. Is it because you have inhaled too much smog and have hallucinations? Sumu smiled slightly. Remember that the snake woman said that you killed his child? If you have never been here, how can you kill her child? Yang Dongqing curled his lips. That is a psychopath. Do you believe what the nightmare monster said? Do you want to know whose kiss mark is on Jasmine's neck? As soon as these words came out, Yang Dongqing's face suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with a chill rose in his voice. I knew it was you. Hey, I really don't need to explain to you, but what I can tell you is that the kiss mark should be left by you. Bullshit. I kiss myself, don't I know? Take out your phone and look at the date. Think back. Do you still remember yesterday? Although Yang Dongqing was angry, he still took out his phone and looked at the date. Then his body stiffened. He finally realized that something was wrong, because he really couldn't remember what he did yesterday. Sumu, what's going on? Sumu pushed his brown glasses and analyzed. If I'm right, this should be our 2nd time to the abandoned city, and the first time should be with 10 nightmare apostles. 10. Yang Dongqing was a little unbelievable. Yes. Sumu took out his phone and opened the transfer record. I asked Morong Mungli to transfer their money to me before, and she did it that night. I received a total of 10 million, 1 million per person, exactly 10 people. Morong Mungli said that we would set off in 2 days, but today is the 3rd day. This time, we should have brought 7 people, because my hypnosis consumed 7 people's mental energy, which means that 3 people disappeared in the abandoned city area the first time. I probably found something wrong at this time when I came for the first time, and realized that there was something wrong with the fog, so I went back. Based on my understanding of myself, I should have gone back to get a gas mask the first time, but I found that my memory was still disappearing halfway. So I wrote a reminder on the handkerchief, but unfortunately the memory disappears too quickly, and I forgot halfway through. Later, I even forgot about the handkerchief. The body of the strange baby we encountered before should be the one we killed when we first came here. So the snake girl wanted revenge as soon as she saw you. As for what you said about Jasmine cheating, it is also easy to explain because you went back once. It is probably left when you were intimate, but the influence of the fog made you forget. Even Jasmine's memory is problematic, and the new clothes were also bought by you. If you don't believe it, you can check your balance. Yang Dongxing suddenly took out his mobile phone and started to check, and found that the balance was indeed 0. He raised his head in disbelief. I cheated on myself. Sumu ignored Yang Dongxing's strange focus, but was thinking about countermeasures. It is obvious that the fog here has the ability to erode memory. What should I do now? Go back. He first rejected this idea. Going back is useless. He has tried it the first time. Even if he leaves the range of the fog, the memory will still disappear, and in the end he will even forget that he has been to the abandoned city. In fact, forgetting is not terrible. What is really terrible is that even forgetting itself is forgotten. This is different from amnesia. A person with amnesia knows that he has lost his memory and can clearly perceive a large blank in his mind. But after inhaling the mist, people will forget that they have lost their memory and cannot perceive any abnormality. If there were no serious loopholes in the logic, Sumu would hardly notice that he had lost his memory. Fuck, what the hell is this thing? Yang Dongxing screamed, pointing at the door in the shop in disbelief. Sumu glanced at him, and it was obvious that Yang Dongxing had lost his memory just now, as if he had seen this door for the first time. At the same time, he also felt that the memory in his mind began to blur again, but this time the blurring speed was very slow, because he was using mental power to resist erosion. Mental power still has a certain effect on this kind of memory erosion, provided that he is aware of the abnormality and actively uses mental power to resist. Let's go in and take a look. In the end, Sumu decided to enter the door. It was rare to encounter such an interesting place. Wouldn't it be a pity not to go in and take a look? Fuck this. Shut up. Clear the way ahead. Sumu knocked Yang Dongxing's head with his snakewood cane and drove him into the door. Soon, both of them were engulfed by the mist. And just after they entered, bang, the shabby wooden door slammed shut. In a luxurious manner in the upper city, have the 2 new extraordinary people recruited by Morong Mungli gone to the abandoned city? A man weighing more than 300 kilograms, wearing an oversized white suit and a red tie asked. The 300-kilogram man was sitting on a large leather seat, and his whole body was embedded in it like a piece of rotten meat. In front of him stood the respectful Hanyu. President Qian, don't worry, everything has been arranged. Morong Mungli still thinks that the golden leaf fell from the golden tree in the abandoned city area. Little did she know that the leaf is real, but it does not grow in the abandoned city area. You bought it from the imperial capital at high price. Hee. So far, she has sent several groups of people to the abandoned city area. Every time that group of people died there, her memory would be tampered with, and she would forget that she had sent people into the abandoned city area. In this way, her bronze coffin company will be finished sooner or later. Hanyu smiled proudly. Snap! A fat palm with a silver ring slapped him hard on the face, and the terrifying force directly slapped Hanyu away. How dare you? Mungli is the president's fiancée, and you can't laugh at her. Qian Ziheo's small eyes, squeezed by fat, showed a hint of coldness. Hanyu, who had fallen to the ground, quickly got up from the ground, knelt on the ground in fear, and sweated profusely. I am wrong. President, I spoke without thinking. Please punish me. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Qian Zihao, who just beat Hanyu away, seems to have lost some weight. Looking at the frightened Hanyu, Qian Zihao's face calmed down a little. Before you said that the pretty boy named Su Mu was quite strong? Yes, yes. Su Mu's methods are indeed strange, but please rest assured, President, no matter how strong he is, he can't beat the unmemory that you spent a lot of money to get. As far as I know, this is his second time to enter the abandoned city area. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, I took the memory potion and sneaked into the abandoned city area in advance, and threw a lot of scavengers into the thick fog. Now the unmemory is stronger, and he will definitely not come out alive this time. Very good. Qian Zihao nodded with satisfaction. The unmemory is very special. This president also invited a silver strongman who can restrain it to deal with it. Below the silver, unless there's a supernatural person who can predict the future, whoever goes will die. After speaking, he grabbed the exquisite pastry on the side and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it in big mouthfuls. The day when the Murong family announces the engagement is getting closer and closer. As long as we deal with this group of extraordinary people, Mengli will definitely not be able to recruit people in a short time, let alone find the golden eye. In the end, she can only marry me obediently. Qian Zihao had a lewd smile on his face, and he seemed to have imagined the scene of himself pressing that beautiful body under him. Originally, he just wanted to find a female noble to marry and become a noble himself. But he didn't expect that Murong Mengli, the illegitimate daughter, looked unexpectedly good. So this was the best of both worlds. President Qian, I heard that the second young master and the fourth young lady of the Murong family also went to the abandoned city area. Qian Zihao laughed sarcastically. This president spent a lot of money to get an unmemorable person, so naturally, I have to find someone to reimburse this money. Han Yu's face suddenly tightened. You mean the eldest young master is also involved? It's not too stupid. This president is on good terms with the eldest young master of the Murong family. So naturally, I want to help him become the heir of the family. Since I can use the golden leaf to deceive Mengli, I can naturally send the news to her other brothers and sisters. These people will definitely send extraordinary people into the abandoned city area like moths to a flame for clues to the golden eye. And the eldest young master who really knows the inside story will sit back and watch them consume their own strength. By then, even if the eldest young master can't find the golden eye, what does it matter? How can other people with damaged strength compete with the eldest young master? Hanyu was more and more shocked, and he had a deep respect for the fat man in front of him. It's no wonder that he can become the richest man in Xingqing as an ordinary person. This method is really brilliant. He played with all the nobles without spending a penny. The only unmemorable person he got with money was reimbursed by the eldest young master, and he might have made a little extra money. The president is smart. I admire him, but I can't find a golden eye. As for the Murong family master, that old dang should have died a long time ago. I spent a lot of money to buy his daughter, but he actually asked for half of the mining rights of the mithril mine. Do you really think his children really want to find the golden eye to prolong his life? They're just pretending. If he doesn't die, what does it matter if he appoints an heir? He still has the final say in the Murong family. Hanyu felt a chill on his back. The darkness among the nobles frightened this extraordinary person. The fog dissipated. Yang Dongqing looked at the barren land in a daze. There was no fog around. It stands to reason that after breaking into the foggy door, there should be a foggy world behind. But the result is just the opposite. The door is gone too. The place where the two entered before no longer had a door, only air. Su Mu carefully looked at this barren land. The ground was bare and all red soil, without a single plant. The ground was uneven, some of which were raised like sand dunes, and some sunken into the ground. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly, locking on a half-meter deep depression where a person was lying. Yang Dongqing, go and have a look. Faced with the abnormal situation, Su Mu sent Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing curled his lips in dissatisfaction, but still walked there. This time, there was no interference from the fog, and the memories of the two were temporarily not eroded. Yang Dongqing first kicked the man with his foot, and when he saw that the man did not respond, he carefully probed the other's breath. This is a dead man. Sumu walked over with a snakewood cane. The dead man was a man with a very unfamiliar face, but he died peacefully, as if he died suddenly without any notice, and there were no wounds on his body. He should be the nightmare apostle of the bronze coffin. Sumu said confidently. Yang Dongqing was stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't there only two of us in the bronze coffin? Sumu did not explain again. The reason why he was so confident was that he sensed his residual mental fluctuations from the dead man, proving that he had hypnotized him. The two continued to move forward. Along the way, they found more and more corpses, and the number had exceeded 30. All the dead had peaceful faces and no wounds. Judging from the residual mental fluctuations, 8 of the dead were in bronze coffins, and the rest were unknown. It seems that we are not the first to arrive here. Someone has been here before. Sumu pushed his glasses thoughtfully. There's basically no one coming to the abandoned city area, and, judging from the clothes of the dead, several of them are from the upper city area. Why did people from the upper city come here? Is it also for the golden eye? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard 2 footsteps behind a small hill not far away, as if someone was walking. He jumped up, and his body, strengthened by innocent heart, was as light as a bird, and he quickly jumped to the top of the hill. He looked closely and frowned. At this time, Yang Dongqing also followed up. When he saw the 2 people, his face changed suddenly. There were 2 men, one with a white shirt and a bald head, and the other with a big tattoo on his arm. They looked normal, but what really made Yang Dongqing change color was that a small monster with white skin and a pair of flesh wings on its back was squatting on the shoulder of the tattooed man. The small monster had no face, only a big mouth on its head. Its bare arms reached into the head of the tattooed man, kept groping, and then took out a ball of cotton candy-like silk and stuffed it into its mouth. The strange thing was that there was no wound on the tattooed man's head, and the tattooed man and the bald man didn't notice anything, as if they couldn't see the little monster, and they were still walking. Be careful of monsters, Yang Dongqing shouted. The tattooed man and the bald man were startled, turned their heads to look at Su Mu and the others, and there was a flash of surprise in their eyes. Are you also trapped here? We are looking for an exit to leave this damn place. Yang Dongqing was very anxious. He didn't understand why the 2 couldn't see the little monster. He waved his arms. That big flower arm. On your shoulder. There is a monster on your shoulder. The man with the flowered arms was stunned, and subconsciously looked at his shoulder. His expression suddenly became extremely terrified. Just when he was about to shout, a look of confusion appeared on his face. He turned his head and asked Yang Dongqing, "Where is the monster? Are you blind? It's on your shoulder." The impatient Yang Dongqing rushed over directly. Sumu did not stop him, but observed. He was sure that the man with the flowered arms and the bald man were both from the Bronze Coffin Company, because his mental fluctuations were still left on them. Yang Dongqing waved his fist at the little monster, but when he entered the 10-meter range of the little monster, a look of confusion appeared on his face, and he stopped directly. He scratched his head like a fool. Hey, what am I going to do? He forgot, and the little monster was still eating the things taken out of the man with the flowered arms brain. Bang! The man with the flowered arms fell straight to the ground, died peacefully, without any wounds on his body. Yang Dongqing and the bald man were startled. What happened? Why is he lying on the ground? Is it hypoglycemia? Help him up. The 2 hurriedly helped the man with flower arms up, but as soon as they bent down, a look of confusion flashed across their faces at the same time, and they completely forgot what they were going to do. Whoosh! The little monster jumped onto the bald man's shoulder again, and its bare arms reached for the bald man's head. Su Mu, who saw this scene, instantly understood that this little monster should be the culprit for the memory loss of himself and others, and the mist was probably caused by it. Yang Dongqing, come back. Su Mu waved to Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing took a step back, but after one step, he stopped again and asked Su Mu blankly, "What did you just say?" Seeing this, Su Mu directly took out his gun and shot at the little monster. He did not use all things because the monster had no eyes at all, and the distance was too far for hypnosis. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet hit the little monster accurately and knocked it off its shoulder. It grimaced in pain, but the bullet did not penetrate its body, leaving only a few white marks. After landing, the little monster quickly got up from the ground, flapped its flesh wings on its back, and fled into the distance. Why did you suddenly shoot? Yang Dongqing asked, puzzled. Just now, there was a monster next to you that could devour memories. If I guess correctly, if you enter within 10 meters of him, your memory will be affected, so you keep your distance from me and don't get close. Yang Dongqing's face changed. A monster that devours memories? Why didn't I see it? Will it be invisible? Su Mu shook his head. It won't be invisible, but you will forget the fact that you just saw it the moment you see it. That is to say, only by keeping a distance of 10 meters from it can you ensure that you will not forget it after seeing it. Yang Dongqing opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, his face suddenly changed, and he looked at Su Mu's shoulder in shock. You? Su Mu's eyes were cold, and he didn't even wait for Yang Dongqing to remind him. The gun in his hand had already been pointed at his shoulder. He glanced over and saw the little monster reaching out to his head. Without any hesitation, he pressed the trigger hard, but at this critical moment, a look of confusion flashed across his face, and Su Mu stopped pressing the trigger. Wait, what should I do next? Gun? What am I going to shoot with the gun? Why should I shoot? Forget it, it doesn't matter. I never do meaningless things. I must have my reasons. Bang! A hot bullet whizzed out and hit the monster's open mouth, knocking it out. This time it might have hit the vital point, and it was in pain and kept rolling on the ground. A pair of small wings fluttered desperately and flew away. Su Mu instantly regained his clarity. His hands were as steady as a precise machine, and he kept shooting in the direction of the little monster's escape. Although all the bullets hit the target, they could not cause fatal injuries to it. In just a blink of an eye, the little monster flew out of everyone's sight. Go! He gave an order and led Yang Dongqing and the other two to run in opposite directions. That monster is really weird. What should we do now? Yang Dongqing asked Su Mu, who was 10 meters away, while running. Its own strength is very weak, and its defense is not as good as your heart of iron, but there is no solution to its unmemorable state. If you want to deal with it, you can only rely on long-range attack methods such as five-finger flame bullet, or non-living things without memory. Pistols can repel it, but they cannot kill it, so the only way now is to leave first. Otherwise, when the bullets are exhausted, we will definitely die. Su Mu's eyes flashed with excitement. Like a game master, he almost died when he encountered a very challenging level. If he hadn't fired that shot, he would have died. It was unrealistic to expect Yang Dongqing to save him. Even if Yang Dongqing rushed over, he would lose his memory when he entered the 10-meter range and forget what he rushed over for. Fortunately, he still fired the gun. With absolute confidence in himself, he still fired the gun even when he lost his memory. The three of them rushed all the way. Not long after, the little monster caught up again, with a pair of bare flesh wings flapping, and rushed towards the three people quickly. Su Mu fired and retreated at the same time, relying on the power of the gun. Although he couldn't kill the little monster, he could at least slow down the speed of the other party. When they climbed over a tall hill, they immediately saw a different scenery. The first thing that caught my eye was a sacrificial site surrounded by huge stone walls. Semicircular stone walls were staggered according to some mysterious rules. The stone walls were made of huge stones. The surface of the stones was rough and covered with mottled marks and moss. Looking down from the hill, it looked like a huge eye made of stone walls. In the center of the eye was an open space shaped like a human pupil. Go in and take a look, Su Mu ordered. This time, before he could tell Yang Dongqing, the other party had already consciously walked in front to lead the way. The bald man followed closely behind Su Mu, his expression full of fear, his face covered with cold sweat. He completely forgot about Su Mu and the other two, and even forgot why he was here. He only knew that there was a monster behind him, and he had to run quickly. The magical thing was that after the three people stepped into this land, the little monster stopped, as if it was afraid of something and did not dare to approach. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that there might be some danger hidden here. But no matter what the danger was, he had to find out, because with his current means, once the bullets were exhausted, he would surely die facing the little monster. The three of them shuttled through the huge gap left by the stone wall and headed straight to the center. Along the way, they saw many bronze utensils used for ancient sacrifices scattered on the ground at random. Those bronze utensils were very broken and rusty, but Sumu did not let them go, but carefully examined them. Although he had never seen a treasure, the bronze utensils that appeared in such a strange place might be a treasure. However, it is not so easy to encounter treasure. These bronze utensils are at most antiques and have nothing to do with treasures. They do not have the power of law, and even break at the touch. There's a corpse here. Yang Dongqing, who was in the front, suddenly stopped and stared at a black human-shaped object in the corner. Sumu stepped forward and poked it with a snakewood cane, and found that it was indeed a human corpse. The reason why it was charred all over was because the other party was scorched by flames. They continued to move forward. The closer they got to the center, the more corpses they saw. The strange thing was that there were two causes of death for these corpses. One was being burned to a charred corpse, and the other was having no flesh and blood on the body, only bones. And the bones still had signs of decay. Isn't this a place for sacrifice? Yang Dongqing's face was solemn and fearful. The two corpses in different states gave him a bad feeling. I heard that some people who believe in evil gods like to self-immolate to prove their piety. Could those bones have dedicated their flesh and blood to the evil gods? The bald man trembled. Stop! There are people in the center of the square. Sumu suddenly stopped in front of a stone wall. Behind the stone wall was the central square. He just heard a faint voice, and there was more than one person. Yang Dongqing and the others were tense, and they carefully approached the edge of the stone wall, intending to see the situation in the square first. Three more unlucky guys. No need to hide. You three come out. Several voices came from behind the stone wall. Sumu saw that he was discovered, so he stopped hiding and walked out from behind the stone wall with the two of them. What came into view was an empty square surrounded by a circle of huge stone pillars. The surface had been weathered, but the traces of careful carving could be vaguely seen. In the center, surrounded by the stone pillars, there was an altar as white as jade, and on the altar was a half-human-high statue. The people who spoke before were leaning against the stone pillars. There were a total of 8 people, 7 men and 1 woman. Each of them had a faint, murderous aura on their faces, and they were well equipped. Some carried cold weapons, and some held guns. The most striking thing was that all 8 people were injured. 3 of them had large areas of burns, and the remaining 5 had rotten limbs, and the serious ones even exposed their white bones. Which company are you 3 from? A burly man in a tight black vest and camouflage pants stared at Sumu and the other 2 and asked. The left hand of the burly man had been rotten for the most part, and the white hand bones were faintly visible. Bronze coffin, Sumu said lightly. The burly man frowned slightly. Again, bronze coffin? I didn't expect that a newly established small company could recruit so many extraordinary people. Again? Yang Dongqing was stunned. Have you seen other extraordinary people with bronze coffins? Before the burly man could answer, a shivering young Taoist priest in the corner quickly raised his hand. Me. I'm also from the bronze coffin. So you are all here to find the golden eye? Everyone nodded with different expressions. If it's not for golden eye, who would have nothing to do to come to a ghost place like the Waste City? Typhon curled his lips. Suddenly, Sumu smiled. It seems that there is no golden eye here. Everyone was stunned, and Typhon was even more anxious. What do you mean by this? How do you know there is no golden eye here? Where did you get the news about the golden eye? Why should I tell you? Typhon said vigilantly. Sumu smiled slightly. Then I will guess that your company should have obtained the golden leaf from the scavengers, right? When these words came out, the people of Lingshu and Lingyao Company changed their expressions at the same time. The two parties looked at each other and obviously realized that something was wrong. Typhon was still stubborn, so what? The golden tree must have dropped more than one leaf. Isn't it normal for many scavengers to pick it up? This further proves that there is a golden eye here. Sumu sighed, and the eyes behind the brown glasses were like looking at an idiot. As you said, there should be more companies that know the news of the golden eye, not just the Murong family. Haven't you ever thought about why all the companies here are Murong's companies? And all the companies are here, except for the company of the eldest son of the Murong family? Could it be? The few people looked at each other and saw each other. The expression on their faces showed that they were not fools. But it was difficult for them to think calmly when they were cursed. All they could think about was the curse. Now, after Sumu's guidance, they immediately realized that something was wrong. Do you mean this was a trap set by the eldest son of the Murong family? Typhon stood up suddenly. He suddenly groaned in pain and covered his rotten left arm tightly, obviously touching the wound. Maybe, but it doesn't matter. Sumu shrugged indifferently. In fact, he was more inclined to believe that Murong Mungli's fiancée was also involved, because Hanyu did not appear from beginning to end. It didn't matter who was the mastermind behind the scenes. Anyway, he never cared about evidence when he took revenge. He killed all the suspects, and there would always be real enemies among them. And he liked the surprise sent by the other party very much, and decided to give one back later. The faces of the people became very ugly. It was hard for anyone to avoid hatred after being framed and reduced to this point. Next question. After you entered the sacrificial site, did the unmemorable appear again? Perhaps out of his affirmation of Sumu's strength and intelligence. Even Typhon did not make any trouble this time, and said directly, "No, the unmemorable should be afraid of the statue and dare not enter the statue's range." Sumu nodded thoughtfully. It seems that this statue is even weirder than the unmemorable, but why did the mastermind put these two mutually restraining things in the abandoned city area? The statue is so weird that it can trap all the extraordinary people here and let them wait for death. Logically speaking, the mastermind only needs to send the statue, and there is no need to get another unmemorable. Unless the statue was not created by the mastermind but was originally here. After roughly sorting out the cause and effect, Sumu gestured to the bald man, Zhao Yongqiang. Under the effect of hypnosis, Zhao Yongqiang resolutely stepped into the range of the statue. Zhao Yongqiang's action immediately attracted the attention of everyone. They seemed to be extremely afraid of the statue. Seeing someone stepping into the range of the statue, they all stood up and kept retreating while enduring the pain in their bodies. When Zhao Yongqiang stepped about 10 meters away from the statue, there was a sound of friction between the stones. The head of the half-human high statue of gods and demons turned slowly and faced Zhao Yongqiang. The black and white eyes seemed to be alive at this moment, turning slightly and staring straight at the living person in front of him. A terrifying pressure descended at this moment, and the surrounding space solidified. The feeling was indescribable, as if suddenly being in the deep sea of 10,000 meters, surrounded by creeping darkness, suffocation, coldness, and despair. Plop! Under this terrifying pressure, Zhao Yongqiang actually knelt on the ground. His face was pale, and his body was shaking constantly, almost fainting. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. He had just hypnotized Zhao Yongqiang to stop being afraid. But when facing the statue, this tide of fear actually broke through the effect of hypnosis. "Mortal, tell me what you did that was extremely evil." A low, gloomy, and indifferent voice sounded at the same time. They were two completely different voices, and it was the angel and the devil who spoke. When the statue spoke, those extraordinary people were all terrified, and they didn't even dare to breathe, hiding behind the pillars to watch. Zhao Yongqiang trembled more and more, and his words became intermittent. "I embezzled the money of the previous company and framed others." Buzz. Accompanied by a strange buzzing sound, the statue slowly fell silent, and the terrifying pressure also dissipated. What followed was Zhao Yongqiang's scream, "Aw! My leg!" He screamed and frantically lifted his trouser legs. only to see that the flesh of his right calf began to rot. He was cursed by the devil. Tai Feng said in a low voice, with a hint of confusion in his tone. Among our sins, his embezzlement of public funds is the lightest. I thought he would be cursed by an angel, but I didn't expect it to be a devil. Who knows? Maybe in the eyes of the angels, embezzlement of public funds is considered betrayal, so it is not kind. Ah! Suddenly another scream sounded. This time it was Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing covered his left hand with a painful expression on his face. The 3 fingers on it began to slowly rot, and the other 2 fingers seemed to be burned by invisible flames, and the skin continued to burn black. Hurry up and answer the statue's question. Otherwise you will be cursed by angels and demons at the same time. Jun Wushang, who is also from the Bronze Coffin Company, reminded hurriedly. Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth and rushed towards the statue, enduring the severe pain. Then, the statue came alive again and looked at Yang Dongqing. The young man, with a body of steel, suddenly felt the terrifying pressure like a dark mountain pressing down on his head. He tried to grit his teeth and hold on, but he was defeated after just a few seconds and knelt straight in front of the statue. Mortal, tell me the most evil thing you have done. It was still the same question, but Yang Dongqing was in a dilemma because he was not sure which one was the most evil. He wanted to say that he killed people and killed many people from the Viper Gang, but he didn't think that was evil. It was obviously Su Mu who committed evil first and robbed Jasmine, and everyone in the Viper Gang was a scum, and their death was not unjust. After thinking for a moment, Yang Dongqing raised his head with difficulty and said, "Robbery. I robbed 50,000 yuan." Buzz. A strange buzzing sounded. The statue began to change in Yang Dongqing's eyes. The statue, which was originally half god and half devil, began to turn black rapidly and turned into a hideous demon. At the same time, the burn on his palm quickly disappeared, replaced by the decay of the entire palm. Another demon, Jun Wushang exclaimed. This is too much. Robbery of 50,000 yuan is a demon? This woman, in order to get revenge, wiped out the enemy's entire family. Even the children were not spared, but was cursed by an angel. The woman who was called turned cold and sneered. Killing people is a matter of course. What's wrong with my revenge? Don't you look at yourself? The most evil thing you have done is not paying for a foot massage, and you are classified as a demon. Do you still have the face to criticize others? Jun Wushang's face suddenly turned red, and it was obvious that he was embarrassed to be exposed. I forgot to bring money. Tai Feng's eyes moved over the people, and he said in a deep voice, something is indeed wrong. Is the standard of judgment really good and evil? Is robbery more sinful than murder? Could it be because Jun Wushang is a Taoist priest, and his behavior is equivalent to violating the Tao he believes in? So it is related to the plot. It doesn't matter how serious it is also considered as betrayal. A short and thin man pondered. It's possible. Tai Feng couldn't figure it out, so he could only reluctantly accept this statement. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on the last person, Su Mu. Someone was surprised. He hasn't answered questions for so long. Why hasn't he been cursed by gods and demons? Everyone also discovered this problem. Su Mu and Yang Dongqing came at the same time. It stands to reason that the two of them would be cursed by gods and demons at the same time. But just now, only Yang Dongqing was cursed, but Su Mu looked unharmed. He must have been cursed. The wound should be covered by clothes, probably because he has a strong ability to endure pain, so he didn't show any abnormality. Hearing the discussion of the crowd, Su Mu smiled slightly and did not explain. He was really not cursed. He had faintly felt two strange forces invading his body before, but was resisted by pure heart. The passive effect of pure heart is that it has a strong resistance to all kinds of filthy and negative things. However, he still chose to walk toward the statue because he could feel that as time went by, the two strange forces were getting stronger and stronger, and it would not take long for pure heart to break through the upper limit that could be endured. If he didn't want to be cursed by two kinds of curses, he could only answer the questions of the statue. Ka ka ka. As Su Mu entered, the head of the statue began to turn, and the terrifying the pressure came again, and a feeling of fear and despair, as if falling into the deep sea of 10,000 meters, surged into my heart. It was not too obvious from a distance before, but now that I was watched by the statue, the feeling was particularly strong. It was like a real god or demon standing in front of you. Their majestic bodies broke through the sky and were comparable to the planets. The strong sense of oppression was enough to suffocate. However, just when everyone thought that Sumu would kneel down like they did before, they found that he was smiling lightly, even with a hint of contempt. His figure was as straight as a pine tree, and his eyes were calm and peaceful, as if he did not feel the pressure of the gods and demons. Sumu smiled gently, moved his lips and teeth slightly to the statue, and asked silently, "You are a god. Then what am I?" The statue fell silent like a dead object. How was this possible? Typhon was horrified. He, a bronze level 3, couldn't withstand the pressure of the statue. How could Sumu, who was also bronze level 3, do it? Could it be that Sumu's strength was far superior to his? At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about Sumu's strength, and was even extremely wary of him. In fact, what he didn't know was that Sumu was not bronze level 3 at all, and was not even bronze level 2 in the strict sense. "I've seen many gods like you. Ask quickly." Sumu pushed his brown glasses, his lips opened and closed, silently urging the statue. He didn't lie in this sentence. In his dream, this level of stuff didn't even have the qualifications to step into the fairy palace to pay homage to him. The statue, which had been silent for a long time, finally asked the question mechanically. "Tell me the most evil thing you have done." "Murder," Sumu said lightly. "Brother Su, this answer won't work. Many of them have killed people. You have to say how many people you have killed and why you killed them." Jun Wushang in the distance reminded loudly. Sumu thought about it and changed his words. "I once destroyed a city because of boredom. I can't count how many people there were, but there must be millions." When he said this calmly, the entire sacrificial site fell into a strange silence. In the distance, Typhon and others stared at him in amazement, their faces full of disbelief, and they even doubted their ears. Destroy a city because of boredom? Millions of people? We haven't killed so many people in the game. Brother Su, don't lie. The statue will kill the liar. Jun Wushang shouted anxiously, fearing that the statue would come alive and be killed by Su Mu the next moment. However, what he worried about did not happen. Buzz! A strange buzzing sound sounded, and the statue fell silent. "God statue, this. Jun Wushang was already incoherent at this moment, and even his body began to tremble slightly. "Wait a minute. Let me sort it out. You can't lie in front of the statue, otherwise you will be killed." Brother Su said he destroyed a city. He. Jun Wushang couldn't go on after this. He looked at Su Mu, who was smiling in the field, dressed in a suit and looked as elegant as an aristocrat. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable fear sweeping over his body, and his scalp was numb. Suddenly, Su Mu frowned slightly. He felt a burning pain in his left arm, which was covered by his clothes. At the same time, the statue changed in his eyes. It was no longer a dual phase of gods and demons, but became as white as jade, completely a statue of a holy angel. And he also saw the full appearance of the angel, with 8 wings on his back, 3 eyes, and a silver vertical pupil on his forehead. Angel? As expected, he roughly understood the principle of the curse cast by the statue of gods and demons, not good or evil. He walked slowly out of the statue and walked towards the crowd. But facing his approach, everyone took a step back in unison, their expressions tense as if facing a great enemy. It was as if they were looking at a demon king who was about to destroy the world. Typhon was even more nervous. This Su Mu must be lying. He is a shitty bronze 3. This is a silver 3? Destroy a city? He thought he had done some dirty work for the nobles. Killing hundreds of people was already unforgivable. Now, compared with Su Mu, he felt that he should be cursed by angels, not demons. Su Mu, have you really destroyed a city? Yang Dongqing asked with a complicated expression. Sumu smiled slightly. Of course it's fake. Do you know how troublesome it is to destroy a city? A medium-sized city, if using explosives, requires at least 879.35 tons, provided that there are no military buildings such as air raid shelters in the city. Otherwise, it will require more. Huh. Yang Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. I said, how could it be possible? Typhon and others were collectively speechless, and even wanted to slap Yang Dongqing to make him sober up. Didn't they hear that even the tonnage of explosives was accurate to decimal points? And you can't lie in front of the statue. At this time, Yang Dongqing seemed to remember something again. Oh, that's not right. Can't you lie in front of the statue? Sumu shrugged. Who knows? Maybe it's broken. After all, polygraphs can fail sometimes, let alone a pile of stones. That's right. Yang Dongqing nodded in enlightenment. What the hell are you nodding for? You believe this kind of lie? Typhon looked at Yang Dongqing's eyelids twitching, and he finally understood why Yang Dongqing could follow this murderous devil. Because he was a fool, so he was not afraid. In fact, Sumu did not lie. He was bored in his dreams and often blew up the whole city. Then, everyone fell into silence, and the atmosphere became very subtle. Everyone more or less distanced themselves from Sumu, as if they were avoiding some terrifying monster, except for the ignorant Yang Dongqing. What should we do next? Are we all cursed now? Yang Dongqing habitually casts his eyes on Sumu. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, are you cursed by an angel or a demon? Demon, Sumu said calmly. He lied again, because only 3 people present were cursed by angels, and the rest were demons. Although he didn't know what this meant, he habitually placed himself on the side with more people. Anyway, the burn marks were covered by clothes, and no one dared to lift his clothes to verify, no matter what he said. Everyone felt that Yang Dongqing was an idiot. He had destroyed a city, so what else could he be but a demon? Sumu's eyes slowly swept over the people present, and feeling his gaze, everyone avoided him, and no one dared to look at him. Finally, his eyes fell on the woman who was cursed by the angel. The woman was in a very bad state, and her face flashed with pain from time to time. Her exposed neck, thighs, and arms were all covered with burns, and the burns were still slowly spreading, almost reaching her face. Obviously, this woman will be the first to die. He walked to the side, leaned his tall body on a stone pillar, and thought about countermeasures. There was too little known information, and even he could not find a way to break the curse in the first time, but he had a vague guess in his heart that perhaps this was not a curse at all, but it would take time to verify. As time passed slowly, the atmosphere among the crowd became more and more depressed. No one liked the feeling of life continuing to move towards the end. I can't stand it anymore. The woman suddenly roared in pain, stood up, and said to everyone, I'm going to die soon, and you won't live long. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to fight the statue. Fight, Typhon sneered. I am only half a step away from connecting to the silver law, servant of power. With my strength, I can't hurt the statue even with a full-strength attack. What can I fight with? What else can I do? Wait for death. The woman's tense nerves finally broke under the pressure of death. She screamed hysterically, and her expression became more and more crazy. Suddenly, the woman seemed to think of something, and looked at Sumu with excitement, her eyes full of pleading. Mr. Su, with your strength, you can definitely smash the statue. You are a strong man who destroyed a city. She seemed to have grabbed the last straw, her eyes full of pleading. Mr. Su, please help quickly. As long as you can break the curse, I will definitely repay you in the future. As long as I have it, you can have anything you want, even if I am a slave. The terrible burns have climbed up the woman's face. When facing death, this extraordinary person behaves no differently from ordinary people. Some people say that death is the fairest thing in the world, and Sumu agrees. The woman's words also gave everyone a glimmer of hope. Maybe this strong man who once destroyed the city can really do it. Typhon carefully considered his words. Mr. Su, how about you try it? Facing everyone's sincere request, Sumu naturally would not refuse. He nodded calmly, like a peerless strong man who finally agreed to come out of the mountains to save the world. Everyone stepped back to avoid accidental injuries. Everyone was ecstatic and stepped back obediently. Sumu asked them to stop only after they had retreated 100 meters. For a moment, everyone was more looking forward to it. What kind of powerful attack would Mr. Su use to require us to step back 100 meters? Only Yang Dongqing looked puzzled. Could it be that Su Mu, this sickly man, really had some powerful attack methods hidden? This shouldn't be the case. He had just captured me to ask about supernormal things not long ago, and he relied on my protection throughout the nightmare world. Although it was Su Mu who broke the nightmare world in the end, he didn't show any strength from beginning to end. In the expectant eyes of everyone, Su Mu slowly stretched out a finger, and all things was activated instantly. Just as everyone was wondering why Mr. Su pointed to the sky with one hand, suddenly, the sky darkened. Everyone looked up in shock and saw that a huge dark cloud suddenly appeared above the sacrificial site, stretching for thousands of meters, covering the entire sacrificial site. The heavy dark clouds were like surging black waves, rolling endlessly. Change the celestial phenomena with one's own strength. You told me you were Bronze 3. Jun Wushang was stunned, and the others were also shocked. Even the strongest typhoon was the same. As a Bronze 3, he follows the power follower route of a civilian transcendent and possesses 3 bronze laws: iron ambition, giant power fist, and endless recovery. His might in battle is just like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, using fists and feet to crush others. Now, looking back at Sumu, who is also a Bronze 3, who can change the celestial phenomena with just one finger, he is completely on a different level, which makes Typhoon always feel like a warrior facing an immortal cultivator. Suddenly, in the depths of the thick and indissoluble dark clouds, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, a huge golden sky soared like a mountain slowly stretched out, as if it came from the sword of judgment in the sky. The golden sky sword was surrounded by gorgeous light, and countless stars seemed to be flashing in the light, and there seemed to be mysterious runes flowing. When everyone saw the golden sky sword, their brains crashed instantly, and they were completely shocked and speechless. What law is this? Why is it so terrifying? At this time, Su Mu's jade-white finger fell slightly, and the sky sword in the sky seemed to receive some kind of signal, and suddenly fell with the force of thunder. The terrifying power frightened everyone, and they fled in a hurry. Although they knew that the sky sword was not coming for them, they still wanted to escape instinctively. Only the dying woman was extremely excited. The golden light of the sky, sword, and the desire for life were reflected in her eyes. She clenched her fists and said, "Mr. Su, with such a strong strength, can definitely do it. However, things in the world are always contrary to one's wishes." At the moment when the sky sword fell, a dark light like a demon suddenly burst out from the statue of gods and demons. The black light shot out and fell into the air and instantly turned into a bottomless black hole, like the mouth of a giant beast in the abyss, swallowing the sky sword in one bite. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and the black hole disappeared immediately afterwards, as if nothing had ever happened. Sumu shook his head at the crowd. "My strength is still too weak to deal with the statue." The stunned crowd did not dare to respond. "Weak? Do you have any misunderstanding about the definition of weak?" Typhoon forced a smile, with a hint of flattery in his smile. "Mr. Su, you are joking. When we attacked the statue, we couldn't even cause the statue to react, but you caused the statue to fight back. I am not exaggerating to say that so far, I have never seen a more powerful, extraordinary person than you." No one thought that there was anything wrong with Tai Feng's arrogance at this time. This was a normal reaction to facing a strong person, especially since he had spoken rudely before. He didn't kneel down to apologize at this time, just because Sumu didn't care too much about the previous things. Sumu smiled and nodded. With a hint of helplessness in his smile, as if he was troubled by his inability to destroy the statue. In fact, only he knew his true thoughts in his heart. He was acting. What heavenly sword and what black hole were all illusions created by all things in the world? He didn't attack the statue at all, and the statue never reacted. All this was done for everyone to see. Even Tai Feng, who was at Bronze 3, couldn't hurt the statue, let alone him. Under the pressure of death, people would do anything, let alone a group of extraordinary people. So he had to establish an absolute strong position, not only to ensure his own safety, but also to better lead everyone and increase the success rate of breaking the situation. It's not entirely correct to say that there was no attack. He just tried to control the statue with his mental power, but failed, as if the statue was just an ordinary stone. In the crowd, a short, dark-skinned man had a hint of doubt in his eyes and looked at Su Mu closely, as if he had noticed something. Ah! A shrill scream attracted everyone's attention, and the woman with the most serious injuries had collapsed to the ground. She rolled wildly on the ground, and the terrible burns had spread all over her body. The strange thing was that everyone couldn't see the flames on her body at all. After a moment, the screams dissipated, and the woman turned into a charred corpse. The woman's death cast a shadow over everyone's heart, especially after seeing that even a terrifying strong man like Su Mu could not destroy the statue. The shadow in their hearts became even worse. In addition to the woman and Su Mu, there were two people present who were cursed by the angels and had burn marks on their skin. The two looked at the miserable death of the woman, and their faces became uglier, as if they had seen what they would look like soon. Hey, my decay seems to be better. Taoist Jun Wushang suddenly lifted his Taoist robe, revealing his belly that had been rotten for a long time. The belly that was originally completely rotten had recovered a lot at this time, and the rotten part had shrunk a whole circle. Everyone hurriedly checked their bodies. Mine too. The rotten area is smaller. Me too. My whole leg was rotten just now, but now my thigh is healed, and only my calf is rotten. What's going on? Jun Wushang asked in surprise. Did Mr. Su's attack just now work? No, why didn't my burns get better? Mine didn't get better either, but got worse. Sumu narrowed his eyes and watched the changes in everyone. He already understood the principle of the curse in his heart. He carefully observed the expressions of everyone and found that several people had reacted. The two men cursed by the angel looked at each other and seemed to realize something. Suddenly, their faces changed drastically, but soon, the two hid their expressions, communicated with each other with their eyes, and looked at the person who was in ecstasy with the devil's curse from time to time. They reacted quickly, but someone reacted faster than them. Boom! A pair of iron fists with a metallic luster suddenly appeared behind one of them. Bang! The man had no time to react. His head exploded instantly, and he fell to the ground as a headless corpse. The remaining person's face changed drastically. Tai Feng! Before he finished speaking, a gust of wind came from the right side, and it was the short man with dark skin who attacked. The short man's right hand had turned into a tiger claw covered with red and black hair. The sharp nails flashed with cold light, and with just one blow, it took away most of the flesh and blood on the man's neck, and blood gushed out instantly. The man's eyes were wide open, but he couldn't say a word, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Tai Feng and the short man's sudden attack shocked everyone, and they all distanced themselves from the two, with shocked and angry expressions on their faces. Tai Feng, Xie Quan, what are you two doing? Why are you killing people? Someone shouted, and everyone stared at the two, as if they would attack them if they didn't give a reasonable answer. Tai Feng smiled coldly. Idiot! Look at the decay on your body before asking questions. Everyone's face changed slightly, and some people began to check the decay on their bodies. My decay has decreased again. This time it has decreased by more than half, and it is still recovering slowly. What is going on? Why can their death cure our curse? Could it be some smart people have realized the key to the problem and stared at the corpse on the ground? Papa, Papa! There was a burst of applause not far away, and Su Mu came over with a look of approval on his face. You two are so decisive. The moment you found the way to break the curse, you killed people unexpectedly without any hesitation. It's wonderful. When Tai Feng saw that it was Su Mu who was speaking, the fierceness on his face disappeared, like a tiger turning into a kitten with a flattering face. Mr. Su, you are too kind. I am also trying to help everyone break the curse. These two people are not weak. If they're allowed to attack first, more people may be killed or injured. So Mu, what is going on? Yang Dongqing came over with an ugly face. He couldn't accept that several people who were teammates just now suddenly killed each other. Su Mu smiled and explained, angels and demons are inherently opposed. This statue is a combination of gods and demons. They have reached a delicate balance and cannot determine the winner. At this time, external forces are needed. In fact, the so-called curse is just a division of camps. Those who are cursed by angels are angel believers, and those who are cursed by angels are demon believers. I guess angels and demons should be using this method to determine the winner. They use curses to force people from the two camps to kill each other. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes, but his face was still ugly. So that's it, but these angels and demons are not good things. They are so cruel. Wait, no. The short man named Xie Quan suddenly screamed and lifted his clothes. There was still a piece of rot on his chest. Why didn't the rot disappear completely? I have clearly killed all the angel believers. Tai Feng was also shocked and found that he was the same is true on the top, and there is still one last piece of rot that has not disappeared. This is impossible. Isn't this the way to break the curse? The faces of the people who were originally immersed in joy became gloomy again. Su Mu frowned and walked in front of everyone. The method to break the curse should be correct. Since the curse has not completely disappeared, there is only one possibility. What possibility? Someone asked anxiously. There are still angel believers among us. Su Mu's eyes swept through the crowd like lightning, as if looking for the last angel believer. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Everyone looked at the people around them with suspicion. Some cautious people even quietly retreated and distanced themselves from others. How is this possible? Mr. Su, the people present should all be devil believers. Tai Feng was stunned and a little unbelievable. Su Mu's face became more and more solemn. Maybe one of us lied. As an angel believer, he deliberately lied that he was cursed by the devil. Tai Feng's face changed, and his murderous eyes stared at everyone except Su Mu. Who lied quickly stood up. I can still leave you with a whole body. Everyone show your wounds. Tai Feng, go check. Su Mu ordered in an unquestionable tone. Under the pressure of the strong, everyone opened their clothes and exposed the last small piece of decay on their bodies. Tai Feng checked one by one with a sharp eye like an eagle, and found that everyone had decay, which meant that they were all devil believers. No, Mr. Su, they're all devils. Tai Feng's words suddenly stopped, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at Su Mu in disbelief and stepped back subconsciously. Not only did he realize it, but even others realized it, looking at Su Mu in horror, and their bodies kept retreating. Su Mu proposed to check them, but no one checked Su Mu from beginning to end. Mr. Su, Tiefeng's expression changed wildly, and he didn't even dare to say the following words. If Su Mu was an angel believer, would his demon believers still be alive? Facing the fearful and suspicious eyes of the crowd, Su Mu smiled slightly. If I were an angel believer, would I advocate checking everyone and suggest that there is a possibility that angel believers are still alive? After saying that, he gently lifted the sleeve of his left arm, revealing his arm, and there was a small piece of rotten flesh on his forearm. Seeing this scene, everyone was relieved. If Su Mu was an angel believer, they didn't think they could kill him. But if it wasn't Su Mu, who was the angel believer? Tai Feng, you just checked everyone. Now let everyone see your wound. Su Mu suddenly said. Tai Feng nodded and said respectfully, Okay, Mr. Su. He agreed with his mouth. But in his heart, he was complaining about Su Mu's unnecessary actions. He was the only one wearing the most revealing clothes among the crowd. It was a tight black vest and his arms and chest muscles were basically exposed. What was rotten before, the clothes could not cover it all. Everyone saw it, but Sumu spoke, and he didn't dare not listen. Then he opened his tight, black vest openly, then turned around and exposed the wound on his back. You all saw it, right? I'm a devil believer like you. Tai Feng put down the black vest casually and said while turning around, it seems that in order to break the curse, in addition to killing angel believers, there should be other hidden conditions. What's your expression? Tai Feng turned around and was stunned. He found that everyone was staring at him, and their expressions were also very strange, shocked, angry, suspicious. He felt a little nervous, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Wait, Yin-Yang chain. A middle-aged man in a leather jacket yelled. A chain made of lava suddenly appeared in his hand and instantly wrapped around Tai Feng's body. Tai Feng was shocked. What do you want to do? I am a devil believer. One of us. Still want to lie? You have burns on your back. You are bullshitting. Mr. Su, you have to believe me. I am a devil believer. Everyone saw it when it was rotting before. Tai Feng struggled violently. His body was emitting a metallic color. He explained to Sumu anxiously, with 2 words written all over his face. Unjust. Sumu certainly knew that Tai Feng was wronged. After all, only those who wronged you in this world know how wronged you are. Tai Feng is not an angel believer because he is one, and the burns on his back are also illusions he created using all things. Mr. Tai, maybe you were a devil believer before, but you changed your camp halfway. Angels represent kindness. Maybe you just stood up to help everyone remove the curse, which made you an angel believer. You don't need to explain. It's useless to say more. After all, the burns on your back can't deceive people. Sumu sighed slightly, as if he felt sorry for Tai Feng. Tai Feng was stunned by these words. Can the camp change? But I just killed someone to save my own life. Hurry up and kill him. I can't hold on for too long. The man in the leather jacket shouted anxiously. The rest of the people started to attack Tai Feng, and Jun Wushang even drew out the long sword in his hand. Unparalleled sword dance. The bright sword light was like a streak of silk, cutting through the air and piercing Tai Feng's eyeballs. He knew that the other party had a body of steel, so he had to attack the eyeballs. Facing the siege of the crowd, Tai Feng roared with a ferocious look, and more metallic colors emerged from his body, and his muscles swelled like balloons. Bang! The yin-yang chain was directly broken. However, Tai Feng, who had escaped from the trap, did not fight back, but looked at Sumu with great fear, and then quickly fled. He knew clearly that with Sumu in the demon camp, he, an angel believer, could not win at all and could only run. Of course, everyone could not let him go, and they chased him in a hive. Sumu looked at Tai Feng, who was fleeing in a panic, and a trace of interest appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that Tai Feng was really strong, more than 1 level stronger than Yang Dongqing. The traces burned by the yin-yang chain just now had been restored by half while he was running. This was obviously the ability of endless recovery at work. However, it was useless to be strong because real fighting did not rely on brute force alone. Tai Feng was very fast. After all, his ability was all related to his physique, but the extraordinary people chasing him were not mediocre people. One of them suddenly stopped, stood in place, and took a deep breath, and then opened his mouth and roared. Buzz! A harsh noise came out of this person's mouth. The air around him trembled strangely, and a strong sound wave attacked Tai Feng. Tai Feng screamed, covered his head in pain, and fell to the ground, with red blood faintly flowing out his ears. As he fell to the ground, several attacks came in an instant, and several lava chains bound him. The lava burned his skin and emitted a burning smell. Jun Wushang's sword glowed white and slashed fiercely, leaving several sword marks deep enough to see the bone on Tiefeng's body. But that was all, and he couldn't cut the bone at all. Yang Dongqing also symbolically hit him twice, and then walked away with a look of loss, because he found that he was simply the weakest among the crowd. Even if Iron Ambition had been fully mastered, it couldn't break Tiefeng's defense at all, just like two iron blocks colliding. On the other hand, the methods of others could all cause damage to Typhon. Even Jun Wushang, the Taoist priest who looked the most cowardly, could injure Typhon with his sword. No wonder Iron Ambition was only sequence 9. The ranking was not without reason. At this time, the man who released the sound wave before took out a silver revolver. The pistol had a strange shape and a long gun body, almost as long as a baby's arm. It was silver and looked very bright under the sun. Bang! A silver bullet shot towards Tiefeng's head. Typhon, who fell to the ground, immediately felt a creepy sense of crisis. He struggled with all his strength, but in the end the bullet did not hit his head but hit his chest. A trace of blood bloomed on his chest. His proud iron body did not block the bullet. Mithril bullet. Tiefeng's expression became more and more flustered, and he was obviously very afraid of the gun. Typhon, for everyone's lives, I can only ask you to die. The man holding the silver gun slowly walked over and raised the gun to Tiefeng's head. Tiefeng's eyes were bloodshot and he fought desperately, but there were too many lava chains on his body, and it was difficult to break free in a short time. Just as the man with the silver spear was about to pull the trigger, Xie Quan, who had not made a move before, suddenly said, "Wait a minute, I think something is fishy." The man with the silver spear sneered. "Why? Just because you two are from the same company, you are soft-hearted?" Xie Quan said with a serious face, "Don't you think it's strange? Su Mu is so powerful. If he wants to kill Typhon, he can kill him with a flick of his finger, but he never made a move, and... What kind of person is Mr. Su? Do you need to personally deal with such a character? Get out of the way immediately, or I will kill you too. Wait a minute. I need to check Tai Feng's wound again." Xie Quan was still trying to stop him. However, the man with the silver spear had already lost his patience and was about to pull the trigger. Xie Quan's eyes turned cold, and countless brown feathers instantly grew on his short body, and his palms turned into sharp eagle claws. Swish. The man with the silver spear's arm was instantly cut off by the eagle claws, and blood flowed like a stream. "I'll kill you." The silver spear man who lost one hand opened his mouth to release a sonic attack. But how could Xie Quan give him a chance? The feathers on his body turned into monkey hair, and his body became thinner and thinner. He leaned down, exerted force on his hands and feet at the same time, and the whole person was like a flexible monkey. He instantly came behind the silver spear man, and then stretched out two hands covered with monkey hair like lightning, grabbed the other's head, and twisted it hard. Snap. The silver spear man's neck was broken instantly, and he collapsed to the ground. Xie Quan, you... Typhon was shocked. He didn't expect that his relationship with Xie Quan was so close that the other party could disregard his life. "I said I want to check his wound again." Xie Quan's face, covered with monkey hair, was full of murderous intent, and everyone was hesitant for a while. What else is there to check? Seeing is believing. He is an angel believer. The man who cast the flame sun chain said fearfully, "I see you clearly want to save him." Xie Quan said coldly, "If I join forces with him, do you think you can stop it? Although I'm only Bronze 1, my Bronze Law beast mimicry, sequence ranks 102. I don't need to say more about what this means, right?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's face suddenly changed. Even the extraordinary little white poplar Dongqing was frightened. He had read the information given by Murong Mengli before. Although he didn't remember all the bronze sequences, he also understood what sequence 102 meant. Sequence 99 is a hurdle. The sequence that can exceed 100 is called a high sequence. Compared with the low sequence, it is a qualitative change. Sometimes a single high sequence can even kill a low sequence of Bronze 2. He recalled the introduction of beast mimicry. He could not remember the specific words, but he still remembered the general ability, which was to simulate the forms of beasts. Although this Bronze Law did not have a strong attack power, it was very comprehensive and could fight on 3 fronts: land, sea, and air, enough to deal with most crises. Seeing that everyone was shocked, Xie Quan's palms turned into eagle claws again, and the sharp nails flashed cold light in the sun. Swish. He waved his hand violently, and Tai Feng's tight vest suddenly cracked, revealing a strong and metallic muscle. Turn around. Typhon did not hesitate and turned around directly. He knew that he could not beat everyone's joint efforts. If Siak Quan wanted to hurt him, there was no need to kill the man with the silver spear. The charred wound was exposed to everyone again. Siak Quan, what else do you want to quibble about? The evidence is as strong as a mountain. The man who controlled the yin-yang chain roared dissatisfiedly. However, Siak Quan did not respond, but turned his nose into a dog's nose and sniffed hard. Then a sneer flashed across his face. He leaned down and grabbed the burn with his hand, and immediately grabbed a piece of rotten flesh. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? Isn't he burned? Why is there rotten flesh? Siak Quan smiled coldly and looked at Su Mu, who was standing against the stone pillar in the distance. Su Mu seemed to sense his gaze, smiled at him slightly, and nodded. We have all been deceived. The man surnamed Su is the angel believer. The murderous intent in Siak Quan's eyes became stronger and stronger. He couldn't stand being played like a clown. Don't talk nonsense. If Mr. Su is an angel believer, how can he explain the rot on his body? Don't forget that it was also him who proposed that there were angel believers among us and took the initiative to ask to check everyone. Jun Wushang didn't believe Siak Quan's words at all and retorted, Yin-yang chain. The man also looked unconvinced, but Yang Dongqing, who knew Su Mu best, felt a jolt in his heart. Damn, this is something he could do. If I'm not mistaken, Su Mu's ability should be related to illusion. He used illusion to change the wound and pointed the spearhead at the strongest Typhon, hoping to use the help of the crowd. Kill Typhon with human power first. Believe it or not, as long as Typhon dies, there will definitely be another angel believer who changes camp among us. Unfortunately, he underestimated my nose. Although the appearance of the wound has changed, the smell of burning and rotting is completely different. Siak Quan explained coldly. Jun Wushang still didn't believe it. Were you kidding? With Su Ji's strength, he still needs to play such a trick. If he was an angel believer, we would have died long ago. Were you still playing with you? At this time, Typhon also came back to his senses. His face became extremely ugly. Maybe he doesn't have such a strong strength at all, and the previous attack was also an illusion. That's right. Siak Quan smiled coldly. I was wondering before why the attack that can change the celestial phenomenon has no sound. Because of beast mimicry, my 5 senses are beyond ordinary people. I can have eagle eyes, dog nose, and cat ears at the same time. So even if the distance was far away at that time, I could still detect the abnormality. After the dark clouds appeared, the humidity of the air did not change, and the airflow that the giant sword should have caused when it fell did not occur. It can be said that except for what the naked eye can see, there is nothing else that should be there, which is completely contrary to common sense. This can only prove one thing, that Su Mu has an illusion ability to control vision. We are all treated as fools by him. The chain made of lava broke with a sound, and Typhon dragged his injured body and climbed up from the ground with difficulty, his eyes filled with unimaginable anger. This feeling of being fooled is even more uncomfortable than killing him, especially when he thinks of his previous flattering face. He is so angry that his heart is about to burst. I should have thought of it earlier. If his strength is really so strong, why would he be forced to the sacrificial land by the unmemorable like us? Crack, crack, crack. The sound of steel squeezing and rubbing kept coming out of Tai Feng's mouth, and he almost bit his teeth. The situation completely reversed at this moment, and the spearhead was pointed directly at Su Mu. Yang Dongqing realized that it was not good. He naturally stood on Su Mu's side, but now the two were forcibly divided into the camps of angels and demons, and they were already enemies of life and death, which made him hesitate. Kill him! Typhon roared with a sullen face, and then rushed towards the center of the sacrificial land like a human tank. Siak Quan turned into a werewolf, got on all fours, and followed closely behind. The chain man did the same. The faces of the 3 people were all flashing with furious, murderous intent. Only Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang showed hesitation. Brother Yang, what should we do? After all, Brother Su is in the same company as us. Su Mu run. Yang Dongxing suddenly roared, and then went to stop everyone. Jun Wushang was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Dongxing to choose to stand on Su Mu's side. You know, only one of the angels and the devil can survive. Boy, you dare to betray us? Typhon was full of murderous intent. He didn't hold back at all when facing Yang Dongxing, who was rushing towards him. His right arm muscles bulged like a balloon in an instant, becoming thicker than the thigh of an adult male. The bulging muscle lines were hard and clear, containing terrifying power. His eyes were stern, and he swung his right fist violently. The fist cut through the air and made a sharp explosion. "Don't kill him," Xie suddenly said. Out of trust in Xie, Tai Feng's fist changed direction in midair, from Yang Dongxing's head to his chest. Yang Dongxing's arms glowed with metallic light, trying to block this punch, but the gap between Bronze 1 and Bronze 3 was too big. His proud iron body was like paper in front of this punch. Crack! The defensive arms were instantly broken, and the terrifying force dented the chest along the broken arms. Yang Dongqing's body flew backwards uncontrollably, and blood gushed out his mouth. This punch left him seriously injured. "Why can't we kill him?" Tai Feng said with anger. "Killing the devil believers will be beneficial to the angels. At present, Su Mu's strength is unknown, and his burns cannot be restored." Xie said coldly. "Kill Su Mu first. Don't make trouble." The two looked at each other and then rushed toward Su Mu. Soon, all three of them came to the center of the sacrificial site, forming a triangle, and tightly surrounded Su Mu. "Su, you deceived us so hard." Tai Feng, who was covered with scars, stared at Su Mu, and no one paid attention to the bald man who had been hiding in the corner. Surrounded by three extraordinary people, Su Mu was not panicked at all, but smiled slightly. "How can the things of extraordinary people be called cheating? It's obviously because you are too stupid. You can't blame others." The three people were instantly furious. They didn't expect Su Mu to be so arrogant after being exposed, but it was precisely because of this that they didn't dare to act rashly. No one knew Su Mu's true strength. If what he said before about Bronze 3 was true, it means that in addition to visual illusion, he also has two hidden abilities. "Su Mu, you don't have to bluff. If we don't kill you, we will die, so you can't scare us." Xie eyes flashed with cold light, and his hands turned into a pair of tiger claws without knowing when. Faced with the threat, Su Mu smiled even more. "This is interesting. In fact, I was really worried that you were all idiots and would not notice until you died. I didn't expect that you would find out just after one person died. Come on, let's go together." Several people looked at each other. Although they were a little afraid, no one had martial ethics in the face of life and death, and they went shoulder to shoulder. "Do it!" Tai Feng took the lead. He suddenly exerted force with his legs, and the ground cracked instantly. The whole person flew into the air and smashed toward Su Mu like a cannonball. At the same time, a lava chain came in an instant. Faced with the siege of the two, Su Mu did not take any action. However, when the two attacked one after another, his figure dissipated like a dream bubble. Illusion. Tai Feng was shocked and realized the weirdness of Su Mu's method. At this time, Xie, who had not taken action, sneered, and a pair of tiger claws tore through the air and attacked behind the stone pillar. A black-clothed figure jumped lightly and dodged the tiger claws. "Su Mu, your illusion can fool them, but not me." Xie eyes flashed with pride. "The sound of your footsteps when you moved has already betrayed you. You two listen to my instructions. Don't trust your eyes. I will point out his position for you." Su Mu, who was surrounded again, was not panicked at all. He pushed the brown glasses on his face and said lightly, "The three of you will notice it because I am only good at illusions." A trace of caution flashed across the faces of the three people, but no one was scared off by Su Mu, and they continued to press forward step by step, constantly narrowing the encirclement. Su Mu smiled faintly. "If you see through my illusions, I actually know a little bit of boxing." Then, as before, he stretched out a finger and slowly pointed to the sky. In an instant, The wind and clouds changed drastically, and huge dark clouds formed out of thin air, covering the entire sacrificial site. The sky became dark. Seeing him use the same trick again, Quan became more and more proud. Haha, the donkey in the valley has run out of tricks. The air humidity has not changed, and the airflow has not flowed. Don't use this fake illusion to embarrass yourself. Illusion. Sumu's mouth curled slightly, and a hint of sarcasm flashed across his face. You don't know when you are about to die? Shadow summons. Demon is coming. Shadow summons. Everyone was slightly surprised. Is this another bronze law of Sumu? How come I have never heard of it? Is it some hidden law? Quan, be careful behind you. Tai Feng suddenly shouted nervously. Quan turned his head quickly and saw that a 2-meter-tall humanoid monster made of shadows walked out of the darkness behind him. It was skinny like a mummy, with long hands hanging down to the ground, and a pair of scarlet blood pupils opened on the part of the human face. Quan was startled, but he sneered in an instant. There is no footsteps, no smell, but just an illusion. However, what he didn't know was that shadows had no footsteps and no smell. Then, he ignored the black shadow behind him and looked at Sumu with a sneer on his face. It seems that you really have no other means than die. Just as he was about to attack, his eyes suddenly went dark. It turned out that the humanoid shadow stretched out its dry arm, with 5 fingers stretched out like branches and its body bent, like a gentleman inviting him to dance. Quan ignored it and went straight through the shadow, but bang! Quan stood there in a daze, looking at the shadow arm that blocked his way, and felt a pain on his forehead, as if he had hit a tree. Instantly, his face changed drastically, and an uncontrollable fear ran through his head. This is not an illusion. Before he finished speaking, the impatient black shadow grabbed Quan's hand and dragged him into the darkness. No! Tai Feng, save me! Quan screamed, and the terrified cry made Tai Feng and the others shudder. The next second, the sound stopped abruptly, the black shadow disappeared, and Quan also disappeared. Everything seemed like an illusion. Ha! A chuckle broke the silence in the field. Tai Feng and the others looked at Sumu with a smile on his face in horror. The smile reflected in their pupils was like the smile of a devil. Sumu elegantly pushed his brown glasses. I'll say it in advance, I don't accept surrender. Shadow summon. Boom! The luxurious, snake-patterned wooden cane tapped the ground lightly, and darkness surged from the tip of the cane like a tide, spreading rapidly, turning into countless tiny mysterious runes, spreading on the ground centered on Sumu, forming a strange and mysterious magic circle. Then, a scene that made Tai Feng and the others extremely terrified appeared. In the huge magic circle, human-shaped black shadows more than 2 meters tall emerged. 1, 2, 10, 100. A full 100 black shadow monsters walked out of the magic circle and surrounded Sumu like a group of stars surrounding the moon. At this time, Sumu was like the Emperor of Shadows. He waved his hand gently, and the shadow monsters came out in an instant. Run! Tiefeng's eyes were bloodshot, and he turned around and ran away in fear. He never thought that Sumu would hide such a method. This time he didn't think it was an illusion, because Quan's screams were still vivid. Sumu ignored the 2 people who ran away, but laughed dumbly. Hey, I lied again today by accident. What should I do if I develop a habit in the future? The Black Shadow Army was of course an illusion. Only the Black Shadow that killed Quan before was real. It was his good friend brought out from the nightmare world. It was not in vain. There are 2 restrictions on the use of booby. One is that it is dark, and the other is that only one person can be killed at a time. So he pointed to the sky with one hand, just now, letting the dark clouds cover the sky, in order to prepare for Booby's appearance. Now what needs to be done is to wait for Booby to digest Quan, and then kill Tai Feng and the other 2 one by one. A brilliant illusion is just like a brilliant lie. It must be true and false, real and fake. At this time, Yang Dongxing and Jun Wushang ran over. They looked at Sumu with complicated expressions, hesitant to speak. Sumu, are you really an angel believer? After all, Yang Dongqing couldn't hold back and asked the question in his heart. Sumu nodded. Of course, I have been emphasizing that I am a good person. Now that I have the statue as a witness, no one can slander me in the future. What time is it? Are you still in the mood to joke? Yang Dongqing said anxiously. You are an angel, we are demons, and only one of us can survive. Sumu patted Yang Dongqing on the shoulder. Don't worry, I will take good care of Jasmine for you. Go with peace of mind. You are so stupid. Yang Dongqing was instantly furious. If his arms are not broken now, he would have punched Sumu. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. I actually have a way to break the curse a long time ago. Brother Su, do you really have a way? Jun Wushang was full of surprise. He really didn't want to survive by killing his colleagues. There is a way, but it requires the cooperation of the two of you. By the way, I almost forgot that there's another person. As he said that, Su Mu pulled Zhao Yongxiang, the nightmare apostle who had been hiding in the corner and shivering, over. In fact, the statues do not divide the camps according to good and evil. Then what is it based on? Jun Wushang asked hurriedly. Although Yang Dongqing was still angry, his ears had already perked up. Su Mu did not keep him in suspense and explained, based on the guilt in your heart, or the clear thoughts, as long as you think you are right, you are in the angel camp. For example, Yang Dongqing, this kid killed a lot of people, but he thought that the worst thing he did was to rob 50,000 yuan. That is to say, in his heart he felt that these people should be killed, but robbing money was wrong. The woman before, who wiped out the whole family of her enemies, could be heard from her tone that she believed that killing people was justified and she was not wrong. So she was in the angel camp. Jun Wushang suddenly realized, I understand. Even if I do evil, as long as I don't think I'm doing evil, then I am in the angel camp. Yes, who can tell right from wrong? From the perspective of ants, all humans are evil. But from the perspective of gods, no matter how evil humans do, they will only think that it is a group of ants fighting. So gods don't care whether people are kind or not. They only care about you. Then, Brother Su, how can we break the curse? Of course, kill all the people in the enemy camp. Jun Wushang's face changed slightly. Brother Su, you stop joking. Sumu shook his head. I'm not joking. There is only one way to break the curse, because this is the rule set by the gods and demons. Unless you have enough strength to defeat the gods and demons, you can only follow the rules of the game set by them. Don't worry, since it is a game rule, there will naturally be loopholes. We don't need to kill each other, just change the camp to the same camp. How to change? Jun Wushang looked embarrassed. To be honest, I didn't feel guilty for not paying for the foot massage last time. Later, I paid it back to number 8 after I made money. What I really feel guilty about is that I failed the master's teachings. The master asked me to stay away from the world and women and devote myself to the Tao, but I violated the Tao. This is simple. You relax your mind and accept my hypnosis. Sumu said lightly. Jun Wushang's face changed drastically. Hypnosis? You won't do anything strange to me, right? Sumu, I find that you should have violated the master's orders more than once, right? If you don't read the Taoist scriptures, you must have watched a lot of movies, right? When these words came out, Jun Wushang's ears turned red, and his eyes flickered as he said, I was just watching casually. Okay, if you believe me, relax your mind and don't resist. If you don't believe me, go and join Typhone and the others. Make your own choice. Jun Wushang's face changed again and finally nodded with difficulty. We are all from the bronze coffin. I believe that Miss Morone will not recruit bad people into the company. I believe you. Su Mu frowned slightly. He didn't understand why his colleagues were all love-brained. No, Yang Dongqing could be regarded as a love-brained person, and Jun Wushang could only be regarded as a dog licker at present. Look at this pocket watch. A pocket watch with a dark gold Ouroboros pattern came into Jun Wushang's eyes. After a moment, Jun Wushang opened his eyes excitedly and looked at Su Mu excitedly. Brother Su, I understand. Foot massage is also Tao. Tao is everywhere, from the sky to the earth, from flowers to trees, all contain Taoism. It could be the first ray of sunshine in the morning or the bed made for me by number 6, or the bowl of clear soup brought to my mouth by number 8. Yang Dongqing on the side was stunned. So you found 2 more? Jun Wushang became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had touched the Tao he had been pursuing. Brother Yang, you are obsessed with appearances. Finding a few is not the point. The point is that if you don't enter the world, how can you leave it? If you don't experience the troubles of the world, how can you understand the wonders of the Tao? When people take off their skin, they are nothing but 206 bones. When they put on clothes, they can have 18,000 appearances. Seeing beauties like white bones makes me desireless, and seeing white bones like beauties makes me fearless. Without desire and fear, the Tao can be expected. Looking at Jun Wushang, who was talking big, Yang Dongqing held back for a long time and finally uttered a word, "Fuck." So, this is the reason why you don't pay for foot massage. Okay, Jun Wushang, go to the statue and answer the questions again and change your camp. Sumu really didn't want to listen to the 2 people's chatter, so he urged them directly. Okay, Brother Su. Jun Wushang, who saw the Tao, walked briskly to the statue and answered the statue's questions again. As expected, this time he thought that foot massage was also the Tao, and all the rot on his body was gone, and it turned into burns. Yang Dongqing, it's your turn. Sumu glanced at Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing took a deep breath, his eyes full of distrust, and said, "Don't take this opportunity to instill any strange ideas in me." Sumu was too lazy to pay attention to him. This kind of young man can be controlled without hypnosis. If it is not necessary, he is unwilling to waste his mental energy on Yang Dongqing, so it is better to feed him. After a while, Yang Dongqing's eyes regained clarity. Now I understand that robbing the rich to help the poor is a righteous act, and no one stipulates that you can't rob others' wealth to help your own poverty. Then he also went to the statue and changed his camp again. Finally, Zhao Yongxiang, who had always had no sense of existence, was hypnotized by Su Mu because he was also a member of the bronze coffin and was considered his subordinate. He changed his camp for him. At this point, there were 4 angel believers and only 2 demon believers left. Due to the change in number, Su Mu and others found that the burns on their bodies began to ease, while the decay on Tai Feng and the other 2 began to worsen. Brother Su, since we can rely on this method to change the camp, then we don't have to kill each other with Tai Feng and the others. Why don't we just hypnotize them directly? Jun Wushang suggested. Sumu shook his head. Do you think Tai Feng and the others will agree? Jun Wushang was stunned, and the rest of the words were stuck. Yes, how could Tai Feng and the others agree to hypnosis? This is equivalent to handing their lives completely to others. If Su Mu has bad intentions and takes the opportunity to smuggle private goods during hypnosis, then the 2 of them may become slaves forever in the future. Why don't I go and persuade them? Jun Wushang thought for a while and said, they don't accept hypnosis because they are worried about being controlled, but I have accepted hypnosis. Isn't it okay? Persuading them with kind words may work. Su Mu smiled slightly. You go and persuade them? Do you think they will think that you have been controlled by me and deliberately deceive them? Jun Wushang was at a loss for a moment. Also, who told you that I would never control them under hypnosis? Why should I refuse 2 powerful thugs? Brother Su, stop joking. You're a good person. If you really want to do this, I will definitely be the first one to be brainwashed by you. Oh, how can you be sure that you haven't been brainwashed by me? Su Mu showed a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. Jun Wushang chuckled. Brother Su, what you said, I don't know whether I've been brainwashed or not. Su Mu smiled but didn't say anything. Yang Dongqing felt strange in his heart. This fucking Jun Wushang is not right. People have told you the truth, but you still think Su Mu is a good person? Fuck, has he been brainwashed? Thinking of this, Yang Dongqing was a little panicked. He even wondered if Su Mu had taken the opportunity to brainwash him just now, but he thought about it again. It shouldn't be. After all, he had agreed to work for him for 3 years, and there was no need to brainwash himself. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but put his heart back in his stomach. Ah, my hand! Tai Feng, who was running desperately, suddenly screamed. He raised his arm, but found that the decay that had recovered before reappeared and was accelerating, spread. The same thing happened to the man with flame sun chain, with panic written all over his face. What's going on? Why is the decay speed accelerated? Could it be that Jun Wushang and the others were killed by Su Mu, causing the angels to strengthen? Suddenly, Typhon looked at the Black Shadow army that was constantly chasing behind him, and a fierce look of being forced into a desperate situation flashed in his eyes, like a seriously injured beast ready to fight to the death. We can't go on like this. If we drag it on, even if we are not killed by the Black Shadow army, we will die from the devil's curse. Fight them! Typhon roared, turned around, and rushed towards the Black Shadow army. Seeing this, the man with flame sun chain also showed a crazy look on his face. Damn, fight! The two launched a desperate charge against hundreds of Black Shadow armies. However, when the two sides collided, they were stunned on the spot because their attacks actually passed through the Black Shadow army, as if they hit a ball of air. The two looked at each other in disbelief, and both saw the shock and anger in each other's eyes. Fuck, this is also an illusion. We were fooled. Typhon roared angrily, feeling that his IQ was rubbed on the ground by Su Mu. Being deceived is not terrible, but being deceived by the same routine twice in a row is terrible. No, if it is an illusion, how did Xie Quan die? Tiefeng's eyes were full of ferocity. You ask me. Who should I ask? I don't care how Xie Quan died. I only know that if I don't kill Su Mu, you and I will die. Come on, follow me and kill him back. Not long after, Typhon and the others killed him again. When they found Su Mu, they found that he was standing in a pile of corpses with blood on his white palms, and Jun Wushang, Yang Dongqing, and others lying at his feet. Tiefeng's pupils shrank. As expected, Su Mu really killed Jun Wushang and others, so the curse on the two of them became stronger. Su Mu, you are really ruthless. I never thought that you were the only one left in the angel camp, but you turned the tables and killed our demon camp. Typhon, whose half of his face was rotten, looked at Su Mu with blood on his hands and a smile on his face, and felt a chill in his heart. This is definitely the most dangerous opponent he has ever encountered in the first half of his life. The danger does not refer to how strong the opponent is, but the opponent's scheming and weird means. With his own strength, he almost wiped out the demon believers who had the advantage. Don't talk nonsense with him, do it. A red chain, made of lava, attacked Sumo. The next moment, Sumo's figure shattered like foam. Damn it, it's an illusion again. Without Xie Quan, it's hard for us to break his illusion. Don't panic. Even if our hearing is not as good as Xie Quan's, it is far better than ordinary people. Concentrate and listen carefully. You will definitely hear his footsteps. Typhon said hurriedly. So the two of them immediately held their breath and used their ears to try to hear some movement. As a result, they really heard it. Breathing. There are breathing sounds all around. Wait, something is wrong. Why are there 4 people breathing? The man who controlled the chain suddenly screamed. Typhon was shocked and looked over and was immediately horrified. I saw that half of the sharp sword blade was visible from the man's chest, and standing behind him was Jun Wushang, who had already died. Not only Jun Wushang, but even Yang Dongqing and the ordinary person came back to life. You guys! Typhon was shocked and angry. At this moment, how could he not see that these people were faking their deaths before, in order to cooperate with Su Mu? But the only thing he couldn't figure out was that these people were obviously in the demon camp. Wasn't this courting death? At some point, the spotless Su Mu slowly walked out from behind a stone wall, tapping the ground with his snake-patterned wooden cane, his steps slow and graceful. Typhon, I can give you a chance to live, surrender, or die. Su Mu said calmly. You don't have to worry about the curse. If you choose to surrender, I will help you transform into the angel camp. After that, he signaled to Yang Dongqing and others with his eyes, and several of them showed their burns. He didn't plan to subdue both of them. Humans are creatures that will never be honest unless they are forced into a desperate situation. They have all kinds of ideas in their hearts. Compared with yin-yang chain, Bronze 3 Tai Feng is obviously more worthy of being subdued. Tai Feng's face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes kept flickering. What is the method to change camp? Hypnosis. As long as you accept my hypnosis, I can help you change camp. Hypnosis? When Tai Feng heard these two words, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. You forced me to this point, and now you still want me to surrender? Sumu shrugged indifferently. Anyway, you are used to being a dog for the nobles. After all, it doesn't matter who you are a dog for. I will kill you. Tai Feng went completely crazy and rushed towards Sumu like a human tank. Every step he took on the ground left dense cracks like spider webs on the ground. TSK tisk. Sumu shook his head helplessly. Why do you want to die as a living person? The next moment he took off his brown glasses, and his deep eyes suddenly burst into a blue light, dyeing his entire eyes into crystal blue. All things in the universe. Black vision. Swish. Tai Feng's eyes went dark, as if he was covered by an invisible black cloth, and he became a blind man. This is one of the uses of all things in the world. Since it is an illusion that controls vision, it can naturally deprive vision. I want you to die. Tai Feng, who could not see anything, waved his fists like a mad beast. Wherever he went, the walls and stone pillars were smashed into pieces, but he could not hit Sumu. Sumu's real body had already hidden far away, watching Tai Feng go crazy. He did not use the black shadow Bubai, because Bubai had not digested Xiequan. It might be the first time he devoured a transcendent, and the digestion process was extremely slow. Of course, he was not worried that Xiequan would come out alive. Bubai's ability was weird. Unless he knew how to crack the dark illusion in advance, who would close his eyes and let Bubai drag him away. Sumo, what should we do next? Yang Dongqing stared at the frantic Tai Feng and asked with some concern. He knew Sumo's true background, a pure sickly person who relied entirely on hypnosis and illusion. Although Tai Feng was blinded now, it was impossible to kill him with illusion without any offensiveness. He wanted to help, but his hands were broken by Tai Feng before, and his fighting power was basically lost. He would be a waste if he went up. Jun Wushang tightly grasped the long sword in his hand and seemed to be going forward, but was stopped by Sumo. Watch it. He smiled faintly, then took out a silver-white revolver from his waist. The barrel was thick and long, like a baby's arm. Yang Dongqing was stunned. Isn't this the gun used by the Soundwave Kid before? At that time, Tai Feng also said something about the mithril bullet. Where did you get it? Sumu did not answer, but took out a white handkerchief and wiped the silver-white pistol carefully. He didn't like to use things that others had used, so he needed to wipe off the sweat and fingerprints on it first. Soon, after wiping, he gently raised the silver-white pistol and aimed at the crazy Tai Feng in the field. Bang! A huge gunshot sounded, and a ball of blood burst out from Tiefeng's heart. He fell heavily to the ground, blind and screaming. The instinct for survival made him hold his head tightly to protect the vitals and struggled to get up. Bang! Another shot hit his right chest, and this shot seemed to break his spine, causing him to fall to the ground again, with his hands hanging down helplessly. Bang! The last shot hit his head, and a blood hole appeared on his head instantly. All movements stopped abruptly, and there was no sound. Tai Feng died. So far, the demon camp was wiped out. Looking at the tragic death of Tai Feng, Jun Wushang showed an expression of pity and shook his head repeatedly. 2 shots to the body and 1 shot to the head. Even the gods would be worried. The battle was so simple. Sumu only paid a little insignificant mental power, plus 3 bullets, and directly or indirectly killed several extraordinary people. Even one of them was Bronze 3. With the death of Tai Feng, the burns on their bodies disappeared completely. Sumu blew on the muzzle of the gun that was still emitting white smoke, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It is not a treasure, but has the power comparable to a treasure. Is this the mithril bullet? You belong to me from now on. I will call you Silver Rose. He turned the gun flower, and then inserted the silver rose into his waist. What is a mithril bullet? Yang Dongqing looked at the silver rose with envy. This gun could actually ignore Tai Feng's steel body, which was extremely powerful. Sumu glanced at him and said, "It is written in the extraordinary information of the bronze coffin. Go back and read it yourself." A poor student is a poor student. He has no patience to read a book with a few more words. Yang Dongqing was angry. He knew that Su Mu despised him again, but he could only be angry. "Taoist, what is a mithril bullet?" he asked Jun Wushang in a low voice. Jun Wushang explained to him patiently. Mithril is the hardest metal in the world, and it has a certain restraining effect on the extraordinary. Ordinary bullets cannot break iron ambition, but mithril bullets can. I heard that some powerful extraordinary people also use mithril to make weapons. Yang Dongqing's heart was immediately hot when he heard it. There is such a good thing in the world. If he had a mithril knife today, would Typhoon break his arms? However, Jun Wushang's next sentence directly poured a basin of cold water on him. I really want to own a mithril sword, but mithril is too expensive. 1 gram costs at least 10,000 yuan. The bullets that Brother Su just fired are estimated to be about 10 grams each, which means 100,000 yuan. 1 shot costs 100,000 yuan. 3 shots, 300,000 yuan. This is when Typhoon can't see. If he can see, it's hard to hit him with bullets. Maybe 1,000,000 yuan will be wasted. This is something that nobles play with. Ordinary, extraordinary people can't afford it. Yang Dongqing's fiery heart was instantly cold. He was poor and couldn't imagine that there was a metal in the world that was so expensive, 10,000 yuan per gram. He suddenly stared at Tiefeng's body and trotted over to dig out the mithril bullets from his body. Unfortunately, his hands were broken, so he had to call Jun Wushang for help. The two of them spent a long time digging out 3 scrapped mithril bullets. "I'll take 2, and you take 1. Jun Wushang distributed them first. Yang Dongqing was unwilling. "Why do you have 2? "Because I dug out these bullets with my sword." "You!" Yang Dongqing was about to argue, but suddenly remembered that Typhoon had been shot by the sound wave boy before, so he hurriedly asked Jun Wushang to dig. In the end, they each got 2 mithril bullets and laughed very happily. 400,000 already. 400,000 is definitely not possible. After all, this is a used mithril bullet, so it must be damaged. In addition, the recycling price is not as good as the selling price. I estimate that it will be good to get 200,000. 100,000 per person is worth it. At least I can buy a piece of clothing for Jasmine. I misunderstood her last time, so I have to buy a piece of clothing to make up for it. Jasmine is your girlfriend? Sure, Brother Yang, you don't even have hair, but you have a girlfriend. Unlike me, I can only use this 100,000 yuan to learn foot massage. I'm not bald. I don't have hair because I was burned twice before, and it hasn't grown out yet. While the two were digging for mithril bullets, Su Mu came to the statue and looked carefully at the angel statue in front of him. Because he was an angel believer, he could only see an angel. At this time, the angel statue was emitting a holy white light, with a gentle face full of compassion. However, someone knew that all this was an illusion. God never pitied the world, and he and others were just victims of the struggle between angels and demons. Now that all the demons were dead, the angel and the statue should be able to suppress the demons. He guessed that there would be new changes. Things were just as he expected. The holy light on the angel statue became softer and brighter, and it seemed to be alive, staring at Sumu with eyes full of divinity. The next moment, the angel really came to life. The statue stretched out its limbs, and the holy 8 wings behind it trembled, and it actually walked down from the altar directly. Someone narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know what the angel was going to do. Out of caution, he left an illusion clone in place, and the real body quietly retreated behind the clone. However, the previously unfavorable all things in the world seemed to be ineffective at this moment. The angel completely ignored the clone, walked straight towards the real body, and opened his arms, as if to hug. Click! The silver-white rose bullet was loaded and aimed at the angel's head. If you want to thank me, just give me some extraordinary potion. No need to hug. Devout believers, return to the embrace of God. The grand and ethereal Sanskrit sound came from the angel's mouth, making people want to obey God's command. Bang! Sumu shot the angel's head without hesitation. However, the mithril bullet that could break iron ambition could not hurt the angel at all, and even could not leave any trace. Yang Dongqing and the other person who were wiping the mithril bullets not far away were startled by the gunshot. "Why are you shooting again?" "Another 50,000. The two looked in the direction of the sound and were shocked to see the angel statue approaching Su Mu step by step. The two people who didn't know what was going on were about to run over, but they, seeing the angel, turned into a holy light and went straight into Su Mu's body. Darkness, as if in the darkness of the universe. Su Mu seemed to fall into the cold and dark sea water. His body kept sinking, and it seemed that there would be no end. At this moment, suddenly, an invisible giant net, as bright as the starry sky, appeared above the endless dimension. It was the Bronze Law. Each note of the Bronze Law was inlaid with a bright star, emitting a little starlight. Suddenly, the law turned, and a star like the sun appeared in Su Mu's vision. It was completely different from other stars, dozens of times larger, and emitting holy light all over. The warm holy light dispelled the darkness around, and Su Mu also saw the surrounding scenes clearly. Blood sea, boundless blood sea. He was in the blood sea, surrounded by countless unconscious people, keeping a falling posture. Soon, the holy light fell on him, and a sense of enlightenment rose from his mind. Bronze Law. Original angel. Bang! The surrounding environment was instantly shattered. When Su Mu regained his vision, he saw a dim and dilapidated house with a rocking chair inside and a hazy sky outside. The little girl, Ting Ting, was standing quietly in front of him, tilting her head and looking at him curiously. "Big brother, were you sleeping standing up just now?" Su Mu narrowed his eyes and carefully examined Ting Ting in front of him. What was going on? Time went back. Why did I return to the nightmare world again? Countless questions surged in his mind. He had no fear of the unknown, only a desire for surprises. The sudden surprises constantly stimulated his nerves. For him, this feeling was like a mysterious gift from his girlfriend when he was not celebrating his birthday or a festival, waiting for him to open the gift. He recalled carefully, and his memory stayed at the angel statue incarnated as holy light and hit him. And then he fainted, and after waking up, he returned to the nightmare world. Illusion? This was his first reaction. Just as he was thinking, Yang Dongqing's voice rang out from outside the door. "This damn day it gets light so fast. This house is too small. If we continue to stay here, we will definitely attract shadows. Listen to me. Let's change to another room." Yi Fanyu's voice followed. Sumu was slightly dazed. He looked down at his own shadow under his feet. There was no shadow in it. He tried to sense the Immaculate Heart and all things in the universe, but he didn't sense them either. Now the only bronze law in his body was the original angel that had just dispelled the darkness for him. A memory floated out of his mind. It was the memory of entering the black shadow illusion before. He remembered it, all of it. There was no the Immaculate Heart or all things in the universe at all. Everything was an illusion. He had been immersed in the black shadow illusion. The bronze coffin, the unmemorable, and Typhoon were all fake. The truth is that he never walked out of the black shadow illusion. At that time, he thought he had succeeded and felt that the black shadow's hand had disappeared. So he opened his eyes, which caused him to violate the rules and fall directly into the endless sea of blood, trapped in a false illusion. Everything in his memory, after walking out of the black shadow illusion, was false. He never walked out of the black shadow illusion. Now he really came out. In desperation, he became the chosen one and connected to the bronze law, original angel. It was the angel's holy light that dispelled the darkness for him and brought him out of the illusion. It turned out that I failed before and was deeply trapped in the illusion, but at the critical moment, the microcosm exploded and I was favored by the gods and awakened the original angel, so I walked out of the illusion. The angel I met in the illusion before was actually a sign that I was about to awaken the original angel. Su Mu murmured to himself, and he gradually understood everything. Am I also chosen by God? He frowned unconsciously. He didn't like this feeling. He longed for excitement and excitement. But this feeling of having gods help him when he was in danger and relying on luck for all his victories was really boring. Soon, Yang Dongqing, Yi Fanyu, and others came in. Su Mu told the information about Ting Ting and the Black Shadow illusion. Yi Fanyu was very happy and analyzed how to break the nightmare, that is, to kill Ting Ting. Yang Dongqing did not agree with this method. Yi Fanyu was finally moved by Yang Dongqing's kindness and decided to help Ting Ting with everyone. Things went smoothly. Original Angel worked. Su Mu got the guidance of the gods, found Ting Ting's family, and finally returned to reality. After returning to reality, Su Mu was recruited by major companies. From them, they learned that Original Angel was the strongest bronze law in the legend, stronger than predicting the future. Not only could it use the power of gods, but it would also get help from gods in the dark, so they all wanted Su Mu to join their company and even fought to snatch people. Just when Su Mu was making a decision, the princess of the Qian Empire appeared. She was holy, beautiful, and flawless. She drove away all competitors and recruited Su Mu. Later, Su Mu started the life of a cool male protagonist. In his adventures in the nightmare world, he relied on the help of gods and became stronger and stronger. He soon became a golden strongman, and he was invincible at the same level as he could exert divine power. He was hailed as the strongest man in the empire. The princess secretly fell in love with him and vowed not to marry him. The emperor of the empire was very optimistic about him and promised to give him the throne. Many years later, Su Mu, the greatest emperor of the Qian Empire, the strongest man in the world, the incarnation of an angel, the agent of gods, the only nightmare apostle in history who broke the nightmare curse, successfully stood at the top of the world and lived a happy life with the princess. On the huge throne, Su Mu looked at the imperial nobles kneeling at his feet, and then looked at the beautiful princess with a loving face. He pushed his glasses. There was no happiness on his face, only endless emptiness and boredom. He sighed, this is not pleasant. He cast his eyes on the 100-meter angel statue standing in the center of the palace square, and the silver vertical pupil in the center of its forehead shone brightly. I know you want me to believe in you and prepare a smooth life for me, but can you please be more careful? These are all my leftovers. The 100-meter-high angel statue was like a dead object and did not answer. Su Mu frowned slightly, and he waved his hand. Come on, tear down the statue for me. The ministers kneeling below changed their colors and kept speaking out to stop it. Your Majesty, it can't be demolished. That is blasphemy against God. God will send down punishment from heaven, and the entire Qian Empire will suffer. Your Majesty, angels are the belief of the Qian Empire. If you insist on doing so, the people will definitely rebel. Su Mu felt he was getting more and more bored. He slowly raised his palm, and a dazzling holy light emerged. Then he pressed it down suddenly. A huge holy light palm appeared out of thin air in the void, directly covering the entire palace. Boom! The palace turned into a ruin, and the world was quiet. The ministers died, and the princess died too. Su Mu walked out of the ruins and strolled to the angel statue. Just as he was about to make a move, the angel statue came alive. It was like a real angel descending to the mortal world, 100 meters tall, with a divine glow of compassion on his face, looking down at Su Mu, but there was only endless coldness in the silver vertical pupils. Mortal, I have given you all the glory and wealth in the world, and you still want to blaspheme? Su Mu smiled. He raised his head, and his pair of crystal blue eyes met the angel's cold eyes without any human emotions. I remember that you entered my body, and then I fainted, right? The angel's voice became colder and louder, like heavenly sound. Mortal, answer my question. Su Mu's expression remained unchanged. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, and his golden imperial robe swayed slightly in the wind. Under his high nose bridge, his thin lips were pressed into a straight line. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and a sneer bloomed on his lips. Although the arc was shallow, it carried endless chill and disdain. Outside, you call me immortal, and I don't care about you. But in my dream, you said, "What should you call me?" Boom! The world changed drastically. Everything in the entire Qian Empire was shattered, and in its place was a vast fairy palace rising slowly, with fairy light shining on the nine heavens, the void surging and thousands of laws trembling. Su Mu took a step forward, and the endless laws formed a road to the sky under his feet, carrying him to sit on the Supreme Emperor's throne in the top fairy palace. His figure became extremely majestic, as tall as the heaven and earth. A robe of the Emperor of Heaven was gently draped over him. Just sitting there was enough to make the heaven and earth pale in comparison and all things tremble. He exuded a divine light as bright as the sun. With a flip of his hand, he controlled the reincarnation of life and death in the world. When he closed his hand, he dominated the changes of time and space. He seemed to be the center of the universe and the end of all things. The angel who seemed like a god before, in his contrast, was like an ant. The angel's compassionate face became expressionless. All the changes around him were beyond his expectations. He seemed to not understand why a mere mortal could be so high and mighty. The blasphemer died. He was like a robot with disordered programs. His face was as cold as ice, and his whole body turned into a holy light, rushing straight toward Su Mu, who was at the top of the world. Su Mu sneered with disdain. He had already guessed the angel's intention. He just wanted to make himself indulge in illusions forever, believe in angels, and then control his body. It was a pity that God's imagination was too scarce. These illusions were not only not beautiful to him, but extremely annoying. If he was in the outside world, he might not have a good way to deal with this level of illusion, but this was his dream, his home court. He could only blame the angel for letting him fall into a coma, because as long as he fell asleep, he would enter that omnipotent dream. He waved his hand gently, and billions of stars hanging in the universe fell like rain. He smashed madly at the brilliant holy light. However, no matter how the stars shattered and the world collapsed, the holy light seemed to be the only thing that remained unchanged and could not be shaken at all. Su Mu's eyes moved slightly. As I expected, everything in the dream is fake, and the angel belongs to the reality from the outside world. Illusion cannot shake the reality. He expected this scene, because it was the same when he dealt with the blood of the nightmare world before. Illusion cannot shake the reality, even if his dream is more real than reality. Bang! The holy light hit his tall body fiercely, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, spreading wildly on his body. For a moment, Su Mu's crystal blue eyes were stained with a layer of holy light, and his expression was a little pious. An impulse arose in his heart, an impulse to praise the angel. He knew that this was the angel forcibly changing his mind and making himself an angel believer. But Su Mu was not panicked at all. Instead, he smiled silently. In my dream, although I can't change the external reality, I can change myself. As soon as he finished speaking, his majestic body collapsed inch by inch and disappeared between heaven and earth, and the holy light was like a headless fly, flying around. Outside the endless dimension, Su Mu looked at the holy light quietly and looked at it with interest. God? That's all. Although he couldn't destroy the holy light couldn't find him in the dream. In a moment, the dream can be divided into endless dimensions, and he himself can hide outside the dimension at will. What should I do next? He touched his chin in thought, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Although illusion can't affect reality, the greatest function of illusion has always been deception. Why not try to deceive a god? Then, an identical Su Mu appeared in front of the holy light. This was his clone, a completely identical clone. The angel was fooled. He didn't seem to have much intelligence. He went straight into the clone, and then the clone was submerged by the holy light. Su Mu could feel that the angel was merging with the clone. Aren't you courting death? Su Mu muttered to himself. He couldn't control the external reality, but if you insisted on merging into it, then he had to accept it with a smile. He didn't let the clone resist and let the angel merge. After a while, the two were completely merged into one. Silver vertical pupils grew on the clone's forehead, and 8 holy wings like an angel appeared behind it. Snap! Sumu snapped his fingers, and the clone was instantly annihilated and returned to nothingness. The angel also disappeared, and they all merged into this dream. Just when he thought it was solved, the whole dream suddenly changed drastically. Everything that had been transformed before was shattered, and everything returned to nothingness. In this void, only Sumu stood alone. He frowned slightly, looking at the nothingness around him, and there was a feeling in his heart telling him that the dream seemed different. But he couldn't tell exactly where it was different. He tried to conjure up the fairy palace on top again, and the dream quickly changed according to his wishes. The fairy palace soon appeared, and everything was the same as before, but the feeling in the dark became stronger. Suddenly, a flash of enlightenment flashed in his eyes, and he understood what this feeling was. Real. After the dream merged with the angel, it became more real. That magical feeling cannot be described in words, but Sumu felt it for sure, and the dream was closer to reality. At the same time, his forehead suddenly hurt, as if it was burned by fire. Swish! A huge full-length mirror appeared in front of him, reflecting a slender and tall figure. Sumu looked at the mirror and was surprised to find that there was also a silver vertical pupil on his forehead, with cold and indifferent eyes, like a high god overlooking all living beings. Follow with the appearance of the vertical pupil, some memories that did not belong to him flooded into his mind. In a trance, he saw 2 gods fighting. One was a demon with black wings on his back, and the other was an angel with silver eyes and white wings on his forehead. During the battle, the blood of the 2 fell on a black stone, and the stone was stained with blood and eventually turned into the statue of the god and the devil. Later, the earth that the 2 fought began to break, and finally the statue fell into the abyss and disappeared. The second picture was a group of black-robed people and white-robed people kneeling in front of the statue on the altar and then fighting each other, and the blood dyed the sacrificial land red. The third picture, which is also the last picture, shows a bald, winged, eyeless, and noseless little monster in the picture. It constantly releases thick fog like haze, which seems to break a certain balance. An old wooden door appears in the thick fog, and the little monster finds the wooden door and opens it. The picture stops abruptly. Do gods and demons really exist in this world? Or are gods and demons just products of the nightmare world? Sumu's eyes flashed with excitement. It's wonderful. The more dangerous and weird the world is, the more excited he is, just like a high-level player who is never afraid of the game being too difficult, but only afraid of the game being too boring. His eyes flashed with excitement, and his mind quickly analyzed the information just now. The blood of gods and demons gave the statue divinity. Later, the statue should have been picked up by some evil cult, and a place for sacrifice was specially built. The place of sacrifice is not in the abandoned city area. It was after the unmemory came to the abandoned city area that they accidentally broke a certain balance, causing the entrance to the place of sacrifice to appear in the abandoned city area. All this matched up. He had guessed before that the person behind the scenes only needed the unmemory to achieve his goal. So why did he make a statue? So the statue should not be made by them. Now it seems to be true. It was the statue released by the unmemory, but it was trapped in the place of sacrifice by the statue. The thick fog it created that corroded memory was expelled by the statue and all drained out of the wooden door. His dream was also very special. It could actually devour the divinity of the statue and add a touch of reality. If we follow the logic, doesn't it mean that as long as more divinity is devoured, the dream can become a reality? Turn into a real world? What exactly is this dream? Is it really a dream that a mortal like me can have? More and more mysteries shrouded Sumu, constantly stimulating his excited nerves. He liked the unknown and liked surprises. Just when he was so excited that he couldn't extricate himself, he suddenly felt a shaking feeling, and then the whole dream began to shake violently. Sumo, are you still alive? Brother Sue, please don't die. Bronze Coffin hasn't paid me this month. I really can't afford to pay. Sumo opened his eyes and looked at the two people in front of him. Stop shaking. Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang were immediately filled with joy. Great, Brother Sue, you finally woke up. What happened just now? Why is the statue gone? Sumo slowly got up from the ground. Although he was lying on the ground, there was no dust on his body or even on his clothes. This was the effect of immortal heart. Now is not the time to chat. Hurry up and leave. The sacrificial site will collapse soon. Sumu didn't say much nonsense and led the three people to the outside of the sacrificial site. However, he stopped after 2 steps and stretched out his hand to Yang Dongqing. Give it. Yang Dongqing's face changed, and he stammered, Give what? The next moment, his eyes went dark, and he lost his vision completely, and then he felt a lightness on his waist. When he regained his vision, he found that Su Mu had a silver pistol in his hand. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head awkwardly. I don't mean anything else. I just wanted to carry you to the hospital, but I was afraid that the bumpy road would cause the gun to fall. Su Mu was too lazy to pay attention to him, and turned to Jun Wushang and said, He said he didn't say you, right? Jun Wushang's face fell, and he took out 5 mithril bullets from his Taoist robe and handed them over. Su Mu glanced at the two of them and said, I'm not dead yet, so you're dividing the inheritance? The two were very embarrassed. One scratched his head, and the other looked at the stone under his feet. Besides, you are not my children, so it seems that you don't have the right to inherit the inheritance, right? Okay, no need to quibble. In view of your 2 bad behaviors, as the head of the Bronze Coffin Intelligence Department, I have decided to confiscate your action bonus for this mission. Didn't I return the things to you? What? Brother Sue, you are the head. Hurry up, this place is going to collapse. While the few people were talking, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the sky above the sacrificial site, and the sky was broken like a mirror. While running, Su Mu looked up at the sky. He had a very strange feeling. He always felt that this place was very similar to the nightmare in the nightmare world. Thinking of the nightmare world invading the real world, he guessed that this sacrificial site came from the nightmare world. What were the black-robed and white-robed people who knelt down to worship the statue before? Are they people like Ting Ting in the nightmare world? Brother Sue, where are we going? We can't find the door we came in through before. Jun Wushang said anxiously. Su Mu didn't answer, but focused his mind on his forehead. The next moment, a crack appeared on his forehead, and a silver vertical pupil suddenly emerged from the crack with cold eyes. Through the observation of the silver vertical pupil, he soon found the wooden door hidden in the void. The holy light in his eyes swept across, and the wooden door suddenly appeared. Su Mu, on your forehead. Yang Dongqing looked at Su Mu's forehead in shock, and was shocked to find that this eye was exactly the same as the eye on the angel statue before. Su Mu didn't explain, but led the 3 people to rush towards the wooden door. They were very fast, except for the bald man, Zhao Yongxiang, at the end of the team. However, someone was faster than them. To be precise, it was not a person, but the unmemory. The unmemory, who had been trapped in the sacrificial land, saw the wooden door appear, flapped his wings, and came to the wooden door in an instant, wanting to open the door and leave. Since the distance between them and him was more than 10 meters, they did not forget the unmemorable this time. Yang Dongqing called out urgently, Sumo, hurry up, use the mithril bullet. A helpless look flashed across Sumu's face. Sometimes, having a bad teammate is really speechless. If the mithril bullet can really kill the unmemorable, why do you think the sound wave man didn't kill it before? Because he's kind, right? Yang Dongqing was stunned, and then he just reacted. At this moment, the unmemorable had already pushed the door open with his hand. It had just stepped in half a foot, boom. A bright holy light suddenly shot out from Sumu's 3rd eye. The next moment, the unmemorable was hit by the holy light. Almost instantly, its body was directly annihilated in the holy light and completely dissipated. As Sumu said before, it is actually very simple to deal with the unmemorable. either attack from a distance or use non-living things such as puppets. Before, he had no long-range attack means and could not deal with the unmemorable, but now it is different. After the dream swallowed the angel's divinity, he also gained some angel power, which is the silver vertical pupil on his forehead. Although he cannot exert the true power of this eye is, after all, a thing of the gods. Even if it can only be partially exerted, its power is terrifying enough. The unmemory person who could not be killed by the mithril bullet was instantly wiped out by this eye. However, the price was also very serious. His mental and physical strength were instantly drained. Not only that, Sumu could even feel a large area of his own cells dying and various organs failing, as if his vitality was forcibly extracted. Although this blow killed the unmemory person, it also directly put him in a state of near death. Sumu's body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Jun Wushang hurriedly grabbed his arm, carried it on his shoulder, and ran out of the door at high speed. After a long time, 2 commercial vehicles drove away from the abandoned city. In the back seat of the commercial vehicle, Sumu leaned weakly on the seat. He didn't expect that he, who had experienced so many dangers without being injured, was almost killed by the backlash of the silver vertical pupil in the end. If lifespan had a numerical value, he even felt that he could live several years less. It was too much of a stretch to use the things of God with a mortal body. Since he became a superhuman, he hadn't been so weak for a while. Now, he can sit in a wheelchair again. Yang Dongqing, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was still chattering. Can you not deduct money? I have to buy clothes for Jasmine to make up for my sin. I made her cry last time. Or you can deduct less. Shut up. Didn't you pick up a few mithril bullets? You can sell them for money. Sumu was too lazy to pay attention to Yang Dongqing. Since the moment the unmemorable died, all their lost memories have returned. Yang Dongqing also remembered that the kiss mark on Jasmine's neck was left by himself, and the new clothes were also bought by himself. He felt guilty at this time. Sumu's memory was naturally restored, but it didn't matter whether it was restored or not, because he guessed the lost memory through reasoning before it was restored. Bronze Coffin Company. Murong Mengli, who was processing documents, suddenly stopped writing. A look of bewilderment flashed across her eyes, and then countless memory fragments poured out. The next moment, her face changed drastically, and she stood up suddenly and rushed out of the door. She remembered all of it. The Bronze Coffin Company once had more than 20 employees, and there was also a superhuman named Jun Wushang, who was from the Chongqing Daoguan, not a nightmare apostle, and his bronze law was unparalleled sword dance, ranked 98th in the sequence. Jun Wushang was a bootlicker. It was almost effortless to recruit him at the beginning. Even if Han Yu interfered, he cannot be driven away. She once sent Jun Wushang with some nightmare apostles who were ordinary people to the abandoned city area to look for clues to the Golden Eye, and then there was no more. Her memory began to be lost from here. She mistakenly thought that there were no superhumans in the company, so she began to search vigorously and found Yang Dongqing and Sumu. As Sumu and his men reached the abandoned city area, their memories were also lost. It was not until now that she remembered that she had sent people to the abandoned city area many times, but she would forget every time and then repeatedly send people to die. Damn it! Why are there people who cannot be remembered in the abandoned city area? Susu, Murong Mungli's beautiful face was full of worry, not only because she was worried about the great loss of the bronze coffin's strength, but also because she was worried about Sumo. He was the only man she didn't hate since she was a child, and the only man who saw no desire in her eyes. She remembered the conversation at the wine table that day. Ms. Mengli, I always thought we were friends. Friends? Murong Mengli had never had any friends. Her identity was destined to be looked down upon by the nobles and flattered by the common people. Notify the armed forces to assemble and prepare the car. Go to the abandoned city area. Go to the safe in the basement and take out the black box inside. Also, if I haven't returned before 12 o'clock tonight, send someone to the Murong family to ask my father for help. Murong Mengli looked stern and issued orders in an orderly manner. Although she knew that the unmemory was dead, so the memory would be restored, she still made plans for the worst. After all, the unmemory was not the only nightmare monster in the abandoned city area. Besides, she didn't think Su Mu could kill the unmemory, which was a nightmare monster that even the silver strongmen were afraid of. She guessed that it should be other powerful nightmares who killed the unmemory, and Su Mu and others might have died. But she had to see the person alive or the body dead. Su Mu was her last hope. She had no time to recruit extraordinary people, and it was difficult to recruit people stronger than Su Mu. Soon, the troops were assembled, and more than a dozen armored vehicles stopped in front of the Bronze Coffin Company. Murong Mengli took off her CEO uniform and put on a specially made black leather jacket, with her long flaxen hair flying. "Let's go." Just as she was about to get in the car, the sound of a car speeding suddenly came from a distance. Murong Mengli was startled. She recognized the car. It was the car that Su Mu and his team drove away before. Zila. The vehicle braked suddenly and drifted to the door of the Bronze Coffin Company, leaving a black tire mark on the ground. Bang! The door of the cab was opened. Jun Wushang showed half of his body and looked at the heroic Murong Mengli with a look of surprise. "Boss, are you here to greet me? Where are the others?" Murong Mengli said quickly. "In the car." She stepped forward quickly, opened the door, and saw Su Mu, who was as pale as paper, lying weakly on the seat. Su, are you okay?" A trace of worry appeared on Murong Mengli's face. Su Mu smiled gently. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine for now. Come here, bring my medicine box." A metal black box was handed to Murong Mengli. She opened the box, revealing colorful medicines inside, each with a label. She hurriedly took out a bottle of medicine filled with green liquid, opened the lid, and moved it towards Su Mu's mouth. "This is the Vitality Potion produced by Federal Pharmaceutical Company. It is a kind of extraordinary potion and has a miraculous effect on the recovery of injuries." After saying that, she directly fed Su Mu to drink. After swallowing a bottle of Vitality Potion, Su Mu immediately felt warm all over his body, as if he had returned to the embrace of his mother. At the same time, his body was recovering rapidly and full of vitality again. "Do you have any more of this medicine?" "There's still 2 bottles." Su Mu slowly stood up. "Please exchange the bonus for this operation for vitality medicine." "Yes, let's talk about this later. The vitality medicine can't make you fully recover. There is a professional medical team in the company. Come with me for treatment first." Ms. Murong, actually I also, Yang Dongqing, who was standing by, raised his broken hands and looked at the vitality potion with envy. "Mr. Yang, I have promised to give these 2 bottles of vitality potion to Su. I don't think your injury is very serious, and you're still a body of steel. Normal medical treatment should be enough." Murong Mengli ignored Yang Dongqing after saying that, and then followed Su Mu upstairs. Yang Dongqing. He suddenly missed Jasmine. "Brother Yang, are the boss and Brother Su relatives?" Jun Wushang asked hopefully. "Why do you ask that?" Yang Dongqing looked at him in surprise. "I saw the boss called him Su, and they seem to be very familiar with each other. If they are familiar, they must be relatives. I can see that you are a single dog." Yang Dongqing regained his sense of superiority, looked at Jun Wushang with contempt, and then went upstairs with his arms drooping, leaving Jun Wushang alone in the wind. He was in a daze for a long time, and suddenly recovered, with a look of pain on his face. "Hey, the flowers before were given away in vain. If I had known this, I might as well give them to number 8. What a waste." In the medical room, Murong Mengli's pretty face was full of coldness, and her pair of white hands were clenched. "Su, your suspicion is reasonable. The eldest young master of the Murong family is definitely involved in this matter, and even Xianziheo may be involved. This is obviously a trap. I wanted Han Yu to go to the abandoned city area many times before, but he kept shirking it, saying that his father's order to him was to protect me, and so on. Now I think he may have known the inside story a long time ago. Murong Yun, Xianziheo." The delicate and slender nails pierced into the white palm because of too much force. Su Mu looked at Murong Mengli with a face full of hatred. He knew very well what the other party was thinking. He finally had the opportunity to set up a company, but before he had time to show his strength, he was plotted by his eldest brother, and the company suffered heavy losses. The fight between nobles is like this. There is no brotherhood. They even attack their brothers and sisters more cruelly than outsiders. It seems that the golden eye is indeed difficult to find. The eldest master of the Murong family seems to have given up long ago and plans to find another way to directly kill other competitors. Murong Mengli shook her head. Although Murong Yun is vicious, he only dares to attack people in our company at most. He dare not kill nobles, even if they are nobles. The life rights of every imperial noble are supreme. This is a rule jointly established by all nobles. If a civilian kills a noble, no matter what the reason, he will be judged by the entire Qian Empire. If a noble attacks a noble, unless there's a legitimate reason, he will also pay a huge price. Oh, Su Mu raised an interested smile at the corner of his mouth. It sounds like killing nobles is a very interesting thing. Murong Mengli immediately looked at him seriously. Su, don't have this idea. I'm not kidding. It was the golden nobles who established Qian Empire. The empire, they will never allow anyone to offend the dignity of the nobles. This unspoken rule is also the case in other empires. Even during the war, unless there are special circumstances, the enemy army will not kill the nobles. At most, they will capture them and ask for ransom. This is the red line that all empires cannot touch. There was once a golden strong man. He was a nightmare apostle because he was dissatisfied with the oppression of the nobles. He assassinated a noble after becoming golden, and later, everything about him was wiped out, and the forces of relatives and friends, etc., were forcibly wiped out by the empire. It sounds more interesting. Su Mu smiled more. For the first time, he felt that killing a person could be so interesting, and this kind of person is called noble. You? Murong Mengli's eyes flickered, and she wanted to say something else, but suddenly found that this man who didn't care about the nobles seemed to exude a kind of dangerous charm. By the way, there is news about the extraordinary potion you want. Su Mu suddenly became excited. He had been longing for extraordinary potions for a long time. Which one is it? It's a general type, the Bronze Law, Giant Force Bomb Fist. This kind of law potion that can directly help ordinary people become extraordinary people is very precious. Even the most common Giant Force Bomb Fist, Endless Recovery, and Iron Ambition are hard to come by. This time I was lucky enough to come across it. As for higher order potions, there is basically no need to think about them. These things are unlikely to flow out. They are basically monopolized by the great nobles. If ordinary people want to get them, they can only become the chosen one and comprehend them in the nightmare world. Giant Force Bomb Fist. Su Mu was very satisfied. He didn't dislike its low sequence. What he wanted was this simple and crude, extraordinary potion that could directly increase physical fitness. When can I get it? I have arranged people to keep an eye on it. As long as it appears at the auction, they will notify me immediately. Oh, Susu. Murong Mengli suddenly curled her red lips. Although your bonus is not small, it may be a little short of the Giant Bomb Fist, if you want to auction it. But don't worry, I will make up the difference for you, even if you owe me. Su Mu raised his eyebrows and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Murong Mengli. I know you don't like to owe others, but you don't have to treat me as someone else. Ms. Mengli, you probably misunderstood. I didn't mean to refuse. What I wanted to say was, can I owe you more? Murong Mengli was stunned. In addition to Giant Bomb Fist, I see that there are many other medicines in your medicine box. Do you think this is a good idea? Why not? No. Murong Mengli turned away from the bedside, and her long flaxen hair flashed before Su Mu's eyes, and a faint fragrance remained in the air. She walked to the door, paused, and looked back and said, You should stay in the company to recover these days. This time you killed the unmemorable person and ruined Murong Yun and Qian Ziheo's plan. They may attack you. With me in the company, they will be more cautious. Also, the mark on the forehead is good, very beautiful. Then, Murong Mengli left. Su Mu looked at the empty wardroom and touched the forehead with his hand. Since he used the silver vertical pupil, a faint silver mark has been left on the forehead. The shape is a bit like lightning, but it is not as sharp as lightning. Instead, it looks like someone gently outlined it with the tip of a brush. The mark is very faint, and it is almost invisible if you don't look carefully, but it really exists. There is no magic on the surface, but only he knows that there is a silver vertical pupil hidden behind the silver mark, which is the eye of the eight-winged angel. It has terrifying power. With his current strength, if he just barely activates it, he will fall into a near-death state. This power cannot be used easily unless it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if he fails to hit the enemy, he will be useless first. Although I didn't find a golden eye, I gain a lot. The eye from a god, even if it is not a real god, is just it is a statue of a god, and its power is also very impressive. And Sumu paused, and he waved his hand, and the shadow under the bed stood up like a person, and then the shadow kept squirming, and the next moment, Xie Quan walked out of the shadow. At this time, Xie Quan had no expression. His face was stiff, and there was no light in his eyes, like a zombie. It is obvious that Xie Quan, like the villagers of Zhaojia village, was controlled by the Black Shadow, which was equivalent to being controlled by Sumu. Before, Ting Ting was the owner of the Black Shadow, so the controlled villagers acted completely according to Ting Ting's cognition. Now that the Black Shadow has changed its owner, Xie Quan is naturally controlled by Sumu. He was under Xie Quan's control. After giving the command, a magical thing happened. Xie Quan, who was originally in human form, suddenly fell to the ground with all four limbs, and grew wild dog-like hair on his body. His face protruded, his nose turned black, and his teeth turned into canine teeth, just like the legendary dog demon. Sumu became interested and controlled Xie Quan to transform again: eagle, tiger, lion, bat, snake. He found that Xie Quan could open a zoo by himself, and the strength of the animals he transformed was far superior to ordinary animals, which could be said to combine the advantages of extraordinary people and animals. It is worthy of being sequence 102, Beast Mimicry. If it hadn't been solved directly by Bu Bai at that time, Xie Quan, that battle was really hard to win because Xie Quan was so comprehensive. He was the first to detect the illusion, and he saw through his true body during the battle. Sun Luo Wanxiang was basically useless to him. Sun Luo Wanxiang was a visual illusion after all, with great limitations, and was very passive against enemies who did not rely on their eyes. For 3 consecutive days, Murong Mengli came to see how Su Mu was recovering almost every day, and he was a little speechless with her enthusiasm. Su Mu asked her what she wanted to do. Murong Mengli said that she was cultivating feelings because the clues of the golden eye were broken, and her father's birthday was coming soon. On the same day, she would announce her engagement with Qian Ziheo. She knew that she could not change her fate, so she planned to find a man before that. And this man was Su Mu. Facing her honesty, Su Mu had nothing to say. After all, he was not harassing her. He just came to visit. On this day, Murong Mengli came again. But this time she brought a silver-white metal box with several bottles of extraordinary potions. In addition to the promised giant force bomb and 2 bottles of vitality potion, there were 3 more bottles. 1 bottle of detoxification potion, 1 bottle of awakening potion, and 1 bottle of violent potion. You shouldn't take this potion by yourself, right? It's obviously not in line with your ability. Murong Mengli reminded. Sumu nodded. I know. That's good. If you're giving it to Yang Dongqing, remember to wait until he completely digests Heart of Iron before taking it. The human spirit is like the stomach. If you eat more food that you haven't digested before, your stomach will burst. A strange look appeared on Su Mu's face. Get to Yang Dongqing? How do you know that our relationship is so good? You should have a good rest. I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Murong Mengli hurried away, as if she was busy with something important. Su Mu carefully looked at the potions in front of him. Although they were different in color, they were all labeled, so there was no need to worry about taking the wrong medicine. After all, the nobles are still powerful. He sighed. In the past, he spent a lot of effort to obtain the extraordinary power, even deceiving Yang Dongqing, and finally went to the nightmare world, and only then did he get the extraordinary power. But Murong Mengli, the noble lady, easily took out a bottle of extraordinary potion of giant powerbomb fist in just a few days. This is just the energy of an illegitimate daughter of a noble. It seems that when I kill Murong Yun and Qian Ziheo in the future, I can't forget to harvest their property. Su Mu said casually, and then opened the extraordinary potion of giant powerbomb fist and drank it all. As for the spirit being blown up, it doesn't exist. Spicy. Hot and spicy. It's as if I drank the beef hot pot base. A hot current rose in Su Mu's body and quickly spread to his whole body. In an instant, his fair skin became extremely hot and flushed, as if there was a raging fire burning in his body. At the same time, his consciousness was infinitely elevated, as if he had broken through some kind of barrier, and once again saw the bronze law hidden in the endless dimension omnipresent. At a certain node in this big network, a star dropped its light. He connected to the bronze law giant power fist. A powerful force surged like a tide, and Su Mu could clearly feel his muscles bulging, his strength soaring, and violent energy contained in his limbs. His muscles were swelling more and more, and there was a tendency to change towards the size of Tai Feng, as if he had instantly transformed from a weak scholar into a fitness coach. But then Innocent Heart took effect, and a touch of pure white light surged throughout his body, and the swollen muscles seemed to have been removed of impurities, shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, Su Mu returned to his original state. His figure was still tall and thin, but if you take off his clothes to look, you will find that the once thin body has emerged with streamlined muscles, and every inch contains violent power. Huh. Su Mu let out a long sigh, his eyes behind the brown glasses flickering with a crystal blue light. Is this the feeling of power? Or is the improvement of physical strength the most intuitive? However, now that I have gathered 3 bronze laws, can I start preparing to be promoted to silver? It seems that 3 different systems of bronze laws cannot be promoted, right? It will cause mental breakdown. Interesting. Let's try it then. With the physical improvement brought by Giant Powerbomb Fist, he finally doesn't have to worry about the problem of unlimited growth of mental power in a short period of time and can live for a while longer, at least until the new year. He slowly got up from the bed and simply stretched his body. His previously severely injured body had already fully recovered, partly due to the effect of the Vitality Potion, and the other part was Giant Powerbomb Fist. He shook his head and suddenly felt that his head was a little swollen, as if it was filled with something. The spirit is full. Su Mu frowned slightly. It seems that with my current mental power, I can only accommodate 3 incompletely digested bronze laws at the same time. He didn't care too much. The swelling was only a matter of today. When a mental power is strengthened again tomorrow, it will not increase. Mengli, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your beauty is getting more and more attractive. Come and have a taste. This is the scale fish I bought from the extremely frozen sea at a high price. The meat is delicious and melts in your mouth. Every gram is as valuable as mithril. Only this kind of delicacy is worthy of your beauty. Qian Ziheo, who weighed more than 300 kilograms, had a flattering smile on his face. His small eyes, which are almost squeezed out by the fat, stared straight at Murong Mengli, who was sitting opposite him. Murong Mengli looked as cold as ice. She didn't move her chopsticks and said bluntly, Qian Ziheo, evacuate your people from the vicinity of the bronze coffin immediately. Qian Ziheo smiled without any hesitation. That won't work. You're my fiancé. What if someone bumps into you? This is necessary protection. Protection? Murong Mengli smiled coldly. No one in the Qian Empire dares to attack the nobles, so there is no need for you to be hypocritical. You did the thing in the abandoned city area, right? Qian Ziheo was slightly stunned. What abandoned city area? Why don't I understand what you are talking about? Mengli, have you encountered any troubles recently? Tell me, in this small piece of land in Xingqing, there is nothing that I, Qian Ziheo, can't handle. As he spoke, he stretched out his big fat hand and was about to hold Murong Mengli's hand. A touch of undisguised disgust flashed in Murong Mungli's eyes, and she stood up and dodged directly. Qian Ziheo, given your relationship with Murong Yun, even if you didn't do it, you are still responsible. Evacuate your people immediately, and if you dare to attack someone from my company again, don't blame me for being rude. Qian Ziheo's smile slowly faded. People from your company? You're talking about the pariah from the lower city. I think his name is Sumo, right? Not only Sumo, you can't touch anyone in the bronze coffin. Mengli, you really misunderstood me. Everyone in Xingqing knows that I, Qian Ziheo, have always done things in an upright manner. The bronze coffin is your company, so it is equivalent to mine. Why would I attack my own company? If I really did it, what can I do? Murong Mengli's expression became colder and colder, and even a hint of murderous intent emerged. There was a touch of determination in her cold voice. Then you can wait to get a corpse on the wedding day. After that, she turned around and left. Her exquisite high heels collided with the ground coldly, and she walked away. Qian Ziheo narrowed his eyes and stared at Murong Mengli's slender and sexy back. The half of her snow-white calves exposed under her coat constantly attracted his attention. Hiss! He stretched his neck and took a deep breath towards Murong Mengli's seat. The woman's fragrance and the fragrance of the phosphorescent fish penetrated into his nose, and his saliva kept secreting. He stretched out his big hand and grabbed the whole phosphorescent fish on the plate. He didn't care about the soup dripping down his thick fingers. He swallowed the whole fish into his mouth and chewed it. Not long after, Han Yu appeared behind him and said respectfully, President Qian, should our people withdraw? Qian Ziheo sucked his fingers greedily and said nonchalantly, Retreat, of course we have to retreat. Didn't you hear what my fiancé said? Han Yu's face flashed with hesitation. Didn't you say before that as long as Su Mu left the door of the bronze coffin, you would send someone to kill him immediately? Huh! A mouth slapped Han Yu to the ground. Qian Ziheo's furious voice sounded. Is there any conflict between retreating people and killing Su Mu? That pretty boy killed the unmemorable person I spent a lot of money to get, and also destroyed the relationship between me and Mengli. He must die. Han Yu, who was terrified, knelt on the ground with his face covered, lowered his head, and hurriedly said yes. But his face was already full of resentment. Damn, fat man. Do you have feelings for Murong Mengli? Damn, when I get the upper hand one day, I will be the first to kill you. But President Qian, you also heard what Miss Murong said just now. I am afraid that she will do something extreme. Qian Ziheo sneered. Her? Have you ever seen a person who really wants to commit suicide and will notify me in advance? She has no bargaining chips, so she can only threaten me with her life. But unfortunately, I know very well that this woman will not commit suicide. She will never die before the head of the Murong family dies. Han Yu was shocked all over, and his expression became more and more panic. He felt as if he had heard some incredible news. Qian Ziheo rubbed the silver ring on his hand and recalled the information he accidentally got in his mind. The sneer on his face became stronger. Go to the bronze coffin company and find a chance to deal with that pretty boy. Me? Han Yu was shocked and pointed at himself. The scene of being threatened by Su Mu was still vivid in his mind. He didn't think he could deal with Su Mu. Trash. Qian Ziheo was full of disdain. I didn't ask you to kill him. Your task is to find out the details of that pretty boy. He must have some hidden cards to kill the unmemory. Didn't you say before that he had a group of inhuman monsters under his command? I guess his ability should be related to puppets. I guess he also relied on puppets to kill the unmemory from a long distance. Go and find out how many puppets he has. Oh, and find a way to trick him out of the bronze coffin. Doesn't he have a gang in the lower city? Start from this aspect and make sure he leaves the bronze coffin. After he leaves, Mr. Mu will naturally deal with him. Hearing the 3 words Mr. Mu, Han Yu's body instinctively trembled. Yes, I understand, but my strength is low. Now Murong Mengli has already suspected us. If I go to find out, I'm afraid it will be, why did I find a waste like you? Bang! A strong thigh kicked Han Yu hard. Han Yu cried out in pain and quickly rolled on the ground several times to make himself look more embarrassed. Murong Mengli is just suspicious. Without solid evidence, would she dare to attack you? She is just an illegitimate daughter of a noble. Give her 100 courage. Didn't you see that she just came here to warn you today? Even she didn't dare to do it. Do you think that the pariah Sumu in the lower city dares? Besides, even if they want to investigate, they will first investigate Murong Yun. What does it have to do with me? Qian Zihao? Only his company's people didn't go to the abandoned city. Even a fool would suspect Murong Yun first. Han Yu kept nodding his head. He thought about it carefully, and it made sense. Sumu would definitely suspect Murong Yun first. At most, he thought Qian Zihao was an accomplice. This is the upper city. Without evidence, how could a pariah dare to attack the richest man in Xingqing because of a little suspicion? In the bronze coffin training room, violent blows continued to sound, and the dummy in the training room was completely deformed under the huge force. At this time, a bronze coffin employee in work clothes ran in. "Chief," Han Yu appeared. Su Mu slowly stopped his movements, took the towel handed by the other party, and wiped his hands. "Bring him to see me." He threw the towel to the employee casually, walked to the table beside him, and drank tea. Not long after, Han Yu appeared, with a little nervousness on his face, but it was well concealed. "Mr. Su, I went back to Murong's house to do something before, but I didn't expect such a big thing to happen in just a few days. I heard that you were injured. Are you okay?" Su Mu smiled slightly and gently put down the teacup in his hand. "Of course I'm fine, but someone is going to be in trouble." As soon as these words came out, Han Yu immediately tensed up all over. Facing Su Mu's half-smiled eyes, he always felt like he was being stared at by a venomous snake. "Mr. Su, do you think the appearance of the person with no memory is strange?" Su Mu nodded. "The news about Huang Jinye it is naturally strange that the children of the Murong family other than Murong Yun have learned about this. And as far as I know, the unmemorable person has also suddenly appeared in the abandoned city recently." Han Yu's face changed. "Do you suspect Murong Yun?" "Not only Murong Yun, but also Qian Zihao." "Qian Zihao?" Han Yu was shocked. Although he has a good relationship with Murong Yun, there is no need to attack his fiancé's company. "You suspect him. Do you have any evidence?" Su Mu smiled and shook his head. "No, I have no evidence." Han Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that there is no evidence. After all, if this matter is exposed, it means that Qian Zihao has offended all the children of the Murong family, except Murong Yun at the same time. He still has to rely on Qian Zihao to climb up, and he doesn't want this big tree to get into trouble. However, Su Mu's next sentence made his face change wildly. "But evidence is important for solving a case. It's just murder. What evidence do you need?" "This." Han Yu looked up suddenly, but suddenly his eyes went dark, and he found that he could not see anything. The sudden blindness made him feel confused. At the same time, a gust of wind hit him from behind his head. Blind Han Yu instinctively wanted to dodge, but suddenly the gust of wind suddenly changed its moves and hit Han Yu's abdomen directly. If it were normal, he would naturally want to dodge this kind of attack, but the premise is that he can see it. The sense that people rely on most is the eyes. Unless they have undergone special training, they will not be able to quickly use their ears to distinguish external information after their eyes are blind. Sizzle. That was the sound of piercing the intestines and stomach. A sharp eagle claw pierced Han Yu's abdomen fiercely. "Ah!" Han Yu screamed miserably and struggled to escape, blood and intestines flowing out. The fatal wound on an ordinary person did not kill him. On the contrary, his torn stomach was healing. This was the effect of the Bronze Law, endless recovery. Unless using mithril bullets, it was difficult to suppress this recovery ability. However, no matter how fast he recovered, it was not as fast as Xie Quan's attack. In an instant, the expressionless Xie Quan attacked again. The eagle claws had turned into bear paws. The thick bear paws hit Han Yu's legs with great force. With 2 clicks, his legs broke. Then Xie Quan flew forward, his right foot turned into an elephant leg, and he stepped on Han Yu's hands with 2 kicks, breaking his bones. Amid the opponent's shrill screams, the last kick stepped on his waist and broke his spine. Now, Han Yu was completely useless. He couldn't even stand up, and even his screams were a little quieter. Su Mu, who was still tasting tea, never looked at Han Yu from beginning to end, as if the opponent was not as attractive as this cup of tea. Han Yu screamed miserably. The powerful vitality brought to him by endless recovery became a curse that prolonged the torture at this moment. You can't kill me. This matter has nothing to do with me. I am a retainer of the Murong family. Su Mu slowly put down the teacup and said in surprise, "No one said that this matter has anything to do with you? Then why did you attack me?" Su Mu was even more surprised. Does killing need a reason? If you want to hear it, how about I make one up now? You will regret it. I am a retainer of the Murong family. Shinzaheo is my boss. If you attack me, you will offend the Murong family and the richest man in Xingqing at the same time. They will not let you go. Have you finished your last words? Han Yu's expression became more and more terrified, twisting on the ground like a maggot, trying to escape. No, you can't kill me. If you suspect me, you can't abuse lynching. Only the Murong family and Shinzaheo can judge me. Su Mu leaned down, looked at the terrified Han Yu, and suddenly laughed. You are right. Only they can judge you. Come, take him to the detention room. I want to have a good talk with Mr. Han. The next day, Han Yu left the Bronze Coffin Company with gratitude. He wrapped his windbreaker tightly. The scars left before were still aching, but the injuries had recovered for the most part. On the surface, there was no serious problem, only the bones had not grown completely. But he couldn't wait for the bones to grow. He had to act immediately to live up to the trust of the leader. Damn Shinzaheo! Han Yu's face suddenly became ferocious, and his eyes were filled with endless hatred. He felt that he must have been confused before, so he chose to be a dog for Shinzaheo. He worked diligently, but the other party trampled on his dignity mercilessly. Why? Just because Shinzaheo is rich, is he the richest man in Xingqing? I am capable. I am willing to endure hardships, and I dare to fight. Just because I was born in the lower city, I have to endure this injustice? This is unfair. Not fair at all. The leader is right. I want to seek justice for myself. I want to live uprightly like a human being. In this excited mood, Han Yu quickly came to Shinzaheo's manor. At this time, Shinzaheo was sitting at the dining table eating and drinking. Looking at the half of the phosphorescent fish that the other party threw away, Han Yu's eyes were more bloodshot. He couldn't even afford this fish with a month's salary, but now Shinzaheo only took a bite and threw it on the ground. Shinzaheo, who was eating, said without even raising his head, "Have you found out Su Mu's background?" Han Yu's face became more and more ferocious. He stepped forward and replied, "I have found out. Oh, I didn't expect that a waste like you could be of some use. Tell me, how many puppets does he have?" "He has no puppets." Shinzaheo paused while chewing on the pig's trotter, frowned his short and thick eyebrows, and turned his head to look at Han Yu, who was bowing respectfully. "No puppets? You have a pig brain, don't you? If there are no puppets, then what are the monster gangs you saw before?" "They are followers." Shinzaheo was stunned. "Followers?" He was furious. What bullshit followers? Where do the untouchables in the lower city come from so many monster followers? Suddenly, Han Yu raised his head. His expression was as calm as dead water, staring straight at Shinzaheo, and said seriously, "People's origins cannot determine everything. Some people are born to be followed." Shinzaheo blinked in disbelief, as if he had just met Han Yu for the first time, but soon he became furious and slapped him directly. "Did you take the wrong medicine today?" Bang! Han Yu grabbed the fat hand tightly. "You are rebelling, and you dare to fight back? Let me go." Shinzaheo was shocked and angry, and he noticed something wrong. "I don't blame you for not understanding the greatness of the leader, but you shouldn't insult the leader. Go to hell. Fat pig." Han Yu's face suddenly became ferocious. His right fist suddenly swelled, muscles bulged like balloons, and he slammed towards Shinzaheo fiercely. Boom! A white light flashed from the bone necklace on Qian Ziheo's neck and instantly formed a light shield, which covered himself tightly, while Hanyu was bounced by the light shield and hit the wall hard. You actually betrayed me? How much benefit did he give you? Qian Ziheo's face was completely pulled down. Hanyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth fiercely and stood up again. There was no more cowardice in his eyes, only the determination to move forward. The leader didn't give me any benefit. He just told me to live like a human being. Hanyu rushed up again. He punched fearlessly. Giant force bomb was stimulated to the extreme, punching on the light shield one after another, causing the light shield to tremble violently. His fists were soon bloody, but he did not stop, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances and anger over the years. Qian Ziheo sneered. I spent a lot of money to buy this treasure. Money, money, money. People like you only talk about money. Just because you have money, you can kill people and trample on other people's dignity at will. Qian Ziheo laughed in anger. I don't know what's wrong with you. On you, don't forget when you came to Shangqing District, who gave you the job, helped you break through Bronze 2, and let you join the Morong family. You forgot about it, right? I didn't forget. Hanyu became more and more ferocious, with white bones showing on his fist. You gave me all these things, but do you think I don't know? At the beginning, I relied on my own ability to pass the law enforcement bureau, and you secretly let people exclude me, frame me, and let the supervisor fire me. Just because I and the housekeeper of the Morong family are distant relatives, you want to arrange people in the Morong family. So you found me. Qian Ziheo's face suddenly became gloomy. Come on, arrest him for me. Soon, dense footsteps sounded outside the door. However, Hanyu still didn't care, as if he had already put life and death aside. He was still attacking the light shield, and the light shield was shaking more and more violently, and finally, crack. A tiny crack appeared. Qian Ziheo's face suddenly changed. Damn, you bunch of rubbish, come here quickly. Hurry up and catch him. Hanyu's grin became even more fierce, and Qian Ziheo's fear made him feel happy. Are you scared? You're afraid of the low-class people in the lower city that you always look down on. The next moment, dense gunfire sounded behind Hanyu, and mithril bullets pierced his body fiercely. Bang! He fell down powerlessly, but his head was still raised high, staring at Qian Ziheo, laughing wildly. It turns out that the richest man in Xingqing is also afraid. Fuck! Qian Ziheo came out of the light shield and kicked Hanyu's face fiercely with a pair of big feet, kicking him bloody and his teeth falling out. Untouchable. Untouchable. Damn untouchable. You are just an insatiable dog. Everything you have was given by this president. How dare you attack me? You've been it for a long time until Hanyu was bloody. He stopped. Are you awake now? I didn't expect Su Mu to control you. Hanyu's lips trembled, and his voice became extremely weak, but he was still firm. The leader didn't control me. He made me understand why people should live. Qian Ziheo laughed angrily. Why live? You listened to him and are going to die now. What's the point of living? Hanyu's consciousness began to blur, and his voice became more and more erratic. Memories of the past few years in Shangqing District kept flashing in his mind. From full of hope at the beginning, to hitting walls everywhere, to being calculated by others, and completely giving up his dignity to become a dog. The final picture was fixed on the leader's gentle and encouraging smile. That was the first time he felt like a human being. I used to think that gold would shine wherever it went, but the upper city was brightly lit even at night. I didn't give up. I redoubled my efforts. I asked myself again and again, how am I worse than the people in the upper city? Why do I have to linger at the bottom? Even if I pass the exam to the Law Enforcement Bureau, I will be bullied. Everyone wants to be a superhuman. But what if I become a superhuman? Ordinary people are divided into noble and humble, and so are superhumans. I was unwilling to accept it. Every time I was humiliated, I told myself that one day I would overturn all this. Unfortunately, I forgot it later. It was the leader who reminded me of the oath I made. Long live the leader! The last roar suddenly broke out from his broken body, and the whole person rushed towards Qian Ziheo fiercely, as if he was in his last moments. Even though his limbs were broken, he still didn't give up. He used up his last bit of strength to open his mouth and bit the fat on Chienzaheo's belly tightly. Ah! A pig-killing scream came from Chienzaheo's mouth. Kill him! Kill him for me! Bang, bang, bang. The mithril bullets were thrown like they were free, and Hanyu's body was shot into a sieve. Finally, he fell to the ground powerlessly, without any sound. Several people rushed out from the side, holding medical boxes and bandaging Chienzaheo's wounds. The pain made his face bulge with blue veins. Sumu, call Mr. Mu. I want Sumu to die. Die now. Chienzaheo was so angry that he lost his mind. He never thought that Sumu's methods were so strange and so bold. He didn't attack him before he attacked him. How dare he, a lowly person in the lower city? How dare he? Dusk. Murong Mungli suddenly came to the door. At this time, Sumu had left the ward and was reading a book in his own office. Reading is a habit he developed in his dreams. He reads all kinds of books, especially books he has never read before, because books that have not been read before represent the unknown. Murong Mungli pushed open the door and was about to speak when she saw Su Mu, who was reading quietly, suddenly paused. The quiet moonlight hit him, as if covered with a layer of mysterious brilliance, making people reluctant to disturb him. Suddenly, Su Mu raised his head and looked at Murong Mungli, who was in a hurry. He smiled gently. Miss Mungli, are you not off work so late? Murong Mungli took a deep breath, shook off the thoughts that came in her mind, and said solemnly, Did you do Han Yu's thing? Sumu nodded and did not deny. It was me. Murong Mungli's face was serious. You are too impulsive. Chienzaheo is the richest man in Xingqing. He is surrounded by masters and countless treasures. Han Yu alone cannot kill him. My insider told me that Chienzaheo is furious now and has decided to retaliate against you. Oh, Sumu showed an interested smile at the corner of his mouth. Is it finally coming? To be honest, I never expected Han Yu can kill Chienzaheo. Then you still, because I'm bored. In Murong Mungli's puzzled eyes, Sumu said lightly, I have been out of the abandoned city for 3 days. Chienzaheo made me wait too long. I really can't wait any longer. Murong Mungli was stunned. She didn't expect that this was Su Mu's reason. Is this because life is too dull and you have to find some excitement? Su, do you know what you are doing? In the past few days, I first revealed the news of the unmemorable to the other children of the Murong family, asking them to fight with Murong Yun so that he couldn't free his hands, and then went to find Chienzaheo to stop him from acting rashly. But you... Hush! Sumu gently put his finger to his lips and whispered, Ms. Mungli, I am very grateful for everything you have done, but please don't interfere with my decision. Sometimes blindly compromising does not bring peace, but only worsens. And I have learned from Han Yu that Chienzaheo is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Since he chose to attack me, I have no choice but to return the favor. The gentle voice was filled with unquestionable arrogance. For some reason, Murong Mungli's heartbeat accelerated, and the words that were already on the tip of her tongue were finally swallowed. Suddenly, Murong Mungli smiled. You are right. My mother once said that when a man makes a decision, whether it is right or wrong, it means that the man has made all preparations and can pay any price for it, and the people around him can only support him, not question him. You have a good mother. Yes, I always think so. Murong Mungli slowly walked to the desk and sat down next to Su Mu. Since you have made up your mind, I will naturally support you. You are from the bronze coffin. Chienzaheo is afraid of my noble status and will not dare to do anything openly. He can only send assassins in secret. As far as I know, there are 3 silver masters around him, but he can only use one of them at present. The other 2, one is guarding the mithril mine and will not leave easily, and the other is in other cities to cooperate with Chienzaheo's Chamber of Commerce to conduct business. So he can only use Mu Cheng. This Mu Cheng is very mysterious. Rumor has it that he does not seem to be a transcendent, but a cyborg. Cyborg. Su Mu raised his eyebrows. This term reminded him of many things. That's right, a cyborg and a mithril alloy cyborg. Cyborg technology is no secret in the upper city, but ordinary small companies can't afford it. To create a qualified cyborg, the money required is huge. It is rumored that Mu Cheng's body surface is completely covered with mithril alloy. The strength of mithril alloy is very high, with a defense comparable to the Silver Law, servant of power, and he is equipped with many lethal weapons, with amazing destructive power. The power of technology? Sumu has begun to look forward to it. He has seen many extraordinary people, but he has never seen a cyborg. Many ordinary people who have no hope of becoming extraordinary, or extraordinary people who have no hope of promotion, will choose to take the route of cyborgs to improve their strength. As long as they're willing to spend money, their strength can be rapidly improved in a very short time. Full body transformation or partial transformation? Partial transformation. The current level of technology is not enough to support full body transformation. That is just a concept. Uploading human consciousness to a computer and then installing the computer on the transformed body to achieve eternal consciousness or mechanical ascension is not realistic. Generally, cyborgs only replace an arm or a leg. The more powerful ones replace the skin, muscles, and bones of the whole body with machines, leaving only the internal organs and brain. Mu Cheng is the latter. Murong Mengli paused. Su, I have told you all the information I know. What are you going to do next? Su Mu smiled slightly. Of course, leave the bronze coffin and lure out Mu Cheng. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. How can we start without luring him out? Are you sure? Murong Mengli's face showed a trace of worry. Mu Cheng, a mithril alloy-modified person, has almost perfect defense. Unless a silver strongman takes action, it is difficult to break his defense. If you have to be completely sure before doing anything, you will accomplish nothing. Don't you want to find a golden eye? Then you must first deal with Qian Ziheo's people. Otherwise, he can trip you up once, and naturally he can do a second time. Hearing the 4 words golden eye, Murong Meng Li's eyes dimmed slightly. In fact, I have no hope. It's too late. There is another week before the birthday party of the Murong family master, and it is also the day when he announces his engagement. If the news about the abandoned city is true, it may still be possible, but now. Compared to her pessimism, Su Mu did not think so. He smiled gently. Haven't you heard that there is always a way out? Who can say for sure until the last moment? It seems that Su Mu's gentle smile infected Murong Mengli, and her autumn water eyes regained some luster. You are right. Until the last moment, the outcome is still unknown. Her body leaned forward slightly. Her beautiful face kept approaching, staring at Su Mu without blinking. Su, what have you thought about that matter? Su Mu frowned slightly. What is it? It's... Murong Mengli bit her red lips lightly. A hint of red appeared on her face, and it seemed a little difficult to speak. It's what I told you before, to find a man. Why are you obsessed with this matter? Don't ask. Just tell me if it's okay. No. Why not? Because I'm bored. Murong Mengli was stunned, with a little strange in her eyes. You are not. Ms. Mengli, I can feel that you are hiding something from me. This is not your style. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his deep eyes seemed to penetrate people's hearts. Murong Mengli seemed to be deflated, slowly leaning back on the chair, with a bitter smile on her lips. I do have reasons that I cannot tell you. You're the only man I like, so I think if I must do this, you are the best. And you have been targeted by Qian Ziheo, and you may die at any time. I am worried. Are you worried that if I die, it will be difficult to find another man you like? Murong Mengli nodded very straightforwardly. Sumu didn't understand why Murong Mengli was so persistent in having sex. Forget it, it's not important. Compared with Murong Mengli's little secret, he was more looking forward to Mu Cheng. Don't worry, I won't die. Sumu's tone was still gentle, but there was an unquestionable confidence in his words. Murong Mengli fell into silence. After a long time, she stretched out her hands, which were as delicate as works of art, through her scattered flaxen hair and came to the back of her neck. She took off a silver necklace made of mithril. There was a small and exquisite pendant on the necklace. It was a ruby, which flashed a strange luster under the moonlight. I'll lend you this necklace first. Sumu glanced at the ruby necklace, and his heart moved slightly. Is this a treasure? Murong Mengli nodded and looked at the necklace with a bit of nostalgia. Silver treasure, crimson heart, can withstand any attack below gold once, can be used repeatedly, and the cooling time is 1 day. You, don't worry about me. Murong Mengli smiled. The status of a noble is more useful than a silver treasure. Are there any other treasures? Murong Mengli. The smile she just showed cooled instantly. She threw away the crimson heart casually, then stood up coldly and walked toward the door. When half of her body stepped into the door frame, she paused again and left a cold sentence. Don't die. Then she left completely. Sumu didn't care about Murong Mengli's unhappiness. Anyway, he was very happy to get a new silver treasure. He picked up the crimson heart, and the exquisite necklace still had a faint residual warmth. Resist any attack below gold once a day, dear. Then he put the crimson heart around his neck, and the ruby pendant slowly disappeared under his collar. Night. Sumu, wearing a black coat and holding a snakewood cane, left the company under the gaze of the bronze coffin crowd. At the gate, a low-key and luxurious black car stopped there. Seeing Sumu coming out, a man in black hurriedly opened the door and invited him in. Soon, the car gradually drove away. Half an hour later, Sumu quietly left the bronze coffin from the side door, and his figure slowly merged into the night. The previous Sumu was just a clone he created with all things in the universe. This time, he had to face a modified person comparable to a silver strongman, so he had to make full preparations. He was seeking excitement, but not seeking death. Soon, Sumu got on a black car, and the driver was a Viper gang member he had arranged in advance. Drive. Not long after, the car drove out of the upper city and headed straight for District 13. Sumu admired the scenery outside the window, watching the brightly lit upper city gradually moving away from him, and kept thinking about the next plan in his mind. There are 3 things he needs to do. The first is to return to District 13 to develop power, set a small goal first, and become the underground emperor of the entire lower city. It is not for the enjoyment of power, but for money. This trip to the upper city made him realize the importance of money. With his current assets, it is difficult to buy a bottle of extraordinary potion. In the end, it was Murong Mengli who paid for it. The second is to go back and make arrangements and try to kill Mu Chang by relying on the geographical advantage. The third is to help Murong Mengli find the golden eye as much as possible. The identity of a noble is very useful. The power of an illegitimate daughter is so great. Once the other party controls the Murong family, it will provide unimaginable help for himself. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, the phone rang, and he answered the call. Chief, I'm not in danger here. The caller was the younger brother who had left with his clone before. Well, I know. Sumo hung up the phone and frowned slightly. Didn't he target the clone? Did Qian Ziheo not let Mu Chang take action yet? Or did he have some means to see through the illusion? The clone didn't lead Mu Ching out, and things became more interesting. Sumu raised an interested smile at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he found that the scenery outside the window was wrong. This was not the road back to District 13, but a road leading to a deserted wilderness. He narrowed his eyes slightly, took out a pistol from his waist without making a sound, and pointed it at the head of the younger brother who was driving. Bang! The gun fired, but the sound was wrong. It was not the sound of a bullet piercing the skull, but the sound of metal clashing, like 2 pieces of metal colliding. On the back of the younger brother's head, part of the hair hit by the bullet fell off, revealing the silver metal skull inside. Click, click. The sound of gears turning sounded, and the younger brother's neck turned unnaturally, turning 180 degrees, looking directly at Su Mu in the back seat. The original human face had completely disappeared, replaced by a silver-white metal face similar to a skull. In the place where the original human eyeballs were, there were 2 red glowing metal prosthetic eyes. Sumo, you can't escape. Escape? I finally waited for you, Mu Chung. Sumu smiled slightly, put away his gun, leaned gently on the seat, and looked relaxed and at ease. Mu Chung looked at Sumu with a smile on the seat, and was slightly surprised. You can still laugh when you are about to die. You are a character, but it's a pity that Xianziheo said that he would torture you to death. I can't give you a quick death. Get out of the car. Sizzle. The car braked suddenly and stopped in the dark wilderness. Sumu in the car did not move. Mu Cheng's eyes flashed with a strange red light. It seems that you still don't understand the situation. As he said, he stretched out his hand to Sumu. At this time, Sumu smiled and shook his head. You are wrong. You are the one who can't recognize the situation. Zitzi. The sound of the fuse burning sounded, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder. Mu Chung realized something was wrong and was about to withdraw. Boom! A huge flame shot up into the sky, and the black car that Su Mu was riding in was instantly torn into pieces, and Mu Chung was also engulfed by the flames. A moment later, a robot with a cold metallic luster flashing all over his body walked out of the flames. There was still flames burning on his body, and his artificial skin was burned inch by inch, and more silver metal bones were exposed. Sumu. Mu Chung muttered to himself, and a cruel grin appeared at the corners of his cold mechanical mouth. Why can't the scum in the lower city die obediently? He took a step and disappeared into the darkness. Viper Gang headquarters. The real Sumu was leisurely shaking the red wine glass in his hand, with a hint of playfulness at the corners of his mouth. I wasn't fooled by the clone, but found the subordinate who pretended to be me. Interesting. In fact, the Sumu who was just blown to death was also fake. It was a Viper Gang member wearing Sumu's face. It was not a disguise, but a face made by all things in the world. He knew that Mu Chung was a modified person, so he naturally thought of the technological means he might have, such as infrared imaging devices, which could detect human vital signs. Under this high-tech means, the effect of all things in the world is greatly weakened because it cannot transform the temperature of a human body. In order to prevent this from happening, the real Su Mu actually changed his appearance early, mixed in with the bronze coffin employees who were off work, and quietly left the upper city. Chief, everything is arranged. Zhao Chaoyao trotted over and said, Very good. Get ready to welcome the guests. Mu Chung didn't let Su Mu wait too long. He had just finished half of his red wine when a loud bang was heard outside. In the courtyard of the Viper Gang headquarters, a modified man covered in silver alloy fell from the sky and smashed a deep pit in the ground. The metal prosthetic eye with a strange red light scanned the scene. The silver alloy shell exuded a sci-fi texture, like a cold and ruthless killing machine. A group of black-clothed men holding guns rushed out like a tide. Without any nonsense, they pulled the trigger fiercely. The movements were uniform, skillful, and fast, as if they had been rehearsed countless times. The dense gunshots rang out, flames sprayed out from the muzzles, and bullets streaked through the air like meteors, making sharp whistling sounds. However, Mu Chung didn't even look at these people and walked straight into the depths of the Viper Gang. The firepower net formed by the interweaving of bullets burst into balls of fire on his body, but it couldn't shake his footsteps at all, and couldn't even leave a mark on the silver alloy. Is this what you rely on? A group of untouchables in the lower city? How ridiculous! Mu Chung sneered. He casually stretched out his mechanical right hand. His movements were steady and powerful. As his arm stretched, a cold light flashed, and he saw his right hand bent downward, revealing a Gatling-like barrel at his wrist. In an instant, the barrel began to rotate at high speed, making a chilling, buzzing sound, and the flames spewed out like a violent dragon. Bullets poured out like a storm, sweeping across, and a group of Viper Gang members were torn apart in an instant. In just less than a minute, the scene was full of broken limbs and debris. Blood was flowing like hell on earth. Mu Chung stepped into the Viper Gang headquarters and saw Su Mu sitting in a chair in the hall with a red wine glass in his hand. You are not Sumo. Where's Sumo? Mu Chung, who was shining with metallic luster, said coldly. Sumo on the chair smiled slightly. Kill me. and you will naturally see the leader. It's a boring trick. Even if you have many substitutes, you are still a group of ants. Mu Chang slowly raised his right hand and pointed the slightly red barrel at Sumo. Sumo was not panicked at all when he saw this, and gently raised the detonator in his hand. Ha ha! Mu Chang made a cold, mechanical sound. The untouchables in the lower city are really ignorant. Do you think explosives can destroy mithril alloy? Su Mu's fingers slowly rubbed the button of the detonator and said lightly, "Mithril is the hardest metal in the world. Explosives naturally cannot destroy it, but the premise is that your whole body is mithril." Mu Chang's eyes flashed with a strange red light, and he nodded in agreement. "You are right. There are some sophisticated electronic components in my body, and in order to ensure flexibility, mithril cannot be used in the joints, but don't think that you are the only smart person in the world. As a cyborg, I naturally know better about the weaknesses of the cyborg you can think of, and I have already strengthened these weaknesses. When I enter the defensive state, all the weak points will be covered with mithril." As he said, he walked straight to Su Mu's stand-in, stretched out his silver metal-covered palm, and took the detonator. Su Mu's stand-in did not refuse and let the other party take the detonator. "You know, your smile is really annoying. When the untouchables in the lower city see me, they can only have fear and awe on their faces, not a smile like you that shows everything is under control. Ignorance makes you fearless. So what I have to do now is to destroy your ignorance." Click! Mu Chung sneered and pressed the detonator in his hand. Boom! 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 The bombs that had been arranged in advance were detonated instantly, and the sky and the earth were covered by a dazzling light. A deafening explosion sounded, and a huge shock wave spread around with an overwhelming force. The fierce flames drowned Mu Chung, but his wild laughter could not be covered up. "Ha ha! Sumo, shiver in the dark corner. I will soon." "What? How much explosives did you put?" Mu Chang's voice suddenly became horrified. He found that something was wrong. There seemed to be a lot of bombs. The explosion almost resounded throughout the entire 13th district, and it became stronger and stronger, as if it would never end. The flames shot up into the sky, and a small mushroom cloud rose slowly over the Viper Gang headquarters. In an instant, the entire Viper Gang was razed to the ground. Tonight's 13th district was destined to be sleepless, and everyone was awakened by this shocking explosion. In the distance, Su Mu looked out with a telescope, looking at the destroyed Viper Gang headquarters, and smiled slightly. Not much, the explosives for the entire 13th district are here. He naturally knew that it was difficult for explosives to kill mithril alloy transformers, but it was a hooligan to talk about power without considering the dosage. It was like a grenade and a ton of grenades. Both were explosions, but could the power be the same? The 13th district was his territory, and the reason why he insisted on returning to the 13th district to deal with Mu Chang was naturally because he had a great geographical advantage. In District 13, with just one order from him, the explosives for the entire district can be gathered in less than half a day. You should know that he controls not only the Viper Gang, but also many other hypnotized people who are either factory owners or high-ranking officials in the district, and more passers-by everywhere. In other words, Mu Chung is not against Su Mu, but against the entire District 13. At the beginning, he told Muro Mungli that the entire District 13 had no secrets for him, and this sentence is true. When the explosives in the entire district are concentrated in one place and detonated, the power caused is terrifying. Although it still cannot destroy the mithril, it can rely on the impact force to damage the delicate electronic components in Mu Chang's body and his internal organs. The current level of technology is not enough to create a completely transformed person, so Mu Chang should still have organs such as the brain and internal organs in his body. The terrifying explosion lasted for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the Viper Gang headquarters had disappeared, replaced by a ruin with flames scattered everywhere. On the ruins, Mu Chung half-knelt on the ground. The silver-white metal shell had long been charred and even severely deformed. Some joints occasionally flashed with weak electric sparks, and wires were faintly exposed. The eyes that flashed with strange red light before were covered with dense cracks, revealing the dim infrared light inside. In the darkness, illuminated by the fire, a slender figure calmly walked out of the darkness. He was wearing a straight black suit, and every fold was just right, as if it was a carefully carved art. The collar of the white shirt was slightly open, revealing a small section of delicate collarbone. The black hair was combed meticulously. The deep eyes emitted a crystal blue light in the dark. The thin lips were slightly raised under the high nose bridge, with a faint smile, and a luxurious snake-patterned wooden cane was leaning on his right hand. The gold ornaments on the cane had flashed a cold brilliance in the weak light. Sumu looked at the embarrassed Mu Chung and frowned slightly. If you die so easily, it would be too boring. Mu Chung was motionless, as if he was really dead. Bang! A mithril bullet shot out from the silver-white rose in Sumu's hand, aiming directly at Mu Cheng's head. Almost at the moment of the gunshot, the dim red light in Mu Cheng's eyes flashed instantly, and he turned his head strangely to avoid the shot. He slowly stood up, and his whole body made a crackling sound of electric current explosion. Sumu raised his eyebrows. Seeing that Mu Chung was not dead, he was excited. At the same time, he was keenly aware that Mu Chung might be the legendary, fully modified human. Otherwise, if he really had internal organs, the explosion impact just now would definitely shatter them. But Murong Mengli said that the current technology is not enough to support the emergence of fully modified humans. Is her information too backward? Sumu, you really deserve to die. Mu Chung, who had already stood up, stared at Sumu, and his cold mechanical voice revealed a strong, murderous intent. If he was just to complete the task assigned by Qian Ziheo before, it has nothing to do with the task now. Do you know how much it cost me to build this body? That's a number you've never seen in your life, but now you've damaged it. The bonus from this mission is not enough to cover the repair costs. Do you think you should die? Sumu shrugged. As long as you die, the repair costs will be saved. Go to hell. Mu Chung, whose body was severely deformed, rushed towards Sumu in anger. Even though his body made of mithril alloy was damaged, it still burst out with terrifying power, like a human tank, crushing all the debris along the way. Sumu's eyes flashed with excitement. The physical fitness improvement brought by Giant Power Punch was fully demonstrated at this moment. He exerted force on his legs, retreated instantly, and distanced himself from Mu Chung and shot the silver-white rose in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The mithril bullets flashed with cold light and whistled out. The angle of each bullet was extremely tricky, and the target was Mu Cheng's joints. Mu Cheng lowered his body and dodged the mithril bullets effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, he came to Sumu. He did not use guns, but chose to fight hand-to-hand. Because the explosion just now had already messed up the electronic circuits in his body, and some built-in precision weapons also malfunctioned. The metal arm flashing with silver light did not blast toward Sumu, but hit a broken wall on the right side of Sumu. Bang! The wall exploded instantly, and a black shadow tapped his toes lightly, like a bat in the dark night, and swooped several meters to avoid the fatal punch. In the midst of the blitz, Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Mu Cheng's metal prosthetic, eye flashing red. He knew that it was an infrared night vision device that formed an image through the temperature emitted by the human body. With this device, all things in the world would not work at all. However, he was not panicked at all and was only excited. He was indeed a strong man comparable to the silver level. He could withstand such a ton of bombs without dying, and he could see through all things in the world. It was simply amazing. He might really be killed this time. The next moment, Mu Chung arrived in an instant, and the metal prosthetic, eye flashing with a strange red light, caught Sumu's eyes. He punched out without any fancy moves. Sumu did not resist, but showed amazing fighting skills. This was a killing skill that he had practiced for many years in his dreams, but he had never used it once because his body was too weak in reality. Now, he finally had the opportunity to use it. He lowered his body, and his metal fist brushed against his hair. A powerful uppercut hit Mu Cheng's chin as accurately as a scalpel. But the explosion of giant power punch only made Mu Cheng's head tilt up slightly and did not cause any damage at all. Su Mu seemed to have expected this situation. After a successful attack, his body shape changed immediately. He first narrowly avoided Mu Cheng's downward attack, then supported the ground with one hand, and the power of his arms and waist burst out together. His body spun like a gyroscope, and his right leg swept across fiercely, kicking Mu Cheng's knee joint. There had been a bomb injury there, revealing dense lines. After a heavy kick, Mu Cheng suddenly lost his balance and fell uncontrollably. But the strange thing was that just as he turned sideways, there seemed to be an invisible force in the dark to smooth his body, which made him stand up again completely against the principles of mechanics. Su Mu's eyes moved slightly, and taking advantage of this gap, he stepped on Mu Cheng's chest and used the force to do a backflip to distance himself. "Are you a superhuman?" Su Mu asked, but his tone was very sure. Not only did the other party stand up against the principles of mechanics, but he also encountered a strong mental obstacle when he tried to hypnotize during the battle. If Mu Cheng was just a modified person, he would not have such a strong mental power. Mu Cheng, who stood firm, smiled coldly. "Do you feel desperate?" However, the real despair is still behind. Su Mu smiled slightly. It's not despair, but excitement. Swish! His figure suddenly disappeared and merged into the darkness around him. Mu Cheng's eyes flashed red, and he quickly chased after him. But as soon as he stepped into the darkness, a violent tiger roar sounded in his ears. It was Xie Quan, who was covered with yellow and black hair. The powerful tiger claws grabbed Mu Cheng's head tightly. Facing the sneak attack, Mu Cheng was not panicked at all, and even had no defense, allowing the other party to hit his head. Swish! The tiger claws collided with the mithril head, making a tooth-grinding friction sound. After this attack, 3 of Xie Quan's tiger claws were broken, while Mu Cheng was unscathed, with only a few white marks on his head. His defense, comparable to that of the Servant of Power, was perfectly demonstrated at this moment, or it could be said that his defense was even stronger than that of the Servant of Power, because the former at least had internal organs, which would also be injured if subjected to shock, but Mu Cheng did not. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the darkness, and Su Mu's last mithril bullet shot out, leaving a hot mark in the air, shooting towards Mu Cheng's eyes. As long as he destroyed the opponent's eyes, he would still have a chance. However, the eyelids made of mithril, which looked like metal sheets, fell quickly and blocked the bullet directly. The mithril bullet penetrated half an inch and embedded itself on the eyelids. But as the eyelids opened and closed, the bullet quickly fell off. At this time, Mu Cheng had already grabbed Xie Quan, and with a slight force from his metal arms, he directly broke Xie Quan's hands. Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately controlled Xie Quan to transform. In an instant, Xie Quan's bones seemed to be as if being pulled away. It became soft and boneless. The whole person's body stretched out. A pair of eyes also turned into dark yellow cold vertical pupils, and dense snake scales appeared on the skin. Xie Quan, who had transformed into a snake, wrapped himself around Mu Cheng, trying to restrain him, but as Mu Cheng exerted force, countless snake scales broke open, and the skin was torn, revealing silky muscles. It was very much like eating fried chicken, tearing off a piece of muscle with your hands, and the meat was still attached to it. "Goodbye," Su Mu shouted in a low voice, and the shadow under his feet instantly stretched out, extending to the front of Mu Cheng. Immediately, the shadow surged like a fountain, and a skinny black shadow more than 2 meters high quickly took shape, stretching out a black hand that was forked like a dead branch to Mu Cheng. A sense of effort came from Bu Bai, and Su Mu found that Bu Bai could not force the other party into the shadow space at all. The two sides were wrestling, and it was obvious that Mu Cheng was better. However, Su Mu never expected Bu Bai to kill the silver-level strongman directly. He just wanted to restrain him for a while. "Su Mu, I have to admit that as a pariah in the lower city, you do have some means. You should be a nightmare apostle, right?" You got some weird memes from the nightmare world, but unfortunately, that's all. Mu Chang sneered, and then suddenly exerted force. Xie Quan's body was torn apart inch by inch, and Bu Bai's body also shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. At this moment, the silver mark on Su Mu's forehead burst into a mysterious silver light, and the next moment the silver mark tore, revealing the silver vertical pupil inside. Cold, indifferent like the eyes of a god. When the silver eyes appeared, Mu Chang, who had been sneering, was suddenly startled because he actually felt a pressure of death from it. He hurriedly increased his strength to break free, but it was too late. The bright silver light shot out like lightning, instantly piercing the void, and hit Mu Chang with a heart-pounding force. The mithril alloy that was once as hard as dragon scales was like paper in front of this silver light, and was instantly pierced. Mu Chang's entire upper body seemed to vaporize and completely disappeared, along with Xie Quan, who was torn apart, and Bu Bai's arm. Zizizi. The broken part of Mu Chang's lower body revealed densely packed wires, and tiny blue arcs kept flashing, becoming the only sound left in this world. Su Mu walked out of the darkness with a pale face, and most of his body weight was almost pressed on the snakewood cane. Obviously, the previous blow made him almost faint. If he hadn't obtained the Bronze Law, Giant Force Bomb Fist, his physical fitness would have improved a lot, and he would have fainted by now. Is this the strength comparable to silver? This battle made him realize the horror of the silver strongman. Although he won in the end, the price he paid was not small. All the explosives in District 13 were consumed, the headquarters of the Viper Gang was razed to the ground, Xie Quan died, Bu Bai also lost his arm, and he was close to fainting. But Su Mu always had a premonition that the battle seemed not to be over, but just began. Because Mu Chang was not just a simple cyborg, he was also an extraordinary person. What was the extraordinary power that he didn't show until his death? Did he underestimate the power of the silver vertical pupil, so he didn't have time to use it? Or, pa pa pa, a sudden round of applause sounded in the darkness, and then a shocking scene appeared. 6 identical cyborgs covered in mithril alloy slowly walked out of the darkness, their steps in unison, and their silver-white metal shells emitted a terrifying cold light under the moonlight. One of them, Mu Chang, praised, "I didn't expect you to have such a terrifying power hidden, but it looks like you will hardly use it again in a short time, right? And I still have 6 cyborgs. Su Mu, I just said that there are more desperate ones to come. Now I can't help but ask, are you desperate?" Seeing such a desperate scene, Su Mu smiled, and smiled very happily. "Why am I desperate? Such an interesting development. Shouldn't I be happy?" Mu Chang's expression turned cold. Sure enough, the Nightmare Apostles are a group of disgusting lunatics. Killing people like you really can't bring me any pleasure, especially since you destroyed one of my cyborgs. Why can't you short-lived guys like you stay in the dark? Waiting to die in a corner? Do you have to come out to show your presence? Oh, Su Mu smiled slightly. You hate Nightmare Apostles? Then how did you get your extraordinary power? Don't tell me it grew on its own. Humph. Mu Chang snorted coldly. I got my extraordinary power through Nightmare Apostles. But so what? Did I make them Nightmare Apostles? If you want to blame them for their bad luck. Since it is destined, just accept the arrangement of fate honestly, instead of being like you, not enjoying the rest of your life, and having to come out to die. Su Mu, because of you, I have suffered a great loss, but fortunately your illusion ability is still rare. When I make you into a puppet, it can barely make up for it. Puppet? Su Mu's eyes moved slightly, and he said softly, Silver Law, Sequence 24, Servant Master. Mu Chang smiled coldly. You are quite knowledgeable. Are you surprised? The Servant Master, with a low sequence, has such a strong combat power. He didn't wait for Su Mu to answer, and continued to talk to himself. This is the power of money. The world only knows that the Servant Master has a low sequence, and the extraordinary path is unknown, and it cannot be advanced to gold, and can only control servants weaker than themselves, but they don't know that they are wrong. Controlling a completely transformed person, this is the most correct way to use servant master. Completely modified people do not know how to resist like controlled, extraordinary people, and they can be mass-produced as long as there is money. Where can I find such perfect servants in this world? As long as I have enough money, I can even create an army of modified people. What if I can't advance to gold by then? With thousands of modified people in hand, I am gold. Mu Cheng's state at this time is obviously a bit high, just like when he has an advantage in playing games, and then he is blocked in the enemy's fountain and madly types and taunts, but he doesn't demolish the base. Mu can easily guess some of Mu Cheng's previous experiences from his words. He has the silver law, servant master. The sequence is low, and there is no hope of promotion. It is inevitable that he will be looked down upon by the silver, extraordinary people of the same level. It is estimated that he later met Qian Zihao, who owns the mithril mine, and discovered the new world of modified people, and then started to work as a dog for Qian Zihao and save money to make modified people. Now he also completely understood why the previous bombs failed to kill Mu Cheng, because he was a completely modified human. All his internal organs had been discarded, which meant that he had no weaknesses inside or outside. Mengli's information was not wrong, and the level of technology was indeed unable to create a completely modified human. After all, a modified human has the word human in its name and is controlled by humans. People without internal organs are dead and naturally cannot be controlled, but Mu Cheng combined the power of servant master with technology and used extraordinary power to control completely transformed people, which is at the forefront of technology. You can't compare with the golden transcendence. They don't need to fight the army of transformed people. They just need to implement the decapitation plan and kill you as the controller. Mu kindly pointed out the loophole for him. Mu Cheng didn't appreciate it, but sneered. Do you think I can't think of it? For this point, I have already abandoned my body and parasitized my soul in the transformed people. As long as there is still a transformed person, I will never die. Flesh and blood are weak, and machines ascend. Mu was not surprised. He had guessed Mu Cheng's operation long ago. He admired the transformed people so much, and he would definitely try to transform himself. He had read the ability introduction of Servant Master, and knew that Servant Master could parasitize the soul in his servants and even transfer it among servants. Wonderful. As expected, everyone has their own shining points, and they all desire an extraordinary life. Even if they are low-sequence silver first level, they still have a heart that yearns for gold. Mu applauded and praised. He admired Mu Cheng's courage to give up his body for his ambition. A true strong man never hesitates to praise his enemy. Sometimes, the enemy is the best mirror to reflect oneself. What kind of person you are determines what kind of enemy you will encounter. Facing Mu's admiration, Mu Cheng showed disdain. Mu, I know you are stalling for time, but I don't care. In the face of absolute power, all tricks are useless. The real despair is that after you have made all preparations, you still cannot change the outcome of failure. I give you time to prepare, and you just need to spare. Mu smiled helplessly. He found that the other party had misunderstood. In fact, I don't need preparation time. I just met someone like you who gave up his body for the first time, and I was a little curious. Oh, you mean to be ready to die? Mu Cheng sneered, and 6 silver-shining modified people slowly surrounded Mu. Mu shook his head lightly. His tone was unusually calm, as if repeating an indisputable fact. With you, you can't kill me. Mu Cheng was furious. I want to see how long you can be confident. The next moment, the 6 mithril alloy modified people tightened the encirclement and surrounded Mu step by step. They walked very slowly, as if they were deliberately putting pressure on Mu, trying to see the desperate fear on his face to satisfy Mu Cheng's twisted heart. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Mu smiled slightly, stretched out his hand elegantly, and held the invitation sent by Bu Bai. The 2 hands, one black and one white, were tightly clasped in the air. Mr. Mu, your methods and your story make me very happy. For this reason, I decided to give you a surprise. Please don't refuse. Mu Chang felt a little uneasy in his heart. Catch him quickly. The 6 mithril modified people rushed forward, and then they pounced into nothing. There was no Sumu in front of them, only a dark shadow. Yes, Sumu escaped into Bu Bai's shadow space. Bu Bai's shadow space is not only for killing people, but also for avoiding powerful enemies. Sumo. In the ruins, Mu Chang roared furiously. He was about to explode. He thought he had a sure win, but the opponent ran away right under his nose. This feeling was just like deliberately not pushing the base in the game, typing taunts, and then being overturned. If he hadn't turned himself into a cyborg and had no face, I'm afraid his face would be burning now. Sumo, if you have the guts, don't come out for the rest of your life. I'll guard you here. Mu Chang was angry in his heart. The 6 people formed a circle and stared at the figure on the ground. It was Sumu's shadow. He guessed that Sumu should be hiding in the shadow. Otherwise, why would the person disappear and the shadow remain in place? In fact, Mu Chang guessed correctly. Although Booby could help Sumu escape into the shadow space. Don't forget where the exit of the shadow space is. It was in Sumu's shadow. However, what Mu Chang didn't know was that Sumu entered the shadow space not to hide, but to prepare a big surprise for him. In the shadow space, Sumu took out a bottle of vitality potion from his arms and drank it all, and the physical energy he had consumed before was quickly restored. He did not take drugs to use the silver vertical pupil again. It would be useless to use it. Mu Chang's soul can be transferred back and forth among the 6 modified people, which means that unless all the modified people are destroyed at once, he cannot be killed at all. And with the current power of the silver vertical pupil, it can only destroy one. His real killer move has never been the silver vertical pupil, but dreams. Since swallowing the divinity of the angel statue, his dreams have become more real. He has been busy in the past few days of rest, constantly exploring the changes that this trace of reality has brought to his dreams. Hard work pays off, and he finally experimented with the effect of this trace of reality. Feeling that his body has almost recovered, Su Mu began the next step. He slowly walked towards the depths of darkness without holding Bu Bai's hand. He is now considered Bu Bai's master, and he feeds him every day, so he naturally does not have to worry about violating the rules and being attacked by Bu Bai. Soon, Su Mu stopped, and a man appeared in front of him. He stood there with his eyes closed and a dull expression, like a zombie. From the other party's slightly trembling body, it was obvious that he had been standing there for a long time. This man was wearing a white shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, and a little bald. He was Zhao Yongxiang, the nightmare apostle of the Bronze Coffin Company. Zhao Yongxiang was the only ordinary person who survived in the abandoned city, and he was also about to enter the nightmare world. When he first met Zhao Yongxiang in the bronze coffin, the middle-aged man looked nervous and said that he had already felt the call of the next nightmare world and needed enough money to buy a treasure, and then asked Murong Mengli to add money. It was at that time that Su Mu noticed Zhao Yongxiang. He liked the nightmare world very much, but under normal circumstances, a nightmare apostle would take at least 1 month to sense the call of the next nightmare world. This time was too long. He couldn't wait that long, so he thought about finding an opportunity to follow Zhao Yongxiang into the nightmare world. This is why Su Mu specially protected Zhao Yongxiang in the abandoned city area, because Zhao Yongxiang equals nightmare world ticket. Later, after learning that Mu Chang was coming to kill him, he hypnotized Zhao Yongxiang early, prevented him from falling asleep, and pulled him into the shadow space, just for now. Now Mu Chang is guarding the entrance to the shadow space, which was expected by Su Mu. He couldn't have left a backup plan. Zhao Yongxiang was his backup plan. He could enter the nightmare world through Zhao Yongxiang in the shadow space. Su Mu began to hypnotize himself. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. Sleep slowly entered the dream. This time the dream has nothing. There is only a void, which is the most common state of the dream. As long as he does not control it, the dream will present a void of nothingness. Su Mu stood in a void, and he waved his hand, and the void in front of him suddenly dispersed, revealing the scene of the real world. On the ruins, the exasperated Mu Chung was squatting, and the 6 mithril alloy modified people were in a circle, staring at the shadow on the ground motionlessly. This is one of the additional abilities of the dream after the fusion of divinity, as if the connection with the real world has been strengthened and the reality can be seen through the dream. The enhanced dream has a second ability, which is to force the consciousness of others into the dream. When he was recuperating in the bronze coffin, he tried to pull the ordinary employees of the bronze coffin into the dream. Although he encountered great obstacles, he finally succeeded. The obstacle comes from the physical body, which is a barrier to consciousness. If you want to pull the other person's consciousness into the dream, you must first control the dream to break through the other person's physical barrier and wrap the other person's consciousness before you can pull it in. Ordinary people have weak physical bodies, so after consuming a lot of mental energy, he successfully broke through the physical barrier and pulled the other person's consciousness into the dream. Later, he tried to pull Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang, 2 extraordinary people, into the dream, but found that he couldn't do it at all because the physical barrier was too strong. He thought this ability had no effect. After all, why did he pull ordinary people into the dream for no reason? Just to have one more real person kneel down to worship himself, the Emperor of Heaven? But now after seeing Mu Chung, he discovered the effect of this ability. Because Mu Chung has no physical body. There are only some mithril alloys and electronic components. His original plan was that if he couldn't beat Mu Chung, he would directly escape into the shadow space, and then use Zhao Yongqiang to jump to the nightmare world, find some opportunities to become stronger in the nightmare world, and then kill Mu Chung after returning. But who would have thought that this kid would actually lose his physical body? He also said that flesh and blood are weak and mechanical ascension. This made Su Mu change his mind instantly and prepare to give Mu Chung a good surprise. He exited the dream, and the mental power that was originally exhausted by the silver vertical pupil was instantly replenished and strengthened by 1%. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and Zhao Yongqiang instantly lost consciousness, fell to the ground, and fell into a deep sleep. Su Mu showed an interested smile at the corner of his mouth. Things are becoming more and more interesting. You rely on a nightmare apostle to become a transcendent, but you look down on the nightmare apostle. Once you become a nightmare apostle, how wonderful will your expression be? It's really exciting. Then, he entered the dream again and controlled his own dream to connect with Zhao Yongqiang's dream. Gradually, a touch of blood appeared in Zhao Yongqiang's dream. When the dream was gradually swallowed, the blood spread to Su Mu's dream like a plague. Mu Chung was still waiting bitterly. As time went by, his originally furious mood calmed down a little, and he regained the composure of a silver strongman, sneering in his heart. I am a completely transformed person. I can wait here without eating or drinking. Su Mu, what can you compare with me? Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, a blood-red color appeared in his sight, as if his retina was covered with a layer of blood. Although he had no retina, this blood-red color was so strange. Mu Chung was startled, but before he could react, the blood-red color suddenly disappeared. When he regained his sight again, he was stunned. This is... He looked around in surprise. The ruins before had completely disappeared, replaced by a lush forest. The sun was high in the sky, and the trees were towering into the clouds. However, the seemingly vibrant forest had no sound, the sound of wind, birds, falling leaves, nothing, only a dead silence. This primitive forest-like scene made Mu Chung panic for a moment, but when he saw Su Mu not far away, the panic immediately turned into a sneer. Under a big tree not far away, Su Mu smiled and saluted with a snake-grained wooden cane, and the eyes behind the brown glasses contained an unfathomable smile. It seems that I underestimated your illusion ability. You can actually fool my metal prosthetic eye. This kind of illusion should act directly on the soul, right? Mu Chung sneered. But illusion is just an illusion after all. In the face of absolute strength, everything is a joke. Seeing Mu Chung so confident, Su Mu felt relieved. He smiled and welcomed him. Mr. Mu, welcome to the nightmare world. Nightmare world? Mu Chung was slightly startled, but quickly reacted. Humph, playing tricks. You think I'm not a nightmare apostle, so I don't know nightmares. Sure. Su Mu gently put his finger in front of his lips and smiled lightly. Whether it's playing tricks or not, you just need to sense the law. There are barriers in the real world. Even if you become a transcendent, you can only vaguely feel the law, but the nightmare world is different. As long as you perceive it carefully, you will find that the law is clearly visible. Mu Chung saw that Su Mu was serious, and his heart suddenly tightened. Although he instinctively didn't believe it, he still subconsciously sensed the silver law. The result, a silver law that spanned endless dimensions and surpassed the bronze law, appeared clearly in his perception. This is impossible. Mu Chung screamed. Illusion. It's all illusion. Don't try to fool me. How could I suddenly appear in the nightmare world? I have been awake all the time. After becoming a cyborg, I don't need to sleep. I can't become a nightmare apostle. Seeing that you are so happy, Mr. Mu, I feel relieved. It's worth my effort to invite you to the nightmare world. I don't believe it. Mu Chung was more and more terrified. As a silver transcendent, he had to deal with nightmare apostles on weekdays. He knew how terrible the nightmare world was. It was a curse of death. Whoever was touched would die. This is all illusion. As long as you are killed, the illusion will be lifted. Kill you. Mu Chung controlled the 6 cyborgs to rush towards Su Mu. But the next second, he suddenly stopped, and his body made of mithril alloy began to tremble slightly, because he suddenly found countless red dots in his metal artificial eyes, densely packed red dots. His metal artificial eyes have read the function of external imaging, can see the body temperature emitted by living organisms. These red dots represent countless living things hidden in the forest, and the red dots are constantly enlarging, proving that these living things are rushing here like a tide. Su Mu's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at the depths of the forest with his peripheral vision. Although his sight was blocked by lush trees, the strong perception brought to him by his mental power made him realize that something was approaching rapidly. Suddenly, a person suddenly rushed out of the forest and stood between Su Mu and Mu Chung. After Mu Chung saw this person, his face changed immediately. This person can't be called a person at all. Although he has a human shape, his neck is a smooth cross-section with no head on it. The weirdest thing is that the headless man is inlaid with countless dense ears. They are of different shapes, as if they are inlaid in flesh and blood. Some are small and exquisite, and some are wide and thick. The headless man with ears stood quietly between the two of them, as if he was fixed in place, motionless. Only his ears were trembling slightly, as if searching for something. Su Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, and he keenly noticed something strange. That is, the headless man clearly rushed out of the woods, but when his body broke through the barrier of flowers and plants, he did not make any sound, and even the headless man had no footsteps. The appearance of the headless man was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and directly made Mu Chung collapse. He realized that this was not an illusion, because illusions could not deceive metal prosthetic eyes. The flashing red light in the metal prosthetic eyes clearly showed that the headless man in front of him was a living thing. Why? Mu Chung roared like crazy. He could no longer deceive himself. Whether it was the clearly visible law or the headless man in front of him who was a living thing, they were clearly telling him that this was no longer reality, but a nightmare world. Why did I come to the nightmare world? Why did I become a nightmare apostle? What on earth did you do to me? Sumo. Mu Chung roared in rage, and there was even a hint of collapse in his voice. He collapsed, not because he was afraid of the monster in front of him. He had killed some nightmare monsters in the real world, and even the unmemorable monsters were captured by him personally. What he was really afraid of was the nightmare world, a nightmare that once infected, he could never get rid of. At this moment, the headless man who had been standing between the two of them suddenly moved. The ears on his body swayed slightly, as if it had locked onto a target, and the body suddenly turned around and rushed straight towards Mu Chung. Mu Chung, who was in a frenzy, would never tolerate the headless man. Seeing the other party rushing towards him, he raised his right hand without saying a word, and his wrist broke instantly, revealing the silver Gatling gun barrel. "Get out of here!" Da-da-da! A huge gunshot broke out, and the headless man who had not yet rushed to the front was instantly torn to pieces by bullets. After dealing with the headless man, he turned his attention to Sumu. "Sumu, you brought me to the nightmare world. You must have a way to get out, right? Tell me." Sumu pushed his brown glasses, and an excited smile hung on his fair face. "That's the expression. Ha ha! You who have always looked down on the nightmare apostles, come to the nightmare world, and are so miserable, wonderful. It's so wonderful. I'm really curious. What kind of experience is it to suddenly become someone you once despised?" "I'll kill you." Mu Chung roared furiously. His reason was almost burned out by anger. But before he could do anything, one headless man after another rushed out from the depths of the forest. At a glance, there were no less than 100 people, and there were even more headless people pouring out from behind. Their ears shook excitedly, even slightly red, and they rushed towards Mu Chung desperately. "Get out! Get out! You monsters!" The 6 modified people fired at the same time, and the gunshots were loud. The headless people kept falling down. However, the strange thing was that the number of the opponents not only did not decrease, but increased with the sound of gunshots. Sound? Sumu roughly understood the behavior pattern of the headless people. In his sight, some headless people were greedily devouring the sounds made by Mu Chung. There were obvious vortices formed by air vibrations in their ears. And with the appearance of the vortex, the dense gunshots became weaker and weaker. Even when it reached Su Mu's ears, the sound of the bullets was not as loud as the sound of stomping feet. It seems that these headless people feed on sound, so everything here is silent, and when there is sound, they will be attracted. This rule is not difficult to find, but unfortunately Mu Chung, who has just entered the nightmare world, has already lost his mind. Mu Chung fired frantically, but there were too many headless people, and their vitality was extremely tenacious. They seemed to have no fatal weaknesses without heads. Unless they were torn into pieces, it would be difficult to kill them with a few bullets. Soon, many headless people pounced on the modified people. They excitedly beat the metal skin of the modified people, causing a huge noise, and then the noise was quickly swallowed up. The strange thing was that the headless people who swallowed a lot of sound actually began to grow bigger. The enlarged headless people were stronger, and the sound of beating the modified people was also louder. The two seemed to form a kind of positive cycle. Compared with Mu Cheng's embarrassment, Su Mu seemed a little calm and watched the show quietly. He didn't make any sound, so he naturally didn't attract the attention of the headless people. In fact, he originally planned to escape directly into the shadow space, and then use the nightmare world to weaken Mu Cheng's power. But now it seems that it is no longer necessary. In addition to Su Mu not being attacked, Zhao Yongqiang, who entered with him, was also not attacked, because Zhao Yongqiang was still in a hypnotic state. When Su Mu did not give an order, he stood there blankly, motionless. Mu Cheng's strength is very strong. Even if there are more headless people, it is difficult to break through his mithril alloy. However, as the sound of the headless people swallowing increases, the outcome is uncertain. Looking at the besieged Mu Chung, Su Mu felt a little bored, and he walked quietly into the depths of the forest. "Su Mu, don't even think about running." Mu Chung suddenly burst into a roar, and the 6 modified people were fully powered, and they rushed towards Su Mu regardless of anything, even though there were a bunch of headless people hanging on their bodies. He raised the barrel of the gun and wanted to shoot to stop Su Mu, but a burst of empty gun sounds came from his arm, and there was no bullet. He was so angry that he could only rely on his legs to chase. 5 of the cyborgs worked together to stop the headless army, and the remaining cyborg broke out of the siege. After all, he was a silver strawman. Even if he used a cyborg body, his burst speed was not comparable to Sumu. The distance between the two people shortened rapidly, but at this moment, Sumu suddenly stopped, and the whole person was like a piece of wood generally. He was motionless, even holding his breath. Although Mu Chung was confused, he was furious and didn't care about that. He was still running wildly, and the mithril alloy on his body kept making heavy noises. Suddenly, his eyes went dark, and the whole person was covered by a huge shadow. When he looked up, he found that a headless man over 10 meters tall was listening to him excitedly. A huge hand with ears fell from the sky and grabbed Mu Chung fiercely. Mu Chung was shocked and rolled to avoid the attack, but he was covered in metal, and the sound caused by a roll was too loud. The 10-meter-tall headless man almost didn't stop and grabbed him again. He rolled and crawled to avoid it frantically. Although the mithril alloy was hard and difficult to break, it would also deform once it was subjected to huge force. The more he dodged, the louder the noise he made. Not long after, many small headless men appeared in the forest and attacked him. Mu Chung was very anxious. What was going on? He glanced at Sumu, who was safe and sound. At this time, Sumu waved to him in a friendly manner, signaling to cheer him up. Bastard. Why is this bastard okay? Wait, I must have overlooked something. Think carefully. How did those lowly nightmare apostles survive nightmares again and again? These headless people have no heads, but their bodies are full of ears. I understand, it's the sound. As long as I don't make a sound, I won't attract the attack of these monsters. Mu Chung thought so. He stopped suddenly, but the opposite happened. The headless people who were chasing him had already heard the sound. Mu Chung stopped and fell into a trap. The headless people who were running wildly hit the metal shell one after another, making a loud noise. They excitedly hammered and made noises continuously. Mu Chung was almost furious when he saw this scene. You damn monsters, get out! He was not afraid of these small headless men, mainly because the 10-meter-tall headless man was also coming over following the sound. A large hand fell from the sky and grabbed Mu Chung in his hand. Some small headless people were crushed to death on the spot. Mu Chung breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was no small headless person hammering him. As long as he didn't make any noise, he should be fine. He thought so, and it was obvious that he thought the headless person was a fool. The next second, the 10-meter headless person suddenly pinched one of Mu Cheng's legs with two thick fingers, and then began to smash the surrounding trees frantically. Bang, bang, bang. Several large trees were knocked down by Mu Chung, making a loud noise. The 10-meter headless person was excited and began to swing wildly until all the surrounding trees were knocked down by Mu Chung. It was still not satisfied and began to smash them on the ground. It looked like a child throwing cards, throwing them with all his strength, and then picking them up and throwing them again, enjoying it. Boom! Mu Chung was smashed into the pit again. The ground he was on had already cracked, and his indestructible mithril body was severely deformed. Even the connection between the legs and the body was disconnected, revealing dense lines. You, these damn monsters! I've had enough. A roar full of anger broke out completely, and he couldn't bear it anymore. He felt that he was being targeted. He had obviously stopped making any sound. So why didn't he let him go? Damn it! You deserve to die. Sumu deserves to die too. You all deserve to die. Mu Chung climbed out of the pit, with red light flashing wildly in his eyes. Don't you like the sound? I'll let you hear enough this time. Start the self-destruct program. Sumu, who was walking in the distance, heard it and immediately quickened his pace. He didn't care even if there was a sound under his feet and attracted some headless people. Boom! Mu Chung blew himself up, and the huge explosion almost resounded throughout the forest. The first to be hit was the 10-meter headless giant. In a dazzling white light, the giant turned into blood and flesh flying all over the sky and scattered all over the world. Some small headless people nearby were also blown to death. The area of 100 meters was almost razed to the ground, and even Sumu, who was 1,000 meters away, was greatly impacted. Such a huge sound directly attracted all the headless people present. They put down everything in their hands and rushed madly towards the center of the explosion. Sumu tidied up his hair that was blown messy by the impact of the explosion and smiled silently. 1. Swish, swish, swish. 5 silver shining, mithril alloy modified people rushed at a very fast speed. Sumu raised his eyes slightly and looked at the distance between himself and the cyborg. He was not panicked at all. He even straightened his suit that was wrinkled due to running. Then, under Mu Cheng's eyes, he accepted the invitation of Bu Bai and escaped into the shadow space. Mu Cheng was so angry that he wanted to roar to the sky, but he didn't dare. He finally used the self-explosion of a cyborg to lead away all the headless people. Now shouting was useless. He was so angry that he could only repeat the previous operation and wait at the entrance of shadow space. However, unlike last time, he didn't dare to move at all this time, for fear of making any sound. Gradually, the group of headless people dispersed from the center of the explosion. They began to wander around looking for sounds. Some even walked to Mu Cheng's side, which made Mu Cheng tremble with fear. Fortunately, there was no accident this time. The headless people passed by him and walked away. A slight sound of footsteps suddenly sounded from behind Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng was stunned. How could there be footsteps? He looked back slowly, not daring speed up, fearing that the sound of his neck turning would be too loud. After all, his neck was covered with metal. When he saw the source of the footsteps, he was stunned. The one who made the footsteps was none other than the bald man, Zhao Yongxiang. It turned out that Zhao Yongxiang took advantage of the gap when a headless man went to the center of the explosion and came over. Seeing this scene, Mu Cheng was very anxious, and the red light in his eyes kept flashing. He signaled Zhao Yongxiang not to move, but Zhao Yongxiang seemed not to see it and was still approaching. Several headless people wandering not far away suddenly stopped, and their dense ears moved slightly, as if they were listening. "You, stupid, don't move." Mu Cheng roared in his heart. Maybe his abuse worked. Zhao Yongxiang really stopped moving and stopped about 3 meters away from Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not too stupid. He didn't know the relationship between Zhao Yongxiang and Su Mu, and only thought that the other party was also a nightmare apostle who had just entered. If he knew, he would never be relieved. Because, Zhao Yongxiang opened his mouth and howled wildly without any warning, and the sound was so loud that it sounded like someone broke his leg. Mu Cheng was shocked by this that a shout startled him. "You fucking..." For the leader, Zhao Yongxiang rushed towards Mu Cheng with a fanatical look, shouting repeatedly. In the dead forest, what does it feel like when someone suddenly shouted with all his strength? That feeling is no different from a thunderclap. In an instant, the headless people wandering around aimlessly seemed to have received a signal, and their ears stood up one after another, rushing here desperately. "You deserve to die." Mu Cheng was furious, and his metal fist flashing with silver light blasted out, and Zhao Yongxiang's head was blown up with one punch, and the sound stopped abruptly. Seeing that Zhao Yongxiang's body was about to lie straight on the ground, he was so scared that he hurriedly hugged him, but it was too late. The shout had already attracted the headless people. "Fuck!" He cursed secretly and directly controlled a modified man to run away, deliberately making a loud noise. As a result, the headless people who heard the sound immediately changed direction and chased after the cyborg. Before the crisis was resolved, an arm quietly emerged from the humanoid shadow on the ground, then elegantly picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at a cyborg. The power carried by Giant Power Bomb exploded instantly, and the small stone made a sharp explosion and hit the cyborg hard. Bang! A crisp and huge collision sounded. When Mu Cheng turned around, he was stunned and only saw the arm waving, and then returned to the shadow space. "Sumo, I'll kill you." A person's mentality collapses in just a moment, sometimes because of some crucial events, and sometimes because of something as trivial as throwing a small stone. "You want to use these monsters to deal with me, right? Then I'll kill them all first, and then I'll see what else you can do." Mu Cheng, who had been fooled time and again, was completely broken. He couldn't hit Su Mu, so he could only vent all his anger on the headless people. In his opinion, these little headless people were not dangerous. At most, they were a little troublesome, and they could be dealt with some effort. A big battle started, and it was caused by Su Mu throwing a small stone. The furious Mu Cheng showed the strength of the Silver Warrior to the fullest, and the 5 modified people cooperated closely, slaughtering the headless people around with extremely high efficiency. "Come on, don't you monsters like me? Come here," he cursed while killing, as if venting his anger. "Sumo, wait, I will kill you after I kill them." "No, I will not kill you. I will imprison you and torture you slowly. You have destroyed everything of mine. I will let you know what despair is. I am a silver transcendent, with a bright future and a perfect mithril alloy body. I have already broken the limit of human lifespan, but all of this has been destroyed by you. Destroyed. I don't know when this damn nightmare world will take my life. I am living one less day now, but before that, I will torture you until the day I die. Then we will die together, so that I can continue to torture you in hell, huh?" Mu Cheng laughed wildly, and even the cold mechanical body could not stop the overflowing madness. This was the hysteria of being in desperate situation. Although he was not a nightmare apostle, he knew the nightmare apostle better than the nightmare apostle. This was a short-lived ghost, a cursed person. No matter how hard he struggled, even if he became a golden strongman, he would die in the nightmare world one day. Mu Cheng laughed wildly. The corpses under his feet piled up more and more, almost burying him. He was still killing, venting in this way, but gradually a shadow covered him, then the second, the third, the 10th. Mu Cheng's body stiffened, and he raised his head with some difficulty. The red light in Jean Louis' eyes almost went out. In his sight, the whole sky fell into darkness. 10 headless giants formed a circle and were listening to him. In a shadow space, Sumu looked through the shadows at Mu Cheng, who was being kicked by 10 giants. He felt a little sorry in his heart. How could a dignified silver strongman fall into such a field? It was obvious that he just needed to not make any sound. Can't he do such a simple thing? Boom, boom, boom. The 3 modified people exploded, and a terrifying explosion killed 10 headless giants. Taking advantage of this gap, Sumu got out of the shadow space and ran quickly to the distance. At this time, Mu Cheng only had 2 cyborgs left. He was angry and began to be afraid, because this meant that he only had 2 lives left. Fear made him regain some rationality. He realized that he was too impulsive. Those short-lived nightmare apostles said that fighting monsters and nightmares was the worst option. It was best to find the source of the dream and then crack the nightmare. He was very upset. If he had followed the experience of those nightmare apostles earlier, he might not have ended up like this. This dream was actually not difficult. As long as he didn't make any sound, he wouldn't be attacked. At that time, he just needed to slowly look for clues, but it was too late to say anything now. Looking at Su Mu running farther and farther, Mu Cheng gritted his teeth and followed him. He already had a plan in his mind. This time he didn't dare to do it again, but planned to change a method. The distance between the two began to close, and then Su Mu started throwing stones again. When he saw the flying stones, Mu Cheng was shocked and angry. He was like avoiding a fatal bullet and didn't dare to let the stones hit him at all. The most annoying thing is that he can't throw stones because Su Mu is a flesh and blood body, and there is no sound when the stone hits him. The most important thing is that Su Mu can dodge flexibly and make large movements, but he can't because he is a metal body. His body is very heavy, and the larger the movement, the louder the sound. He never thought that one day his mithril alloy body, which he was proud of, would have such a big inconvenience. While running, Su Mu suddenly stopped again. Seeing this, Mu Cheng was so scared that he stood still, not daring to move at all. He hurriedly looked into the depths of the forest in front of him and adjusted the infrared function of the metal prosthetic eye to the maximum, and then he was stunned. Red dots. Thousands of dense red dots appeared in front of him. This is the Headless Man's nest. At this time, Su Mu suddenly turned around and waved to Mu Cheng. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning was very clear come here. Mu Chung almost exploded with anger. He knew that if he went over, Su Mu would make a sound and then escape into the shadows. Then he would be attacked by thousands of headless people. But for revenge, he still went over. He sent a cyborg to chase Su Mu on tiptoe. A funny scene appeared. A tall cyborg covered in metal stood on tiptoe and trotted with his back bent. Mu Chung had no choice. When he was near the headless people's lair, he dared not make any sound. Su Mu didn't care about Mu Chung, who was tiptoeing behind him. He ran towards the headless man's nest with brisk steps. His powerful mental power gave him unparalleled perception, and he could accurately judge the road under his feet. He would never have the idiotic scene in the movie where he suddenly stepped on a dead branch and attracted the attention of the enemy. After he passed a big tree, the headless man's nest came into view. It was a city, a very simple city. All the buildings were made of bare stones with traces of weathering. It was obviously there for a long time. The buildings in the city were more like caves than houses. There were no doors. They were completely made of huge stones. Countless headless people lived in them. Some were sleeping, and some were eating. The way of eating was also very simple. They picked up a stone and hammered it to make sounds. However, these sounds could not be transmitted at all and were swallowed by the headless people. Su Mu's appearance did not attract their attention, because the headless people had no eyes and relied entirely on the ears that covered their bodies to perceive. They were still doing their own things. After a brief look around, Su Mu found that the city was on the edge of a nightmare. Behind the city was a black fog that covered the sky and the sun, rolling silently. He entered this simple town without any hesitation. Due to the low buildings, he soon found a different place. In the center of the city was a huge square, a bit like a concert. The square was surrounded by a semicircular stone wall. The stone wall was very thick, and deep pits similar to seats were dug on it. Many headless people lay quietly in it. On the square was a huge, irregular boulder. Dozens of 10-meter-tall, headless giants surrounded the boulder and crawled on the ground, as if they were kneeling. Just when Su Mu thought they were kneeling to the boulder, a man sat up on the boulder. His body shape was no different from that of a normal adult man, but his body was full of ears and his skin was pale. The most important thing was that his neck was not empty. Instead, he had a huge ear. It looked extremely weird. Where a person should have a head, there was actually a big ear, as big as the head. Leader? Su Mu's eyes moved slightly, and he approached the headless leader quietly. He stepped lightly over the sleeping headless people on the ground, and his speed did not slow down at all, like a dancer dancing on the edge of a knife. Once he took a wrong step, he would fall into an irretrievable situation. But his strong mental strength and enhanced physical fitness made his steps as precise as a scalpel, and he did not make any mistakes. Mu Chung, who was still 100 meters away from Su Mu, had a red light flashing in his eyes. He did not retreat and followed closely. At this time, the headless leader seemed to have heard a slight movement, and he stood up. The big ear on his neck scanned like a radar, and the invisible sound waves produced a small vortex in front of the ear. He quickly locked the position of Su Mu and Mu Chung. Seeing this scene, the two seemed to be playing 1, 2, 3 wooden men, and they all stood there motionless. The headless leader waited for a while, but didn't hear anything unusual, so he turned his body and began to explore in other directions with his big ear. Su Mu realized that he couldn't move forward. The headless leader's hearing was obviously better than that of ordinary headless people, and some subtle sounds could not be hidden from him. But Mu Chung seemed to have lost his mind and was still approaching, which attracted the attention of the headless leader several times. However, every time he was watched, he would immediately stop and stand still. He took such a risk just to get a little closer to Su Mu. Finally, he stopped when he was about 10 meters away from Su Mu. Su Mu looked at him with interest, knowing that Mu Chung must have some means ready to use. Otherwise, it would be impossible to send a modified person to die in vain. Sure enough, the next moment, Mu Chung showed a grim smile at the corner of his mouth. He slowly raised his left arm, and the top of a metal finger opened, revealing a thin black tube inside. Z. The purple poisonous gas spewed out in a line, covering Su-mu. Su-mu raised his eyebrows. He had waited for so long, and this was the result? Poisonous gas? He was still looking forward to some surprises from Mu-chung, but now he could not help but feel a little disappointed. Soon, the purple poisonous gas enveloped Su-mu, and he did not hide, allowing the poisonous gas to enter his body. Mu-chung was ecstatic when he saw this. This was his special poisonous gas, which could be fatal if inhaled. Even if it was not inhaled, it would still be poisonous if it fell on the skin. In his eyes, Su-mu was already a dead man. However, as time went by, Mu-cheng's ecstatic mood gradually froze. He saw Su-mu still standing there unharmed, and even yawned out of boredom. This is impossible. Zzz. The poisonous gas ran out of steam, and a few wisps of purple smoke like endless urine sprayed twice intermittently. And then it was completely used up. The poison gas is good, but unfortunately it is countered by innocent heart. Su-mu lost his patience, his shadow moved without wind, and the black shadow Bu-bai quickly walked out of the shadow and stretched out his only remaining arm. Su-mu held Bu-bai's big hand, and then, "Mr. Mu, since you don't have any surprises for me, you can only go to hell." His voice was not loud, even gentle, but in the dead silence of the city where a pin drop could be heard, this gentle voice was like a bolt from the blue, instantly breaking the silence in the field. The next moment, on the square and in the deep pits of the stone wall, circles of headless people stood up in unison and looked straight in the direction of Su-mu. Ha ha ha! At such a tense moment, Mu-chung laughed wildly. "Su-mu, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Do you think you're the only one with a trump card?" Countless headless people rushed towards the two like a tide, and the terrifying posture seemed to drown the two. But Mu-chung was still smiling. "You destroyed everything I have. Even if I have to sacrifice this cyborg, I want you to die. Aren't you relying on that monster? Now see if this monster can still save you." Su-mu's eyes moved slightly. He immediately noticed something was wrong. Bu-bai, who was supposed to pull him into the shadow space, seemed to be frozen in place by someone. Is this the power of Servant Master? Ha ha! You guessed right. This is Silver Law Sequence 24, Servant Master. You destroyed my cyborg, but it just happened to free up the servants, giving me enough mental power to control them. Although I can't directly control your black shadow monster without refining it, I can force it to affect it. You're dead, Su-mu. Mu-cheng's expression became more and more ferocious, and even the metal face couldn't hide that ferocity. Su-mu's blue eyes flashed with a different light. He let go of Bu-bai's hand and couldn't help but applaud Mu-chung, praising him. "You are worthy of being a Silver Master. What is Silver Master? Only this kind of game that may be overturned at any time can be called wonderful. Mr. Mu, you didn't let me down after all. I don't need you to praise me. Go to hell, Su-mu." Mu-chung hated this feeling of being praised, which made him feel like a primary school student praised by the teacher. He rushed out and rushed towards Su-mu quickly. At this time, the headless man had completely surrounded the two of them. A terrifying scene appeared. Mu-chung, who was shining with metallic luster, jumped high and rushed over like a human tank. He was surrounded by headless monsters surging like a tide. At this time, Su-mu could really be said to have no way to the sky and no door to the ground, and was trapped in a dead end. But he was still smiling. His smile was getting bigger and even twisted, with a look of extreme excitement and madness. "This is the excitement I've been looking for." He flipped his palm, and a bottle of light red potion suddenly appeared in his hand. He raised the red potion in his hand, but he didn't have time to open the bottle cap to drink it. With a click, the transparent glass bottle was crushed. Su-mu raised his head, and the light red liquid mixed with glass fragments fell into his mouth. Gurgle. He swallowed in big gulps, not caring about the pain of his throat being cut by glass fragments. His expression became more and more excited, and his eyes were stained with blood without knowing when, and even his fair skin was faintly flushed, and the whole person looked like he had drunk too much. This is the effect of the violent potion, which forcibly bursts out, terrifying potential at the cost of overdrawing the body. In just a moment, Su Mu felt a violent force all over his body, and his muscles bulged unconsciously. He suddenly exerted force. His legs were like springs, and he stepped on the ground and cracked it. He flew into the air and rushed towards Mu Cheng without dodging. The two figures met in mid-air with an indomitable momentum, and below them were headless people scrambling to pile up and climb. Mu Cheng sneered in his heart. He thought Su Mu was crazy. In such a desperate situation, he actually wanted to fight with his silver strongman. So it was good. I could kill you with my own hands. The metal arm flashing with silver light was fully powered, and the inner wall of the metal was faintly heated up, emitting a red light, and even the surrounding air was distorted by high temperature. Su Mu was also unwilling to be outdone. He pushed Giant Force Bomb Fist to the extreme, and the muscles of his entire right arm swelled, carrying a terrifying force and roaring out. Die! Boom! Amid Mu Cheng's ferocious roar, the metal fist and the human fist collided fiercely. But the moment they touched, he realized something was wrong, because Su Mu's fist had no power at all. But he didn't think much about it. Anyway, Su Mu would definitely die if he took this punch. This was the confidence of the silver strongman. Bang! Su Mu's figure flew backwards like a cannonball. Mu Cheng, who had avenged his great hatred, laughed wildly at the sky and let the headless people around him attack him. He didn't care. He just wanted to kill Su Mu. But the next second, Mu Cheng's smile froze because in his sight, Su Mu, who was flying backwards, turned around in the air like nothing happened, and then stepped on the neck of a headless man, quickly fled to the distance, and jumped onto the high walls around the square in the blink of an eye. This is impossible. Mu Cheng, who was overwhelmed by the headless man, quickly turned off the self-destruct program and chased Su Mu like crazy. The cold metal arm waved wildly, and every wave would be accompanied by many headless people being swept away. Noble phantasm. It's a defensive one. He realized the key point and understood everything in an instant. This was all Sumu's plan. He pretended to fight desperately, but in fact he didn't use any strength at all, allowing himself to knock him away in order to successfully escape the encirclement. No wonder Sumu dared to fight hard, because he had a defensive treasure. On the high wall, a tall figure stood, with a snake-patterned wooden cane in his hand resting on the edge of the wall, smiling at Mu Cheng, who was submerged by the headless people. The sun's light shone on him, casting a long shadow on the ground, and the breeze blew up his clothes and the scarlet heart hanging on his chest. Under the high wall were countless headless people scrambling to climb up, stepping on each other's bodies and climbing up little by little. Sumo, Mu Cheng in the crowd screamed wildly. He kept struggling to stretch out his hands from the headless people, trying to take the opportunity to climb out, but there were too many headless people and soon buried him again. You can't escape. This is a dead end. After they kill me, they will kill you. Su Mu smiled slightly on the high wall, ignoring Mu Cheng's threats. He looked elegant and calm. He gently pushed his brown glasses. Thank you for everything Mr. Mu has done. I am very happy and look forward to meeting you next time. After saying that, Su Mu waved his hand, as if saying goodbye to a friend, and turned to look at the black fog behind the high wall. The sight could not penetrate the black fog at all, as if it led to hell, dead and silent. You want to go into the black fog? Ha ha ha. You will die if you go. No one can come back alive from the black fog. No one. Su Mu did not reply. Don't bother, Mr. Mu. Just as I can pull you into the nightmare world, I actually have a way to get out of the black fog. So goodbye. What? You have a way? This is impossible. You must be. Mu Cheng's voice stopped abruptly, because Su Mu had already jumped into the black fog and disappeared. In the endless black fog, Su Mu looked around in surprise. He was not surprised by the black fog, but by the nightmare he had escaped from. There was nothing interesting about the black fog. It was like being in a bottomless deep sea, surrounded by misty black fog, and visibility was extremely low. What was interesting was a nightmare just now. It was a huge white bubble, which vaguely reflected the scene in the nightmare. A bare city of headless people, and the flames of the explosion could be vaguely seen. Countless headless people were blown away, but because he was looking through the bubble, the picture was very distorted and blurry. Are all nightmares put into this kind of bubble? Sumu was amazed. He had never thought of escaping the boundary of nightmares. From the outside, nightmares were actually put into bubbles. This nightmare bubble, the bubble, was so huge that the light it emitted slightly illuminated the surrounding black fog, allowing Sumu to barely see the surrounding scenery. He turned his gaze to the bottom of his feet, and with the light of the bubble, he could see clearly under his feet. What was under his feet was not the earth at all, but a brown rock layer, bare, without any vegetation, only some gravel. He raised his head again and looked at the top of the bubble. With the help of the light emitted by the bubble, he could see the sky in the black fog. There was no sky at all. There was also a brown rock layer above the top of the bubble. There was a rock layer under his feet and a rock layer above his head. Sumu even felt that he was in a hollowed-out mountain, but it was filled with endless black fog. Gradually, he had a clear understanding of the structure of the entire nightmare world in his mind. First of all, there was no sky here. The position that originally belonged to the sky was covered by a rock layer. There was also a rock layer under his feet. The space between the two rock layers was filled with black fog. The so-called nightmare was the bubble in the hollow position in the middle. One bubble represented a nightmare. Amazing. Sumu felt very interesting about this unknown exploration. If he didn't walk into the black fog and take a look, who would have thought that the nightmare world would be structured like this? At this moment, a strange scene appeared. The black fog around him kept surging and soon covered the bubble. The light around him became weaker and weaker and finally disappeared completely. At the same time, the headless nightmare bubble also disappeared. Sumu tried to find it, but when he walked to the position where the bubble just happened, he couldn't find it at all, as if it had teleported away. He guessed that the space in the black fog was most likely disordered. With the disappearance of the bubble, it also meant that he could never go back. He said before that there was a way to go back from the black fog, but he actually lied in order to let Mu Chung die with regret. However, whether he could go back or not was not important. What was important was whether the black fog was interesting. Sumu took a step forward and walked towards the depths of the black fog. Due to the disappearance of the luminous bubbles, the surroundings had completely fallen into darkness, a dead silence. Walking in it, he could only feel the wisps of mist brushing across his face like a soft little hand. His eyes radiated a crystal blue light, and his powerful mental power enhanced his perception, allowing him to vaguely see the scene several meters away. The ground was uneven, and some places even bulged like small peaks, but there were no living creatures. Could it be that all the nightmare apostles who entered the black fog finally starved to death in the black fog? Sumu frowned. This was not the surprise he wanted. If the black fog was like a prison, then exploring here would be meaningless. He continued to move forward and walk for a long time. Judging from the pocket watch, 3 hours had passed, but even so he still did not see any living creatures, nor any other luminous bubbles. This was illogical. If all nightmares were luminous bubbles scattered in the black fog, why hadn't other bubbles been seen yet? You have to know that these 3 hours are not for ordinary people, but for extraordinary people. At Sumu's current speed, 3 hours is enough for him to walk out of a small county town. This place is either like some kind of maze. Once you enter, you'll get lost, or the black fog world is too big. Maybe this is not a mountain that has been hollowed out, but underground. A gleam of light flashed in Sumu's eyes. Only underground can there be such a huge area. Since there is underground, there must be ground. Where is the ground? Where else can it be? Could it be that the so-called nightmare world is actually an underground world, located underground in the real world, and nightmares are put into bubbles and then stored underground? This discovery is simply subversive to the origin of a nightmare world. All nightmare apostles thought that the nightmare world was an alternate dimension, an independent world composed entirely of nightmares. But now it seems to be all wrong. The nightmare world is very likely to be integrated with the real world. It is under the surface. Just as Sumu was thinking, suddenly, A strange buzzing sound was heard all around, and it seemed to be mixed with some kind of whispering with a strange and chaotic tone, which was not a sound that humans could make at all. The sound was like the whisper of an evil god, low and chaotic, as if it was close to my ear, and as if it came from a distant time and space. Sometimes it was like thunder rolling over, shaking the depths of the soul, and sometimes it was like a ghost whispering, making people creepy, and every syllable seemed to challenge reason. Su Mu's head began to hurt, and he felt a crazy and violent emotion rising in his heart. The violent potion he had just swallowed did not make his mind violent, but now he just heard some mumbling, and his mind was disordered. Innocent heart, a bright white light rose from his body, and suddenly the whispering in his ear became much smaller. Although it did not disappear completely, it was within the tolerable range. Normal people would definitely choose to flee immediately after hearing these whispers, but Su Mu was not a normal person. He was very curious about this kind of voice that could cause his mental disorder. Since he was here, how could he not go and take a look? So he ran towards the source of the whispers. Gradually, the strange sound became louder and louder. The Immaculate Heart could hardly hold on. Finally, he saw the light. In the sky not far away, to be precise, it was not the sky, but the upper rock. There was a huge sphere emitting yellow light suspended there, as bright as the sun. However, the light emitted by this sun was not warm at all, but extremely cold. Sun? There is also a sun underground? Su Mu quickened his pace and ran towards the huge glowing sphere. When he got close, the evil whispers were almost deafening, and blood and water flowed faintly from his ears. When he looked up, a yellow light flashed, and his eyes instantly hurt, and a line of blood and tears flowed out. He was blind, but the only image before he went blind lingered in his mind. That was not the sun, but an eyeball, an extremely huge eyeball embedded in the upper rock, with a dark yellow vertical pupil, as cold as a cold-blooded animal. Danger! 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 After Su Mu's brain stored the image of the eyeball, his body instinctively issued the highest level of alarm, like the most primitive fear engraved deep in human genes. However, when the body's signal was transferred to his consciousness, the signal was automatically replaced by excitement. 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 He had never encountered such an existence, and just a glance caused the fear engraved deep in his genes, as if humans are born to fear this kind of existence. It's really so wonderful. Suddenly, the blind Su Mu suddenly felt a piercing cold, as if he was being watched by some indescribable existence, and his cells all over his body were faintly tingling. At the same time, his mind began to be polluted, and the terrifying whispers seemed to come alive, like billions of tadpoles, madly drilling into his body. The Immaculate Heart was instantly stimulated to the extreme. A huge amount of mental power was infused into it. Under this crazy stimulation and external pressure, the Immaculate Heart seemed to have undergone some qualitative changes, and the purification ability rose to a higher level again. Su Mu knew that this meant that the Immaculate Heart had been completely digested, but everything was useless. The Bronze Law could not stop this high-dimensional pollution at all. The rest could only rely on Su Mu himself. With the invasion of pollution, his consciousness was affected, becoming extremely violent and chaotic, and his mind was filled with all kinds of dark thoughts. He wanted to kill people, wanted to kill all living things, destroy everything he could see, and even had a tendency to destroy the world. But just a moment later, a stronger emotion surged in my heart. So boring. As soon as the idea of destroying the world appeared, it triggered the boredom. In the dream, he was really tired of destroying the world. When he fell into extreme emptiness and boredom, his mood was very violent, and then he started to destroy the world. These were all left over from his play. Just as a child who is not familiar with the world is easily polluted by darkness, how can a person who is used to it or even tired of it be polluted? If you want to die a person who has destroyed the world countless times and vented all the dark sides in his dreams black, you must come up with a dye that is darker than black. The so-called pollution is nothing more than magnifying the dark side of human nature. Sumu doesn't need help from others at all. In his omnipotent dream, and without supervision, his darkness is unimaginable to anyone. Just like that, he miraculously did not collapse in consciousness, even though his mind was filled with many negative emotions and thoughts. However, although his consciousness did not collapse, his body could not bear it. Under the gaze of this existence, the cells in his body actually had a tendency of genetic collapse. He tried to summon Booby and planned to enter the shadow space, but Booby's response was very weak, as if he was dying. The shadow produced waves like water waves, and then returned to silence. This time he completely lost contact with Booby. It seems that this look also caused damage to Booby. Is he going to die? No wonder no one can walk out of the black fog. There is such an existence in the black fog. I am afraid that even a golden strong man will die. Sumu didn't expect that he would die just because he was looked at by a certain existence. But it doesn't matter. Then I want to see you too. Swish! The silver mark on his forehead tore open, and a silver vertical pupil appeared from it. The cold and indifferent vertical pupil met the dark yellow vertical pupil on the dome, as if two gods were looking at each other. When the silver vertical pupil appeared, the whispering in Sumu's ear disappeared in an instant, as if the illusion had never appeared. But the trend of physical collapse still did not ease, and his body could not resist the gaze of the eyeball at all. With almost no hesitation, Sumu instantly activated the silver vertical pupil. Boom! A bright silver light burst out from his eyes, turning into a silver light column connecting the sky and the earth, and fiercely hit the dark yellow vertical pupil. The silver light column was very thin, just like a toothpick poking on a huge bubble, accompanied by a huge bubble bursting sound bang. The dark yellow eyeball burst, and countless thick yellow-green pus scattered like rain, falling on the rock with a violent corrosion sound. Sumu immediately drank the last bottle of vitality potion to recover the consumption caused by the silver eyes. His body was like a flexible dancer, constantly dodging the falling pus. The yellow-green pus was mixed with some egg-shaped solids, which were wrapped in sticky pus and fell to the ground and shattered. A snake man covered with black scales, shaped like a snake but with hands and feet, crawled out of it. The same dark yellow vertical pupil stared at Sumu, as if he had found prey. All things in the world. Based on the principle of striking first, Sumu directly launched an illusion to deceive the snake man, but unfortunately failed. Although there was a brief doubt in the eyes of the snake man, his eyes never left him. Heat induction? It seems that snake men have some talents that snakes should have. As we all know, snakes have poor eyesight. They do not rely on vision to catch prey, but on heat induction. They can sense the infrared rays emitted by surrounding objects. Sumu did not expect that he would be so unlucky. The originally powerful, all things actually encountered its nemesis one after another. Moreover, the mental strength of these snake people was not weak, and it was impossible to hypnotize them instantly like hypnotizing ordinary people. Gradually, more and more snake people were born, and the number had exceeded 1,000 and continued to increase. They were like newborns, adapting to their newly formed bodies, and then they stared at Sumu under the trend of eating instinct. At this time, Sumu had already run far away. He was not stupid, so how could he sit and wait for death? Now it seems that the huge eyeball just now is very much like a mother body in order to hatch this group of snake people. He ran all the way at a very fast speed, and in just a moment he left the snake people out of sight, but this distance was not enough for him to escape because the speed of the snake people was also accelerating. Their growth rate is amazing. It took less than a minute from the beginning to staggering like a baby to walking briskly. Although Sumu was no longer in sight, they seemed to have some special perception, locking Sumu firmly and following closely. What kind of monsters are these snake people? What is the origin of the huge eyeball? Sumu was still thinking calmly while running. He even felt that the huge eyeball was related to God. It gave people a feeling very similar to the original angel before, and it was also relying on the power of the original angel that the eyeball was pierced. If the eyeball is God, then these snake people are not the descendants of God? The nightmare world is really wonderful. How many secrets are hidden here? He ran for about half an hour, but the footsteps in the black fog behind him were still following, and there was also a kind of friction and crawling sound mixed in it, like countless poisonous snakes winding on the ground. He knew that this was the snake man growing up again, from running with legs at the beginning to now using legs and snake tails. Hiss! The sound of a snake spitting out its tongue appeared behind Sumu, and a snake man had already rushed over, opened his bloody mouth, and bit him fiercely with sharp fangs. Sumu seemed to have an eye on the back of his head. Like a snake, he ducked to avoid the attack, then quickly turned around and hit the snake head with giant bomb fist accurately. When the fist touched the opponent's black scales, it felt like hitting steel or yang donching. Bang! The snake man was knocked several meters away, but it just shook its head and stood up again like nothing happened. At this time, Sumu was like a novice who strayed into a hell dungeon and couldn't even beat a small monster. It is said that even the golden strongmen find it difficult to get out of the black fog. It is really so terrifying. This is just the beginning of the exploration. No one knows how many terrifying monsters are hidden in this endless black fog. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm really going to die this time. Sumu sighed slightly, as if he was regretting something. He was not regretting his own life, but he was sorry that he had just discovered such an interesting place and had to stop exploring only the tip of the iceberg of the nightmare world. At this time, many snake people had surrounded him, and their growth speed had surpassed Sumu. The cold snake pupils that belonged to cold-blooded animals stared at him, with only predatory instincts in their eyes. Then give it another shot. The silver vertical pupils at the center of Sumu's eyebrows lit up. This was his only way to kill the snake people, but unfortunately, he could only do it once. Boom! The silver beam of light illuminated the endless black fog again, piercing through a line of snake people. The hard black scales were like paper in front of the silver light, and hundreds of snake people were taken away with just one shot. After the attack, Sumu's breathing began to become disordered, and a sense of powerlessness surged through his body. He could only rely on the snake-patterned wooden cane in his hand to barely avoid falling down. The vitality potion was gone, and even if there was, it would be useless. He had used the silver vertical pupils 3 times in a day, and his body was overdrawn to the extreme. If it weren't for the strong mental power supporting him, he would have fainted by now. At this point, he fell into a completely desperate situation. His physical and mental strength were both exhausted. Bubai was severely injured and fell asleep, and the extraordinary potion was almost used up. The snakes that were charging stopped at this moment, and a hint of instinctive fear appeared in their cold snake eyes. It was obvious that they were frightened by the power of the original angels and hesitated for a moment. The scene was deadlocked. One side was unable to act, while the other side did not dare to act. The two sides confronted each other in the black fog, and there was silence all around. Huh. Sumu chuckled. Are you so timid? Since you don't dare to come over, I'll go to sleep. After saying that, he ignored the thousands of snakemen around him, who were staring at him, and sat on the cold rock ground, leaning his elbows on his thighs, his palms on his chin, and then he fell asleep. After he fell asleep, the snakemen who had been quiet all the time finally overcame their fear and approached him step by step. They walked very slowly, hesitating at every step, but they never stopped. The scene was very terrifying. If other people saw this scene, they might faint on the spot. In the endless black fog, an elegant gentleman in a suit and leather shoes was sleeping peacefully. He was surrounded by dense snakemen with dark yellow vertical pupils, black scales in hands and feet. They slowly narrowed the encirclement, getting closer and closer, just when the encirclement was reduced to less than 5 meters. Sumu stretched and woke up from his dream with a yawn. He slept for a full minute. Counting the time from falling asleep to waking up, the actual sleeping time was less than a minute. However, the recovery of mental power has nothing to do with the sleep time. As long as he enters the dream and wakes up, his mental power will be replenished and increased by 1%. Sumu's sudden action scared the snake people around him, and they subconsciously stepped back a few steps. They stared at Sumo and dared not act rashly. Ah, interesting. Sumo smiled and then slowly stood up. This simple action made the snake people step back a few steps again. However, he did not expect to scare the snake people away by intimidation. This was not realistic. The snake people obviously did not have the IQ of humans, and they would not play the game of betting that there were no bullets in your gun. Taking advantage of the snake people's hesitation, Sumu tried to save himself. He infused a huge amount of mental power into Booby's body to help Booby recover from his injuries and see if he could wake him up. Maybe there is always a way out. With the influx of spiritual power, Booby really has a tendency to wake up. Spiritual power is the best medicine for Booby. But the snake people will not give him too much time. They have waited too long and can no longer hold back. One of the snake people tentatively came towards Sumo. Buzz. The silver vertical pupil between Sumu's eyebrows flashed with silver light. The snake man's face suddenly showed fear and retreated repeatedly. The silver light also dimmed immediately. Sumu didn't have the strength to emit silver light again. Just now, he just used his spiritual power to slightly activate the silver eyes. To put it bluntly, it was to scare the snake. The effect of this scare was very effective, and it actually suppressed the snake man for another minute. Although the growth rate of the snake man is extremely fast, it is more reflected in the body rather than IQ. 1 minute later, the snake man couldn't help it again, and then Sumu's silver vertical pupil lit up again. The two sides were like a man and a woman of high level, constantly pulling and testing. Gradually, the silver vertical pupils were less and less intimidating to them. They seemed to realize that Sumu was bluffing, and finally they couldn't help it anymore, and kept hissing intimidating sounds. Just when the snake people were about to rush forward, Sumu had already held Bubai's hand. Yes, Bubai woke up. Although extremely weak, he finally woke up. Hiss! The snake people noticed something was wrong, and tens of thousands of snake people rushed forward, but they were empty-handed. Sumu's figure disappeared out of thin air, leaving only a shadow on the ground. Hiss, hiss! The snake people seemed to be in some kind of angry mood, constantly attacking the shadow on the ground, smashing the rock layer where the shadow was, but it was useless. In the shadow space, Sumu continued to sleep. Just now, in order to wake up Bubai, he almost exhausted his mental power, but it didn't matter. Mental power was free for him, so he could consume it at will. In his dream, he looked at the snake men outside. Those snake men were a bit stubborn and just surrounded the shadow. He kept thinking about countermeasures. First of all, there were no supplies in the shadow space, and he couldn't hold on for too long. It was okay without food, but the key was that there was no water. With his own physical condition, he would basically die if he didn't drink water for 3 days. Secondly, 3 days could barely restore some physical strength. In the case of overdraft, he might be able to launch the silver light again, but the problem was that after the launch, whether he had the strength to escape was a question mark. He thought about it, and there were only 2 ways to go. One was to wait and see whether the snake man retreated first or he died of thirst first. The second was to fight to the death after the physical strength was restored, and there might be a glimmer of hope. In the end, Sumu decided to wait for 3 days. It would be best if the snake men left. If not, he would try his best. 1 day later, some of the snake men retreated, but most of them were still waiting in place, trying to attack the shadow from time to time. 2 days later, some of the snake men retreated again. This time, about half of them left, but there were still more than 1,000 left. On the 3rd day, none of the more than 1,000 snake men left, and they were still waiting. And Sumu had spent 3 years comfortably. He extended the dream time, and his life was not boring. Every day in the dream, he ate, drank, played, and enjoyed life. He destroyed the world and became the emperor of heaven. He also revisited until death and traveled through it. One day, he woke up from the dream, feeling his body recovering slightly, and estimated that he could barely have another shot, so he prepared to go out and meet the more than 1,000 snake men. Swish! Sumu's figure walked out of the shadow, instantly attracting the attention of the remaining snake men. In the past 3 days, they have grown bigger. Not only has their height exceeded 2 meters, but there are also hidden muscles under their black scales. Hiss! This time they didn't hesitate at all and pounced directly at Sumo. Sumu didn't indulge them. A brilliant silver beam of light shot out, like a laser weapon, instantly piercing through the snake men in a straight line. The terrifying power made the snake men's faces show fear. Taking advantage of their fear, Sumu prepared to break through, but the next second, a feeling of extreme weakness and dizziness surged into his heart. His white palm barely grasped the snakewood cane, so he didn't fall to the ground. Alas, the human body is still too weak. Here, the holy light is here. A jubilant voice suddenly sounded from the black fog in the distance. I finally found the messenger of God. Praise the original angel. Another voice mixed with sobs came from the black fog and got closer and closer. Get out, you descendants of the evil god. Don't hurt the messenger of God. Several sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and Sumu barely looked up, only to see several white-robed people suddenly appear in the black fog. Their expressions were excited and fanatical. White-robed people, messenger of God? The scene he saw at the angel statue flashed through his mind. At that time, a group of people in black robes and white robes were worshipping the statue at the same time. His thoughts came to an abrupt end. He fainted due to continuous overdrawing of his body and not drinking water for 3 days. Warmth, like the warmth of sunbathing. This was the first feeling Sumu had after waking up. The Lord of God has woken up. Great, the Lord of God has finally woken up. Praise the original angel. Thump, thump. A dozen white-robed people knelt down around Sumu, kneeling devoutly and fanatically, chanting something, and some even cried with excitement. Sumu glanced around and found that his eyes were healed, and he no longer needed to rely on the silver vertical pupils to provide vision. Not only that, even the physical damage caused by being stared at by the huge eyeballs before was healed, and even his physical strength was restored to its heyday. At this time, he was leaning on a simple rock chair, and under the rock chair were 2 white-robed people carrying it. Put me down. Sumu gave orders very skillfully. He roughly guessed why these white-robed people were so fanatical. It should be because of his silver vertical pupils. When the 2 white-robed people heard it, they quickly put down the rock chair and joined the kneeling team. Where are those snake men from before? Replying to the Lord of the gods, the descendants of the evil god have been killed by us. These filthy beasts dared to try to harm the Lord of the gods. They deserve to die. Unfortunately, we have fewer people this time. Otherwise, we must capture all these beasts, bring them back to the God Church, and burn them to death with holy fire. The one who answered was a tall man in white robes. His status seemed to be higher than that of other white-robed men, because only his white robe was trimmed with red edges. Sumu asked calmly, "Kill them all?" The tall man in white robes trembled, his head almost touching the ground, and choked, replying to the Lord of the gods, "It is my incompetence that I failed to kill all the descendants of the evil god. I know that if these descendants of the evil god live a moment longer, it will be a blasphemy to the original angels. But this time we have too few people, so we can only lead you to break through first. But don't worry, after returning to the original God Church, I will immediately report to the Pope, and then I will definitely wipe out all these descendants of the evil god." Original God Church? Pope? It sounds like a sect that believes in the original angels. But is there a human sect in this black fog? Are these white-robed people human or nightmare creatures? Seeing Su Mu's silence, the tall white-robed man became more and more panicked. "It's my incompetence. Please punish me, Lord God." "No, you did a good job, and the original angels saw everything you did." Sumu patted the tall white-robed man's head and said gently. As soon as these words came out, the tall white-robed man seemed to have an orgasm in his head, trembling with excitement, and his big tears kept dripping on the rocky ground, and he kowtowed crazily. "Praise the original angels. Praise the god. Looking at the other party's fanatical appearance, Su suddenly felt that if he was asked to die now, he would commit suicide without hesitation. What's your name? My name is Juan, sir. Juan. Su frowned slightly. What's your surname? I don't have a surname. All believers need to erase their surnames after joining the Primordial God Church. Surnames represent family and ancestors. The believers of the Primordial God Church cannot have any symbols to represent external objects. We are believers of the primordial angels and can only symbolize the primordial angels. Su didn't expect that the brainwashing of the Primordial God Church on its believers had reached such an exaggerated level. Raise your head. Yes, sir. Juan immediately raised his head, revealing an extremely pale face. It could be said that even a corpse that had been dead for 3 days was not as pale as his. Everyone raise your head. Soon, more than a dozen white-robed people also raised their heads. Their faces were also extremely pale. Seeing this scene, Su understood that these people must have lived in the black fog for a long time. Because they had never seen the sun, their skin was extremely pale. How did you find this envoy of God? Lord Envoy of God, we are an exploration team sent by the Pope to find heaven. There are hundreds of exploration teams like us, almost covering half of hell. 3 days ago, our team suddenly felt the breath of holy light. So we rushed here, and we met you, Lord Envoy of God. Oh, I didn't expect that you could recognize this Envoy of God, even though I was in a mortal body. The eyes between your eyebrows are the legendary eyes of God, exactly the same as the eyes of the Pope. I can't make a mistake even if I die. One looked at Su's eyebrows in awe. Does your Pope also have the eyes of God? Speaking of the Pope, Juan's face was even more awed. The Pope is the person closest to God. He can even listen to the teachings of the original angels. So he is also given the eyes of God. Lord Envoy of God, if the Pope knew you were here, he would be very happy. Su smiled without comment. It seems that he can't go to the original church. He is not the original. The followers of the original angels only swallowed a drop of blood from each other through dreams. If the Pope is not bragging and can really communicate with the original angels, then going there is equivalent to walking into a trap. Juan continued to say enthusiastically, Lord God's messenger, you must have come down from heaven, right? Are you here to take us to heaven? Heaven? Hell? Su's eyes moved slightly. Hell should refer to the black fog world. And what about heaven? He didn't know what heaven Juan was talking about. Could it be the real world? This God's messenger naturally came from heaven, but I am not here to take you, because only the most devout believers are qualified to go to heaven. As soon as the voice fell, more than a dozen white-robed people became excited and rushed to prove their piety. Lord God's envoy, I was born in the original God Church since I was young. The purpose of my life is to go to heaven and return to the embrace of the original angel. Lord God's envoy, I am pious enough. I can recite all 108 Bibles in the church. One was not to be outdone. Lord God's envoy, I am the high priest of the original God Church. I'm a most pious. Su pushed his brown glasses and said indifferently, piety is not just talk. Regarding who can go to heaven, this God's envoy has his own considerations. When he spoke, the chaotic voices around him instantly quieted down. Let's talk about your understanding of heaven and hell first. Those who can't even figure out the concept are not qualified to go to heaven. Juan's face flushed with excitement when he heard it, as if this question touched his itch, and he almost said, the place where we are now is hell, and heaven is where gods exist. The kingdom of the original angels is in heaven. Su frowned slightly, and it was the same as saying nothing. Your understanding of heaven and hell is so shallow. Chevron_left. Juan's face suddenly changed, and he looked as if the sky had fallen. His face flushed with anxiety. No, Lord God's messenger, please give me another chance. I haven't finished speaking yet. Speak. Hell is located under the surface of the earth. It is the habitat of the human race and nightmares. There are also some extremely evil gods hidden in hell. Those snake people, just now, are the descendants of the snake god. The snake god likes to lay eggs on the rock wall. Snake god? Lay eggs? Could it be that the huge eyeball, just now, was just the snake god's egg? Heaven is located above the surface of the earth. It is the most beautiful place in the world. There's a sun that never goes out and a starry sky that never changes. There will be no worries and sorrows there. You can enjoy the bliss of the world and listen to the teachings of God. There will be no birth, aging, sickness, and death. Sumu believed that what Juan said was true, but the truth in the mouth of the fanatics had been processed too much by art. There is no such place in the world. There's only one sentence that can be believed. Above the surface is heaven, and below the surface is hell. This also confirmed his previous speculation that the nightmare world is located under the surface. But why does the nightmare exist underground? How did the nightmare apostle come into being? More and more questions came to his mind. Then why are you in hell? Juan was stunned, as if a little surprised, but still answered honestly. People are born in hell. Your ancestors have been in hell for generations. Juan nodded, with a slight bitterness in his heart. The question of the messenger reminded him of a primitive Christian who asked a beggar, since he couldn't eat, why didn't he eat meat? Now the messenger gave him the same feeling. This is probably because people in heaven will never understand the suffering of hell. Why are they in hell? If you could go to heaven, who would be in hell? Isn't it because you can't go there? Yes, Lord God's messenger. It's not just my ancestors, but all people in hell. This is the origin of the human race, and heaven is God's paradise. People are born with sin, and only by believing in the original angels and washing away their sins can they go to heaven. Ignoring the artistic processing in Wanku, Sumu roughly understood that it seems that the human race here has lived in hell for a long time, so that the surface has become a legendary paradise, and the church uses it as a belief propaganda. So are there really gods hidden in the real world? Are gods the product of nightmares? Or is what they say true? Maybe the first humans really originated underground? Sumu made this judgment because there was no language barrier in the communication between the two sides, and they spoke the federal language commonly used by humans in the real world, so the two should be the same world. The real world is on the ground, and the nightmare world is underground, but it is not known whether the origin of humans is above ground or underground. Interesting. The environment in hell is so bad. What do you usually eat? Where do you live? One was more and more certain that the envoy came from heaven, because only in that kind of paradise where people have no worries about food and clothing can they ask such questions that are ignorant of the sufferings of the world. Reply to the envoy, we live in a dream. There are countless nightmares hidden in this endless black fog. Their surface is a dream barrier that can isolate the black fog and evil gods from spying. They look like translucent bubbles and are the habitats of nightmares. Some are suitable for human survival, with false sunlight and land, and some are some Jedi. The human race in hell survives by exploring and occupying dreams. The headquarters of the original God religion is a dream, which is the largest known dream explored by the human race and can accommodate tens of millions of people. As one answered more, Sumu had more questions. Have you seen people from heaven before? Sumu thought, since these people live in nightmares, they may have seen nightmare apostles, the so-called people from heaven. Unexpectedly, Juan shook his head and said, I haven't seen it. The human race named the place they occupied as the center of hell and divided hell into 5 major prisons: east, west, south, north, and center. The human race only occupied the middle prison, and even the middle prison has not been fully explored. There have been legends of people coming from heaven in other prisons, but no one has seen it with their own eyes. Where is this now? East Prison. The Pope believes that there is no entrance to heaven in the middle prison, so every year he sends exploration teams to the other 4 major domains to search. But few people can go back alive, but this time it's different. Juan's expression suddenly became fanatical. This time we found the Lord of God. The Lord of God will guide the devout believers to heaven. Lord of God, please follow us back to the original God Church. The Pope will be very happy to see you. Sumu smiled slightly. The Pope would probably be happy to kill him, right? Just as he was about to refuse, a man in a white robe suddenly changed his face. His eyes were emitting a faint light. Staring at the black man behind everyone, DeWu hurriedly said, "Lord God's messenger, the group of evil God's descendants are catching up. Let's go back to the original God's church." "We can't go back now. It takes at least half a year to get to the God's church from here. The snake God's descendants are notoriously difficult to deal with. Once they set their eyes on their prey, it is almost impossible for them to give up. We can't get to the God's church at all." Juan looked very anxious and hurriedly protected Su Mu behind him. "For now, we can only find the nearest dream to hide and wait for the snake God's descendants to disperse before setting off to return to the God's church. Everyone, it's time to test whether you can go to heaven. If you die to protect Lord God's messenger, the great original angel will definitely lead your soul to heaven." As soon as these words came out, more than a dozen white-robed people instantly became fanatical and even began to rush forward. "I'll be the last one. And me, I want to sacrifice my life for the Lord." "Get out of here. What qualifications do you have? I've been in the church the longest, so I have to sacrifice my life first." An elderly man in white robes rudely pushed the others away. Seeing that everyone was about to quarrel, one directly designated 3 people to be the last one, thus avoiding the quarrel. The 3 people who were chosen seemed to have got tickets to heaven. There was no fear on their faces, only endless ecstasy. The others looked at the 3 people with great envy and jealousy. Soon, under the leadership of the crowd, Su Mu sat on the stone seat again and was carried away. Zizi, the roar of the snake people came from a distance, and more snake people were visible to the naked eye, running out of the black fog and rushing towards the crowd. The 3 white-robed people who were left behind shouted loudly, "Praise the original angel! Sacrifice!" The next moment, puff! The 3 white-robed men took out their daggers and fiercely slashed their wrists, blood gushing out immediately. The 3 used the blood to draw a magic circle under their feet, and then let the blood flow and uttered inhuman mutterings. Boom! 3 hot and bright flames blazed from the magic circle under their feet. The 3 white-robed men were covered in holy fire, and their bodies continued to emit a burnt smell. They charged towards the snake army without hesitation. Before they ran halfway, the 3 of them had almost turned into human-shaped black charcoal, and their flesh and blood shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the 2 sides collided with each other, boom, 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 3 extremely fierce flames shot up into the sky, exploding in the snake army like incendiary bombs. The flames of faith formed a sea of fire, blocking the snake people's steps. Countless snake people were burned by the holy fire and let out a shrill roar. Sitting on the stone seat and watching, Su Mu felt for the first time that his hypnosis was not the best in the world. Perhaps the hypnosis of the original God Church was better than his. He could arrange for his younger brother to die, but this self-immolation method of death was extremely painful. In extreme pain, his younger brother would most likely get rid of hypnosis, unless he was hypnotized and brainwashed day after day like the original God Church. Everyone ran all the way, and the followers of the original God Church were very professional. Even at a very fast speed, they still kept the stone seat stable. Su Mu on the stone seat was as stable as Mount Tai. He thought for a moment and said, "Do you know where the most recent dream is?" One said respectfully, "I don't know." The black fog will cover the location of the dream. Sometimes it is impossible to see it with the naked eye. You can only try your luck. But please rest assured, Lord God's messenger, we encountered a dream a month ago and stayed in it for a while. The original God cult has mastered a magic to trace the source. After getting rid of these snake gods, I will use the magic to find the dream I stayed in before. Tracing the source? Magic? What kind of power system is this? It doesn't sound like a law. But Su Mu didn't ask. As a God's messenger from heaven, he can be unaware of the situation in hell, but it would be too strange if he didn't even know the magic. The name sounds like a power bestowed by the gods. You just encountered a dream a month ago, which is too far away. When I first came to the world, I encountered a dream. This dream is very close. Let's go here first. One was ecstatic when he heard it. Who would want to go far away when there is a dream that is closer? But this god is in the body of a mortal, and some magic arts are temporarily inconvenient to use. You can find it. One did not doubt it at all, but felt that it was natural. The status of the Lord God's envoy was so noble. How could he be troubled with such a trivial matter as finding the way? Yes, Lord God's envoy. About 5 minutes later, the hissing sound behind everyone disappeared. Juan stopped, turned around, and said respectfully to Sumu, "Please give me some personal items to perform the art of tracing the source." Sumu nodded, took out a white handkerchief, and threw it to Juan. Juan quickly held the handkerchief in both hands, as if holding something sacred, and then handed the handkerchief to one of the white-robed men. After the white-robed man took the handkerchief, he took out the dagger without saying a word and slashed his wrist fiercely. Poof! Blood gushed out instantly, and he splashed the blood along some mysterious trajectory, and soon a simple blood array was formed on the ground, and then he placed the handkerchief in the center of the array, muttering something in his mouth, a kind of mumbling that was not something that humans could make. Praise the original angel. Sacrifice. The white-robed man suddenly roared, and then directly inserted the dagger into his heart. Plop. He fell on the array, and the blood all over his body seemed to be controlled by some invisible force, spreading wildly on the ground like a snake, stretching towards the black fog in the distance, drawing a blood route. The white-robed man died, with fanaticism on his face, as if he had completed some supreme mission. Is it sacrifice again? Sumu suddenly realized that the magic they were talking about was sacrifice, right? In exchange for the power of the original angel through sacrifice. Great, Lord God, the original angel has given us guidance. Let's go, one said ecstatically, without any sadness for the death of his companions in his eyes. Sumu nodded, and everyone followed the guidance of the blood on the ground and set off again. On the way, he asked calmly, "Juan, how far have you practiced your magic?" Juan, who was running wildly, showed a trace of shame on his face. "I have been practicing magic since I was a child, and it has been 30 years, but so far I have only sacrificed more than 10,000 people, which is not as good as the bishops and cardinals. I am only a high priest at present. More than 10,000 people? So this is the origin of the name? In comparison, this original angel is not much better than the snake god, and even better." Along the way, Sumu kept asking around and inquiring about the information of magic in hell. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, they found a huge glowing bubble. Looking through the bubble, one can vaguely see a lush forest and scattered headless people moving through it. Found it. Juan was overjoyed and led the way. He led everyone into the bubble, and the space changed instantly. The oppressive black fog disappeared, replaced by blue sky, white clouds, and primeval forest. Sumu is back again, but the difference this time is that he came back with his younger brother. After entering the dream of the headless man, everyone immediately fell silent and did not make any noise. This was Sumu's instructions in advance, and he told them about the headless man. One is familiar with the headless man. He said that this monster is called the ear beast, which feeds on sound and is extremely cruel. Once it catches a living creature, it will not kill it immediately, but imprison it and torture it madly, constantly making the living creature scream, so as to devour more sound. Sumu did not comment on this. He felt that the original God Church had no right to say that the ear beast was cruel. In fact, they were all the same. Through indirect attack, he roughly understood some information. First of all, the divine art of the original God Church is sacrifice. They believe that the law is the power of the evil god. Only the divine power obtained from the original angel through sacrifice is the power of justice. It is worth mentioning that the original God cult believes that, except for the original angel, all other gods are evil gods. In the entire underground world, that is, hell, only the middle hell has a large number of human beings, which can barely be called the territory of the human race. The other 4 hells belong to nightmares and evil gods. The power system of the human race in hell is very complicated. There are those who follow the law like extraordinary people, and there are also many who practice divine arts. The human race does not believe in only one God, and the original angel is just one of them. And the way of practicing divine arts is completely different according to different beliefs. The original angel sacrifices living beings. The more living beings sacrificed, the more power they get in exchange. It is very versatile, just like the summoning of the holy fire just now, tracing the source, and the application methods are diverse. According to this fanatic, the original angel is omnipotent and can get everything through sacrifice. With so much information, Su Mu was actually doubting whether the hell human race was a product of the nightmare world. After all, it was normal for people to exist in nightmares, and even for gods to exist. But it was not important whether it was or not. What was important was that the nightmare world was really wonderful, which was much more interesting than the real world. Perhaps after returning to the real world, some clues could be found from it. If it was true, as Juan said, the original angels lived in heaven, which was also on the surface of the earth, then how could there be traces left in the real world? Puff! Another man in white robes stabbed him, but he did not die. He only paid a little blood to draw the sacrificial array. With a flash of white light, the translucent light shield enveloped Su Mu and others. Lord God's envoy, with this soundproof cover, we are not afraid of being heard by the headless man when we talk, and we can listen to your teachings at any time. Please stay in this dream for a few days. After the nearby snake god descendants retreat, I will take you to the original god religion immediately. One said enthusiastically, "Child, you did a good job. You are all the devout people of the original angel." Sumu knew how to fool the fanatics. When he said this, Juan and others almost ascended to heaven on the spot. Some people even cried with excitement and knelt on the ground to kiss Sumu's shoes. Sumu avoided the fanatics' mouths calmly and said indifferently, "This envoy of God has another thing for you to do. Please give your orders, Lord God, and we will never refuse." The fanatical voice almost blew off the soundproof cover. This envoy of God was accidentally discovered by the metal evil god when he went down to the world this time. So he sent his subordinates to the world to try to destroy this envoy's current body and prevent this envoy from leading the devout people to heaven. What? Juan and others' eyes instantly turned red. Preventing them from going to heaven is even more hateful than killing their fathers. Who is the metal evil god? How dare he send people to kill you, the god's messenger? The metal evil god is one of the evil gods in heaven that is hostile to the original angels. They are dissatisfied with the original angels' rule over heaven, so they united to try to deal with the original angels. They failed in the end, but they're still unwilling to give up and often hide in the dark to sabotage. This time, they learned that this god's messenger had descended to the world, so they specially sent their followers to come. Sumu made up nonsense, just like he didn't know the information about hell. These people didn't know the information about heaven at all, and all the right to interpret belonged to him. One was immediately angry. "Lord God's envoy, where is the metal evil god's follower? I will kill him now," Sumu said indifferently. This god's envoy has sensed that he is in this dream. This follower is humanoid, but there is no flesh and blood on his body. It is all made of metal. All metal. One was trembling with anger. It is so blasphemous to be a follower of the evil god. It really deserves to die. Lord God's envoy, rest assured, I will definitely kill it. Deep in the forest, Mu Chung, who was covered with leaves, was squatting behind a big tree stealthily. This is the last modified human body he has left. The previous one died in the headless man's nest in order to kill Sumu, so he became extremely cautious with only one life left. Stuff the leaves into the metal joints, and make leaf shoes to wrap around the metal feet in order to reduce the sound when moving. He had no experience in clearing nightmares, nor did he know how to find the source of nightmares. Although he guessed that the clues might be in the headless man's lair, he didn't dare to go there with only one life left. So he planned to use the dumbest and safest way, which was to wait. Wait for a few days until the nightmare wakes up naturally. Damn Sumo. Mu Chung cursed Sumu in his heart countless times. He had a bright future, but everything was ruined because of Sumo. A dignified silver strongman actually fell to the point of wrapping leaves and squatting in a grass pit. Whenever he thought of Sumo, he hated it so much that his teeth itched. Now 3 days have passed, and he is basically sure that Sumu has died in the black fog, and died too easily. Just as Mu Chung was cursing, he suddenly tightened his body, and even the metal prosthetic I dared not turn, because several figures appeared in his thermal imaging device. The headless man is here? No. How can these people have heads? Could they be new nightmare apostles? Lord God's envoy, the followers of the metal evil god, are behind that tree. I sensed his mental fluctuations. His spirit is not weak, but he is too stupid. He actually abandoned his body and parasitized his soul in the metal. Without the protection of the body, the soul is like duckweed without any foundation. Juan sneered. How do you plan to deal with him? Sumu's words were a bit thoughtful. Juan naturally understood that this was the god's envoy testing him. He said hurriedly, "This follower's body seems to be made of mithril, indestructible, but I can cast the soul-binding magic and easily bind its soul." Sumu's eyes moved slightly. It seems that he still underestimated Juan's strength. Facing a silver strongman, he could be described as easy. However, Juan's strength should not exceed the silver level. Otherwise, he would not be chased by the snakes. "Do it," Sumu ordered. "Yes, Lord God." Juan looked at the 9 white-robed people behind him with a serious expression. "Do it." The 9 white-robed people enthusiastically took out daggers and shouted loudly, "Praise the original angel! Sacrifice!" Puff puff. The 9 people stabbed the daggers into their hearts, then tilted their heads and died. Juan squatted down and used their blood to draw the sacrificial array. Sumu on the side was speechless. For the first time, he understood what the generation gap was. Is this what easy means? Sacrifice all the white-robed people directly? As the sacrificial array was completed, Juan began to chant strange mumblings. Gradually, the bodies of all the white-robed people burned and turned into ashes in a very short time. A wisp of green smoke floated above the ashes. Juan pointed at the green smoke and said, "Detain." Swoosh! The green smoke moved without wind and turned into a palm, grabbing Mu Chung behind a tree not far away. Mu Chung, who was originally nervous, suddenly felt alarmed in his heart, and a trembling of fear emerged from the depths of his soul, as if he was being stared at by some kind of existence in the dark. Escape! Escape! Escape quickly! He had no time to think, and instinctively wanted to escape. However, the moment he just stood up, the green smoke had arrived and drilled into the metal gap almost without any hindrance. Mu Chung froze all over, and the metal prosthetic I instantly lost its light, standing there motionless. A moment later, Qing Yin's big hand came back holding a translucent figure that looked like a cloud. Juan quickly took out a transparent glass bottle from his body and opened the bottle cap. Whoosh! The translucent cloud-like figure was quickly sucked into the bottle. He raised the bottle above his head like a treasure. "Lord God's messenger, the followers of the metal evil god have been arrested." Sumu took the small bottle, and there was a little man in it, middle-aged, with a terrified expression, smashing the bottle wall frantically. It was Mu Cheng's soul. Mu Chung had no idea what happened. When he regained consciousness, his soul was already in the small bottle. He was terrified, but something even more terrified happened. A huge human face suddenly appeared in front of him. The eyes of the face were bigger than his body. He screamed wildly, but the next second he realized that this huge face looked familiar. Sumu. Mu Cheng's face changed wildly. He would never mistake Sumu's face even if he died. What the hell is going on? He looked around in horror, and then realized that he was put into the small bottle. It was not Sumu who became bigger, but he became smaller. "Let me out! Let me out!" Sumu looked at the little man in the bottle with interest. He suddenly became very interested in divine arts. This was too omnipotent. As long as he offered sacrifices, he could do most things. However, he was just interested and did not intend to learn, because he could not learn at all. The entry requirement for learning the divine arts of the original God religion was to believe in the original angel. Only in this way could he establish a connection with the other party and then offer sacrifices. He was now strictly considered a blasphemer. If he really contacted the original angel, he would probably be killed. Ding, ding, ding. Sumu shook the small bottle in his hand, and Mu Chung inside immediately fell to the ground, flying up and down, constantly hitting the bottle wall, making a crisp sound. Sumu, what on earth did you do to me? Mu Chung, who was dizzy from the fall, struggled to get up and shouted tremblingly. Sumu approached the small bottle, and his fair face was reflected on the transparent bottle. Suddenly, he raised a charming smile and asked Mu Chung softly, "Mr. Mu, are you desperate?" Mu Cheng's soul trembled. At this moment, he seemed to be wrapped in a silent terror, and fear penetrated his soul. The dignity and pride of the silver strongman were completely shattered. "Let me go. Let me go. Please let me go. I have money. I have a lot of money, as long as you let me go." "Mr. Mu, I always thought you were a decent person, but now you're not decent at all. I hope you don't break my beautiful vision of the silver strongman." After that, Sumu no longer paid attention to Mu Cheng's plea for mercy and threw the bottle directly to Wan. It was useless for him to have a soul. First of all, he had no shortage of mental power and even wanted to curb the growth of mental power. Secondly, he would not sacrifice divine arts. Wan respectfully put away the bottle. "Lord God's envoy, since the followers of the metal evil god have been dealt with, let's find a place to rest for a while. When the descendants of the snake got outside retreat, I will take you to the original god religion immediately." "Yes." Sumu nodded, without refutation, but he was thinking in his heart that he must not go to the original god religion. First, the journey is too far, and second, it is easy to be exposed when seeing the Pope. He can explore after he is strong, but not now. But how to convince Wan? He glanced at Wan, who was full of fanaticism, and felt that it was a very simple thing to convince the other party. For fanatics, the words of the god's envoy are the imperial decree. Just make up a reason and let one go back first. But he didn't plan to let one go so easily. Wan's strength is not weak, and his methods are weird. He must squeeze out the last bit of value. With this thought, Sumu said Wan. Wan quickly stood up and stood by his side with a respectful look. "I'm here. This divine envoy is hungry. Master divine envoy, I have food here." Wan was very excited, as if it was a great honor to be able to help the divine envoy. He quickly took out a small sheepskin bag from his body, put his hand into it, and soon took out a piece of black dried meat. It was impossible to tell what kind of meat it was, but the meat was very long, almost as long as an adult's arm. Sumu's eyes moved slightly. "A storage device?" Wan handed over the dried meat respectfully, but Sumu didn't even look at it. Instead, he said indifferently, "Do you think this god's messenger is only worthy of eating this kind of garbage?" Sensing Sumu's displeasure, Wan's face changed drastically, and he knelt down with a plop. "I deserve to die. I deserve to die. You are such a rude thing, so it is naturally unworthy of you. But I only have these dried meats. What do you want to eat? I will go find it immediately." Sumu saw his upright attitude, and his face eased a little. Hell is far less barren than heaven, and this god's messenger will not make it difficult for you. Just go find some golden eyes. There are also this kind of thing can barely be eaten. Wan was stunned. "Lord God's envoy, may I ask what the golden eye is?" Seeing Wan's confused face, Sumu realized that the golden eye might be called differently in the two places. After all, the golden eye was a name given by the extraordinary people in the real world. So he took out the golden leaf that Murong Mengli had given him before. "This is the leaf of the golden eye." Wan took it and looked at it, blurting out, "Holy light fruit. Lord God's envoy, this is the leaf of the holy light fruit. Legend has it that the light of the original angel fell into hell and the fruit was formed. It turned out that it was called the golden eye in heaven." Sumu directly ignored the original angel mentioned by Wan. In the eyes of the fanatics, the whole world belongs to the original angel, so naturally everything can be related to the original angel. At this time, Wan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that the rare thing like the holy light fruit could only be barely eaten by the Lord God's messenger. What do people in heaven eat every day? He couldn't imagine it. This also strengthened his belief in going to heaven. Can you get it? Juan's face was stern, and he hurriedly said, yes. Although the holy light, golden eye is precious, as long as the Lord God's messenger needs it. I can take it out immediately. This time it was Sumu who was surprised. What a coincidence that Juan actually carried the golden eye. But the next second, he changed his mind because Juan took out a dagger and pointed it at his heart. Lord God's messenger, please wait a moment. The golden eye will be here soon, but I'm afraid I can't send you to the original God Church. As he said that, Juan took out Mu Cheng's soul from the sheepskin bag and then handed the sheepskin bag to Sumu. Lord God's envoy, there's the emblem of the original God Church in it. After you have eaten the golden eye and rested well, you can go to the black fog to drive the emblem and contact the nearest original God Church member to pick you up. Yes. Sumu took the sheepskin bag and said to Juan lightly, this God's envoy has already felt your piety. See you in heaven.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.